Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build and deploy a full stack car rental website using MERN stack. In this full stack project, user can explore the cars and book the car online. We will build the owner dashboard also, where owners can list their car and manage the bookings. So let's take a look at the project demo. So this is the home page of our car rental website, and you can see this web page is completely animated. If I refresh this web page, you can see it will reveal the animation when we scroll the website to the particular section. So this is the home page where you can see the navigation bar with logo, menu items, and this login button, and here we have the option called list cars. Right, so anyone can become the car owner and list their car. After that, we have this form. Using that, we can search for the car by adding the location, pickup date and return date. Then we have this featured car list. Then we have call to action banner, testimonial and newsletter subscription form. After that, we have this cars page where you can see all the cars, and here we can filter the car using this search box. First, we have to create an account or login on this website to book any car. So let me log in here. So this is the login form, and if you don't have any account, you can use this link. Click here to create an account. Right, here you need to enter the name, email and password, and you can create the account. So let me log in with my existing account. I'll add the email ID and the password. Then click on login button. After login, let me search for any car, or we can choose this one also. So let me click here and open this car details page. From here, we can book this car. We can see the car image, then other details like seating capacity, fuel type, location and other features. And here we have this form where we can choose the pickup date and return date, and then we can book this car. So let me choose this date. I'll choose next month and I'll book it for 2 days. Then click on book now. So you can see our new booking has been created. You can see booking and the status is pending because the car owner need to approve this booking, right? So we have just created a new booking. We can book this car, and after that, let me show you the dashboard also, from where the car owner can manage their car. So let's come here in this dashboard, and here the car owners can see their number of cars, total number of bookings, pending booking and confirmed booking. Then they can see the total revenue and recent bookings. Right. After that, they can add their own car here. We can add the car image. Then we can add the brand name. So let me add the brand name here. After that, we'll add the model name. Then let's add the year. Then we'll add the daily price for this car. Then let's add the category. And then we'll add the transmission type. Then we'll add the fuel type and seating capacity. After that, we'll add the location, and we can add one description. Then if I click on this button, it will upload this car. So you can see the notification car added, right? And after that, let's come here in this manage cars. So you can see we already have this car, and now a new car has been added, right? And this car is available. From here we can update the status. We can either set it as unavailable or available. Let's click here. So you can see the status has been updated. So no one can book this car now. And if I again click here, so it will change the status to available. So now any user can book this car, and we can also delete this car from this dashboard. Then we have the manage bookings. So let me try to create a new booking. So I'll come to home page, then cars, and here we will choose this car. To book this car, here we will choose the pickup date. and then we will choose the return date and click on book now. So you can see we have just created a new booking, right? And we can manage the booking from the dashboard. So let's come to this dashboard, then come to this manage bookings, and here you can see we have a new booking, and right now the status is pending, right? So we can change the status. Let's select this drop down and we will choose confirmed. So the status has been updated, and now if I open the home page, then come to my bookings, you can see the booking is confirmed. And after booking confirmation, the earning will be added here. In this monthly revenue, you can see the earning has been increased. Now in this dashboard, we can update the user's profile image also. Let me click on this user profile image. Then we can choose any other image. Let's choose this one, click on open and just click on this save. So you can see the profile image has been updated. So this was the project demo. We are going to build this car rental website using MERN stack. It means we will use React.js for making the front end of our application, and we will use Node.js and Express for building the backend server. To store the car data, user details and bookings, we will use MongoDB database. To store and optimize the car images and user image, we are going to use ImageKit. ImageKit is a real-time media processing product that helps optimize, stream and transform images and videos for the web. It also provides integrated storage for images and videos, and it can automatically compress and convert images and videos to a suitable format for every device. After building this full stack car rental platform, we will deploy it online for free using Vercel. So if you are also excited to build your own car rental platform, just write down I am going to build this car rental platform in the comment box. Once you complete this project, I will recommend you to add this project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our project, let's come to desktop screen, and here we will create a project folder. So let's create a folder with the name car rental. Now we will open this folder with VS Code. So let me open the VS Code editor. So this folder is open in this VS Code, and here we will open the terminal. So let's click on this terminal and select new terminal, and in this terminal you can see we are at this path, that is car rental, right? And after that, here we have to create a React project, and to create the React project we are going to use Vite package. So here let's add npm create Vite at latest. Now we will press enter. So it is asking for the project name. So in this project we will create the backend and front end. So for our front end, we will add the name client. Now press enter. And after that, you can see it is asking to choose the framework. So let's choose this React. After that, we will choose the JavaScript. And now in the left side, you can see we have the client folder. Let me expand it. So in this client folder, you can see we have the folder structure, where we have some folders and files. We have the package.json, and in this package.json we have all the details for this project, like project name, version, type, and then we have the script to start the project, and then we have the dependencies, that is React and React DOM. Now to install these dependencies, we have to add npm install. So in this terminal, you can see right now we are in the car rental directory. So we have to move to the client directory. For that, just add cd client. Now in this client directory, we can add npm install. So it will install all the dependencies in this project. After installing it, you will find a new folder in your project directory. You can see we have the node_modules folder. So in this folder we have all the dependencies installed. Now in this project we are going to create multiple pages. For that we will add the router. Using that we can navigate from one page to another page. For that let's add npm install react router DOM. Add this command, press enter. So React router DOM has been installed. Now we can start the project. For that just add npm run dev. That's it. Then press enter after adding this command. So now our project is running at this URL localhost 5173. So let me open this link in web browser. So now you can see our basic Vite plus React project is successfully running in the web browser. Next we have to clear this project, right? So to clear this project, let me just come back here in this VS Code and we can hide this terminal. And here you can see we have the src. So in this src you will find this app.css file. So we can simply delete this file. After that you will find this app.jsx. So just clear this file and here we'll add rafc snippet to create the component structure. You can use this snippet to create the component structure if you have installed a plugin or extension. If I come here in this extensions, you can see we have added ES7 React Redux. So you need to install this extension to use the shortcut snippet. So after creating this component structure, now let's come here in this index.css file and let's clear this file. That's it. After that, let's open the another file, that is index.html, and in this index.html you can see we have the title. So let me update this title. So here I'll write car rental and then we'll add the channel name GreatStack. Right. After that, here you can see the link tag and this is the type image, and here you can find this Vite.svg. So we have to replace this one. So it will be displayed as the favicon icon. To add our own images and icon in this project, you need to download the asset file. So here you can see we have the assets folder. You can download this folder from the video description, and in this one you will find all the images, icons and one file that we will use in this project. So just copy everything from here and then let's open the project folder, then go to client folder, then src, then assets, and here we will paste all the files. Correct. Now in this files list you will find one favicon.svg file. So just copy this one, and after that let's come back and find this public folder, and in this public folder just paste this favicon.svg file. Now let's link this file with our web page. So here let's open the VS Code. We will replace this Vite.svg with the favicon icon that is available in our asset. So let's add /favicon.svg. Right. After adding it, let's save the changes and we will come back here on our web page. So in this browser you can see the web page is cleared, and in this tab you can see we have the title called car rental GreatStack and we have the favicon icon also. Correct. Next we have to add the Tailwind CSS in this project. To add the Tailwind CSS, let's open a new tab and search for Vite plus Tailwind. Now let's open this link, and in this one we have the steps to add the Tailwind CSS in our Vite plus React project. So you can see first we have to install it using this command. So just copy this command and open the VS Code, and here we will open the terminal. In this terminal you can see the project is already running, so let's stop it using Ctrl+C/Y. Then add this command to install the Tailwind CSS. It is installed now. Now let's start it using npm run dev. So it will start the project again. So now our project is again running on the same URL. Now we can hide it. And let's come here. Here you can see the next step. So we have to add this import statement and we have to add this tailwind CSS function in this plugins. So just add this import statement in our Vite config file. So let's come back. Let's open this Vite config.js file and here we'll add this import statement like this. After that you can see we have the plugins, right? So in this plugins, after this React, we'll add the comma and here let's add this tailwind CSS and call it. As you can see here, in this plugins we have this tailwind CSS. Next we have to add this import statement that will import tailwind CSS in the CSS file. So just copy this line and after that let's come here in the index.css file. Now in this one, let's add import tailwind CSS. That's it. Now let's come here in this web page and you can see we can start the project using npm run dev and we can use the tailwind classes in any HTML elements like this. You can see these are the tailwind classes. So we have configured the tailwind CSS in our React project. Now let me close it. Next we have to add the Google font in our project. To add the Google font, let's search for Google Fonts in a new tab. So now let's open this website fonts.google.com and here we will search for the font name. So in this search box, let's add outfit. So let's choose this outfit font. We'll click on this button, get font, and after that just click on this button, get embed code. Then we have the radio buttons, so let's click here on this import. So here we'll get this import statement. Just copy this, come back to the VS Code and open this index.css file and let's add it at the top. So we have added import and using this we can import the Google fonts, right? After that we have to apply this font family in entire web page. So let's add star. So it will select all the HTML elements and here we have to add the font family that we will copy from here. So just copy this one and now we can close this page and let's add it here. So we have added font family outfit. So this font will be applicable on entire web page. Now for our website we will define some theme color. So here let's add the theme. And in this one, let's add the different name. So let's add the color primary and here we'll add the primary color code. So this will be our primary color code, right? After that we'll add the next color code. So just add color primary dull and here we'll add this color code. Then we'll add color light and after that we'll add the color then border color. So we have added 4 different colors that we will use on this web page. Now I will close this file. Let's close this one also. And after that in this sidebar we'll create the folder structure for our project. So here we have the client folder. So in this client folder we'll create a new file that is .env where we will store the environment variables, right? Now here we have the src folder. So in this src folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name components. In this components folder, we will store all the components that will be used on multiple pages. After that, we'll create the folder for pages. So here in this src folder, we will create a new folder called pages. So in this folder, we'll create all our pages. Now here we have the assets, and in this assets, we have all the images and icons. And then we have one assets.js file also. Let me open it. So in this file you can see I have already imported all the images like this. You can see I have imported all the images, and after that we have added one assets object, and in this assets object we have provided all the images so that we can easily access the images using this assets. Correct. Now we have some other data also in this assets.js file. Like you can see here we have one array that contains the city name. After that we have the dummy data like dummy user data, then we have the dummy car data, then we have the dummy booking data, right? So we will use these dummy data in our front end. After that we have some other data also like owner menu links and menu links. That's it. So now we have done the basic setup of our project. Next we have to start creating our pages and component. For that let's see the Figma design. So we have already created the UI design of this project. You can find the link in the video description. So in this UI design file you can see these are all pages for our project. You can see this is the home page where we have to create the navigation bar. Then we have to create this header with one form. And after that we have the featured vehicles. Then we have this call to action section. Then this testimonial and this newsletter section and footer. So this is the home page. Then you can see we have other pages also like this car details page. Then we have the all cars page. Then we have my bookings page, and after that we'll create these pages for admin dashboard. You can see this is the dashboard. So we have 4 pages in the dashboard, right? So let's start with the home page, and to create the home page we have to create some components like navigation bar, footer, and we'll create different components that will be used on multiple pages. So let's come back to the VS Code, and in this one we will come to this src, then components, and in this components folder let's create a new file and write the file name navbar.jsx. So we have added navbar.jsx. Make sure to start the file name with capital letter for all the components. So you can see we have used capital N, correct? Now here let's add component structure using RAFCE, and here we have one div. So in this div we will add the logo image, right? And then we'll add the menu items. So to add the image here, let's add the image tag. And in this image src we have to add the logo. So simply add curly braces. Assets, just click here, then add dot logo. You can see the assets has been imported, right? Now in this one we have to add some tailwind classes. So let's add class name property and provide height 8. Then we'll add the alt property, and in this alt property simply add logo. So we have added the logo in the navigation bar. Now we have to add the click feature on this logo so that when we click on the logo it will open the home page, right? So here let's wrap this image using the link tag. So here let's add the opening arrow link. We are not getting the suggestion for this link. So let me import it from the React router DOM. So here at the top, let's add import curly braces. We will use the link and let's import it from React router DOM like this. Now to add the support of this React router, let's come here in our main.jsx file, and here we have to import the browser router. So let's add import curly braces. We will add browser router and let's import it from React Router DOM. Next, we have to wrap our application using this browser router. So let's just copy it and add it here. Instead of this strict mode, we will add this browser router opening tag and browser router closing tag. Right? Now save the changes and we can remove this import statement that is importing the strict mode. Save the changes. Now just come back here in this navbar.jsx file, and here now we can use the link tag. So just add link and we will wrap this image using this link tag. For that, let's add the link opening and closing tag and add the space here, and within this link tag move this image like this. Now for this link tag we'll add the to property, and here let's add the string, and here we'll add the /. So this is the path. If I click on the image, it will open the home path, that is the home page. That's it. Now we'll add the menu links. So after this link tag, let me add one div, and in this div we will add all the menu links. So we have already added the link data in the asset. Let me open this assets and assets.js file. So in this one you can see here we have the menu links where we have the menu text and path. This is the home, cars, my bookings, and you can see the path also, that is /, then /cars, /my bookings. So let's use this array. So let's come to this div, and here we'll add curly braces, and let's get that array. So just add menu links, import it from the assets, and it is an array, so we can use the map method. So just add .map, and here we'll add the arrow function and add this small bracket. Now in this function parameter we'll add link, that is the individual link, and then we'll add the index number. Now in this one let's add the opening link tag and close it. So we have opening and closing tag, and in this one let's add the text also, that will be the link text. So just add curly braces link dot name property, right? And after that, here in this link tag we'll add the key property, and it will be index, and after that we'll add the to property, and in this to let's add curly braces link dot path. That's it. Now let's add some classes for this div that will align all the menu items, right? So here in this div we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add these tailwind classes like this, right? After that, let's add the transition all, duration, and z-index, right? And now we have to change the color of this navigation bar whenever we will move to another page. It means when we are on the home page, there will be a color in the background, and when we move to other page, the background will be white. For that we have to check the path, right? So we have to check the location right now on which page we are. So here before this return statement, let's add const, let's add location equal to use location. We will import it from the React Router DOM and call this one. Now we can use this location to identify the path. So here let's come in this class name, and we'll wrap everything in the curly braces, and then we'll add the backticks instead of this single quote. So just add the backticks here, and here at the end we'll add $sign curly braces and provide the location dot path name. Then we'll add equal to this slash. If it is true, in that case we have to add the background color. So here we'll add BG light, correct? and after that we'll add colon, and here we will provide the BG white like this. So we have added different color for home page and other pages. On the mobile screen, we have to hide this menu and display this menu, right? That is the menu list. So for that we'll create one state. So let's come here and we'll create one state variable. So just add const and write the state variable name open, and the setter function name is setOpen equal to useState, and initialize it using false. It means by default the menu will be closed on smaller screen, and we can use it to hide the navigation menu in a smaller screen, and we can use this setter function to hide and display, right? So now let's use this state variable here in this div. So in this div, here at the end we'll add $ curly braces, and again let's use the ternary operator. We'll add the open state and add the question mark. If it is true, in that case let's add the max sm translate x0, right? And after that here we'll add the colon, and in this one we will add the max sm translate x full. So it will hide and display the menu based on this open state, right? If it is true, it will add translate x0, and if it is false, it will add translate x full. That's it. Now we have to add the classes in this div also, that is the first div, right? So in this one we'll add the class name property, and here again add curly braces, then add the backticks, right? And here let's add these tailwind classes, correct? And at the end again we will use the location. So let me just copy it from here, this one, and paste it here. You can see we have added location dot path name equal to slash. In that case we have to add the background light. So let me just add the AND operator here and remove this white. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes, and we will mount this navigation bar in our app. So let's open this app.jsx file, and within this div let's add navbar. Let's click here to import it from the components folder, right? And close this tag. After that let's open the web browser, and in this one you can see here we have this navigation bar where you can see the border, then we have the background color, and in the left side we have the logo, and in the right side we have the menu items, right? After this menu items we have to add one search box, and then we'll add the buttons. So just come back here in the VS Code and open our navbar.jsx file. So here you can see we have added the menu links. So after that let's add some space, and here we will add the div, and in this div we have to add one input field. So let me add the input field here. Input type will be text, and after that here we'll add some classes also. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes for the input field, right? Now here we'll add the placeholder also. So in this input field we'll add the placeholder, and the text is search products, correct? Then we have to add the search icon. So we'll add the image tag, and in this image src we will add the assets. Let me add the curly braces first, then add assets dot search icon. So we have added the icon in this search box, correct? And after that here we'll add the alt text, that is search. Now let's add some classes in this div that contains the input field and image. So in this div let's add class name property and provide hidden. So it will be hidden in mobile phone screen, and it will be visible for large and above screen size. Then we have added these classes. Now save the changes. After that, let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this search box. After this search box, we'll add two buttons. In the first one, we'll add dashboard, and in the second one, we'll add the login. So we'll come here, and after closing of this div, let's add another div. And in this one, we'll add the button. Now in this button, we'll add the button text called dashboard, like this. And after that, here we'll add some classes. So we'll add the class name here and provide cursor pointer, right? And after that, we'll come to the second button. So we have to create the second button here. And in this one, let's add the button text called login. And we have to design this button, so we'll add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide cursor pointer, then padding X, Y, and background primary. Then we have added the hover effect and text color white and rounded large. Correct. Now let's add the classes in this div that contains both buttons. So we'll add the class name here, and here we'll add the flexbox classes. So let's add these tailwind classes, right? Now we'll save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this link dashboard, and then we have the login button. Next we have to add the onClick property on this button. So here just come back, and here at the top we will use this const. We'll add the navigate, and let's get this navigate from the use navigate from React Router DOM. You can see the use navigate has been imported, right? And now we can use the navigate function here in this button tag. So in the first button, let's add the onClick property, and in this onClick property, we'll add the arrow function, then provide the navigate, and here we'll add the path, that is /owner. So when we click on the dashboard button, it will display the owner's dashboard, right? And after that, let's come to this second button. Here we'll add onClick and add the arrow function. So in this arrow function, we have to call one setter function that will set the state to display the login form. You can see here we have the login button, right? So in this one, we have to add one setter function that will open the login form. So let's scroll up, and you can see here we have this navvar. So in this function, we'll destructure the props. So here just add set so login, right? And we'll get it from this props, and then let's call it here in this onClick. So simply add this, and in this one, let's provide true. So it will open the login form when we will create it. After that, let's come here. After closing of this div, here we have to add the button that will open and close the menu in mobile screen. So here let's add the button tag. Right now in this button tag, we have to add one icon. So let's add the image tag here, and in this image src, let's add the open state and question mark. So when it is true, in that case we will display the close icon. So when the menu is open, it should display the close icon. So simply add assets dot close icon, then add the colon, and here we'll add the assets dot menu icon, right? And after that, let's add the alt text menu, and now we'll add the classes in this button. So here in this button, we'll add the class name property and provide small, hidden, and cursor pointer, right? After that, we'll add the area label. So it will be menu, and then we'll add the onClick property in this button. So just add onClick, and here let's add the arrow function, and in this one just add the setter function called set open, and here we'll add the not open. So if it is true, it will set it false, and if it is already false, it will set it to true. That's it. Now save the changes, and after that we'll come back here. And let me resize this web page. Let me open in a smaller screen. So here you can see we have the logo and this menu icon in a smaller screen. If I click here, you can see it will open the menu from this right side, and if I close it, it will hide it. So we can simply open and close the menu on mobile screen. It looks good, right? Now let me come to the desktop view. Now let's come back to the VS Code, and we will open our app.jsx file where we have mounted the navbar, right? So here let me remove this div. We'll add the fragment only, opening and closing tag, and in this one we have added the navbar, but in this navbar we have to add the props, right? Because you can see we are destructuring the props here, that is set so login. So we have to pass it from this app component. So before this return a statement, let's create one state variable. So just add const, and the state variable name is so login, and the setter function name is set so login, equal to use a state, import it, and here we'll add false, right? Now in this navbar we will pass this props. So here just add the setter function set so login and set so login. That's it. Now this navbar will be displayed on all the pages because we have mounted it in the app component, right? But we have to hide this navigation bar whenever we will open the owner's dashboard. So we have to identify the path, and according to that we will hide this navigation bar. So to identify the path, here we'll add const is owner path equal to use location. Let's import it from the React router DOM. Then we'll add dot path name dot starts with, and in this one just add /owner. So if the path name is starting with /owner, it means we are in the owner dashboard. So in that case we have to hide the navigation bar. So let's wrap it in the curly braces, and here just add not of is owner path. Then we'll add the AND operator. So whenever we are on the other pages, then only this navbar will be displayed, and when we move to owner dashboard, this navbar will be hidden. That's it. After that, if I come here, you can see it is working fine, and if I add the path /owner, then the navigation bar has been removed, right? Now just come back here on our home page. Next, we'll create the different pages for our application. If I open the UI design, you can see we have the home page, then this is the car details page, then this is the cars list page, then we have the my bookings page. So let's create all these pages, and we'll create the routing for these pages so that we can navigate to other pages. So let's come back to the VS Code, and in this sidebar we have the pages folder, right? So in this pages folder, let's create a new file and write the file name home.jsx. So this is the home page, right? RAFCE, correct? Now let's create the second page, that is car details. So create a new file and write the file name cardetails.jsx. Then write RAFCE. Now let's create the next page, that is cars. So we'll create the file name cars.jsx and write RAFCE. Now we'll create one more page, that is my bookings, right? So let's create a new file here and write the file name mybookings.jsx and write RAFCE. So we have created multiple pages. Now we will set the routing so that we can navigate to different pages. So let's open this app.jsx file where we have mounted the navigation bar. So after this nav bar, let's create the routing. So in this one, let's add the space, and here we will use the routes tag. We are not getting the suggestion, so let me write like this, routes. Then you can see the routes tag has been imported from the React Router DOM, and here we have the routes opening and closing tag. Now within this, again add opening arrow, route, and import this route tag. You can see the route tag is also imported. Now it will be self-closing like this, correct? Now in this one we have to define the path, and in this path we'll add /, that is the home path, and when we will open this home path, then we have to add the element, and in this element we will provide the home page component. So just add opening arrow, home, and click here to import the home from this pages folder. It has been imported. That's it. You can see we have imported the home from the pages/home. Now similarly we'll create the other route for different pages, right? To display the car details, we will use the path/car details, and then we will add the ID also, that will be the car ID. So here let's duplicate this line and we'll add the path called car details, and for different cars we have to add the different data. That's why we will pass the ID in the path. So here we'll add /ID, right? And here we have to add the element, that will be car details. It will be imported from the pages. Now again duplicate it, and here we have to add the path for all cars. So here just add /cars, and here we'll add the component, that is cars. So the cars page has been imported. Now again duplicate it, and here we'll add the path, that is my bookings, like this, and here we'll add the page my bookings. So we have created the route for all these pages, right? Now let's create the home page. If I come here, you can see we have these pages, and this is the home page. In this home page, this is the header section, or you can say hero section, where we have to add the title, then a form, that is the date selection form to select the pickup date and return date. Then we'll add the image. So we have to create different component, and we will mount these component in the home page. So to create this hero section, let me just come back to the VS Code. To create the hero component, let's create a new page. So here in this sidebar, go to components, and in this components folder, we will create a new file called hero.jsx. Now in this one, let's add RAFCE to create the component structure. And here in this div, let me add the classes. So here we'll add the class name property, and here we have to add the height, that will be full screen. So we'll add H screen. Then we'll add the flex layout. So just add flex, then flex column, item center, justify center. Then we'll add some gap, and we'll change the background color, and we'll add the text center. So we have added the classes for this div. Now in this div, first we have to add one title. So let's add the h1 tag. Now in this one, let's add the text called luxury cars on rent, right? And here we'll add some classes. So simply add the class name property and provide the text size and font semi-bold. After this title, we have to add a form. So in this form, we will add the pickup date, return date, and pickup location, right? After this form, we will add one image, that will be card image. So here we'll add the image tag also. And in this image src, simply add curly braces, and here we'll add the path. So we'll add the assets object dot main car, and after that here we'll add the alt property car. So in this image, simply provide the height. So we'll add the class name property and provide the max height 74. Now save the changes, and now we have to mount this hero component in our home page. So let's open this sidebar, then open home.jsx, and in this div we have to mount our new component, that is hero component, correct? So here let's add the fragment, right? And in this fragment we'll add the hero component. You can see it has been imported. Now close this tag, save the changes, and come back here on the web page. So on this web page you can see we have this title, and below this title we have this card image. Now between this we have to add a form. So let's come back to the VS Code. Now again open the hero.jsx file and let's complete this form. So we'll add the space here in this form tag, and in this form tag we'll add some classes. So let's provide the class name property and provide these classes in the form tag, correct? Now in this one we have to add a div. So let's add a div, and for this div we will add the flex classes. So just add the class name property and provide these flexbox classes, and here we have added the margin from the left, item center, correct? Now in this one we have to add one select box, and let's wrap the select box and a text in a div. So here let's add a div, and in this one we'll add the select tag, and in this select tag let's add required, and after that from here let me remove this name and ID. So we have simply added one select tag, and in this one we'll add the options. So here let's add option tag, and in this first one we'll add the pickup location, right? And after that we'll add the options where we'll add different city name, and we have already added the city list in the asset file. So let's get it from there. We'll add curly braces, we'll add city list, let's import it from the assets. You can see it has been imported. After that here we'll add dot map, then we'll add the arrow function with parameter, that is individual city, and after that here it will return the option tag. So just add the option tag, and within this we have to add the city name. So simply add curly braces and provide this city that we are getting from the parameter, and here we have to add the value also. So just add the value, and here also we'll add the city. That's it. After that we have to add the key property. So let's add the key property here, and the key is also city. That's it. Now after this select tag we have to add one text in p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the text called please select location. So we have added this text, and for this p we'll add some classes. So let me add the padding, then text size and text color. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. Here you can see we have this drop down pickup location, and in this one we have some cities, correct? And below that we have this text called please select location. Now whenever we will select the location, then we have to display that location here. For that we have to create one state. So let me just come back and scroll up. Before this return a statement, let me create one state variable. So here we'll add the state variable name, that is pickup location, and the setter function name is set pickup location equal to use state. And initialize it with empty string. Now let's copy this and come back here in this p tag, and here we'll add the ternary operator to check whether we have selected the city or not. So here we'll add curly braces, and in this one just add this state pickup location, then question mark. If it is selected, then we will display that pickup location only. So simply add the pickup location and then we'll add the colon, and here we'll add the message. If the location is not selected, then we will display this message, please select location, like this. And after that, here we have the select tag, right? So in this one we have to add the value property, and in this value we will add the pickup location state, correct? And after that we'll add the onChange function. So here we'll add the onChange, then let's add the arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the event, and here let's add the setter function set pickup location, and it will be e.target.value. So whenever we will choose any city, that will get stored in this state, and using that it will display the city name here in this p tag. Now save the changes and come back here. Let me choose any city from here. Let's select New York. You can see it is displaying New York here, right? If I choose another one, you can see the city name is displayed here, which is selected. It works fine. Here if I select any city, you can see it is displayed in the center like this. So we have to align it in the left side. For that we will come back here, and here we have added this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property and provide flex, then flex column, items start, and gap 2. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. You can see it is aligned from the left side. Now it is looking good. Next we'll add the selection option for the date, so that we can choose the pickup date and return date. So just come back and let me just duplicate this entire div, and we'll clear the content from this div. So here we have this div only where you can see these classes. So in this one we'll add the label tag. Now in this label we'll add HTML4, and let's add the text called pickup date. After that, in this one we will add the text, that is the label text. So it is pickup date. After that we have to add the input field, and the input type will be date. So we have added input type date, and then we have added the ID. So in this ID let's provide this pickup date. Remove this name. After that, here we will add the min property, and in this one let's add curly braces new date dot to ISO string dot split, and here let's add capital T. Then we'll add the index 0. So this will be the minimum date. After that, here we'll add class name, and in this class name let me add the text. It will be small, then text color. After that, here we'll add the required. So it will be required to submit this form. Now let me just duplicate this div to add the return date, correct? So we have added this div one more time, and in this one let's add the HTML4. It will be return date, and in this ID also we'll add return date, and here let's add the text called return date. This is the label text. After that, here we have added the min property. So from here we can remove this min property. So we have just added the class name property here. After this div we have to add one search button. So we'll add the button tag, and in this button we'll add the text called search. like this. Now in this button we have to add the icon also. So to add the icon, let me add the space here, and here we'll add the image tag. So let's add the image, and here we'll add the src. It will be curly braces assets dot search icon, and after that here we'll add the alt text, that is search. Now for this image we'll add some classes also, so just add the class name property and simply add the brightness 300. That's it. So in this button tag we have added the search icon and text called search. Now for this button we'll add the class name property, and in this one let's provide the tailwind classes. So we have added these classes in this button tag. Now just save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have added the pickup location, pickup date, then return date, and then we have the search button. If I click on this pickup date, it will open this calendar where we can choose the date, and you can see we can choose minimum today's date, right? Today's is 16, so we cannot choose the 15. We can choose 16 or more than that, because we have added min. So let's choose this one, and from here we can choose the return date, and after that we can search for the cars. So we have completed our hero section, but here we are getting some space in the right side. So to fix it, we will just come back here, and you can see we have added the button tag here. So just move this button outside of this div before this closing form tag. So let's move it here. So we have added this button just before this closing form tag, right? After that, just save the changes and come back here. Now you can see this button is aligned in the right side. Now it is correct. Now we have completed the hero section. Now let's see the next section. So we'll see the Figma design, and here you can see we have completed this hero section, and after that we have to create this featured vehicles section, correct? So to create this featured vehicles section, first we have to create the cards. You can see we have 3 cards here where we have to add the card image and other details. So we will create the cards, and after that we'll create this featured vehicle section, and we will mount the card here. So let's come back to the VS Code. Here we will open this sidebar and open components, and in this components folder we will create a new file called carcard.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE to create the component structure, and in this one we will destructure the car. We will get the car data in props, so simply add the curly braces and car, right? So here we'll get the car data, and we will display the car data using this component. So here in this div, let's add the class name property, and in this one let's add the tailwind classes. So here we have added these tailwind classes for this div. After that, here we'll add the div that will be for the top section of the card, and we'll add the another div where we'll add the details of this car. So in this first one we have to add the image. So just add the img tag, and here we have to display the card image. So just add curly braces. We will use this card data from the props dot image property. So we will get the card image, and in this alt tag just add card image. Now we'll add the classes for this image. So here we'll add the tailwind classes like this. After this image we have to add one text available now, and we will check the available property, then only we will display this. So here we'll add the curly braces and just add the car dot is available. So if it is true, in that case we have to display the message. So just add the AND operator, and here we'll add the p tag. Now in this p tag let's add available now. So when this property is true, then we'll display the text available now. Now to position this text, we'll add the class name here, and in this one we'll add the absolute, and we'll set the top and left position, right? After that we have to add the price also. So let's add a div here, and in this div we will add the position. It will be in the bottom right side. So just add the class name here and provide absolute bottom 4, right 4 and these other properties, right? And after that here we'll add the text. So let's add the span tag. In this span tag, let's add $, curly braces, and here we'll add the car dot price per day, right? So it will display the actual price from the car data, right? After that we'll add one more span tag. So here just add another span tag, and here just add space / day. It means / per day. That's it. So here we have to add some classes also. So in this span tag we have to add the font weight, so it will be semi bold, and in the second span tag we have to add the text size and text color. So just add the class name property and provide the text small and text white /80. That's it. So it will add the $currency symbol on the web page. So instead of adding this $sign here, let's get it from the environment variable. So first we have to add the currency symbol in our environment variable file. So let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have created .env file. Let's open it, and here we will create one environment variable called wheat_currency. We have created this React project using wheat package. That's why we have to add the environment name using this wheat_, right? Let's add equal to and $sign. Now we will use this symbol on our web page, and we can easily replace this symbol that will update the currency symbol on entire web page. So let's come back here on our card. So here it is, card.jsx, and here we will import that from the environment variable. So let's add const currency equal to import.meta.env. Then we have to add our environment variable name. So here let's add wheat_currency. So now we have the currency data here, that is the currency symbol, and let's add it here. So here we'll add curly braces and provide currency from here. Let me just copy this and paste it here. So we have added the currency symbol, then price and /per day. That's it. Now let's add the classes in this div that contains this image, this available now text and this price. So for this one, let's add position relative. So here we'll add the class name relative, then we'll set the height overflow hidden. That's it. So we have added the top part of our car card, where we have to add the image, available now text and price. After that, let's see the design. So in this Figma design, you can see this is the card, and in the top part we have this image, available now text and this price. Then we have to create this bottom section where we will display the car's name, model and other specifications of this car. So to display this, let's come back here. Here we have already added this div, right? So in this one, let's add a space, and here let's add the class name also. So in this one, we'll add the padding, and after that within this, let's add one div. Now in this div, we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, right? Now after this one, we'll add another div, and in this one we'll add the other specifications, and in this first div we'll add the car's name and we'll add the model. So here let's add the div, and within this we'll add the h3 tag. So here we'll add curly braces, then write the car dot brand, right? After that we'll add the space and again add curly braces, we'll add car dot model, right? After that here we'll add the p tag. Now in this p tag we'll add curly braces and provide car dot category. Then we'll add one dot here, so let me provide this dot, and then we'll add curly braces and provide the car dot year. So we have added the brand name, model, category and year, right? Now let's add the CSS properties for this data. So here in this S3 tag we'll add the class name and provide these Tailwind classes, and now let's add the classes in this p tag. So here we'll add the class name and provide these Tailwind classes. After that let's add some specifications. So here we have added this div. So in this one let's add class name property and provide the margin from the top. And after that we'll add the grid layout. So just add grid columns 2, then gap, then text color, right? Now in this one we'll add multiple specifications. So let's add the first one using this div. So here we'll add the icon using image tag, and in this one just add curly braces assets dot user icon. After that here we have to add the class name where we'll add the height and margin from the right side. And after that we have to add the text, so we'll add the span tag here, and in this span we'll add the number of seats. So just add the car dot seating capacity, right? And after that we'll add the space, and here we'll add the text called seats. So we have added the first specification. Now for this one we have to add some classes so that it will align the text and icon. So just add the class name here and provide the flex icon center, text small, then text muted foreground. Now save the changes. So we have added the first specification. Now simply duplicate it. So just duplicate it, and here we'll update the data. So in the second one we'll add assets dot fuel icon. Then here we'll add car dot fuel type and remove this one. After that again duplicate this div, and here let's add card icon. So assets dot card icon, and in this span tag we'll add car dot transmission. Now just duplicate it again, and in this last one we'll add assets dot location icon, and after that we'll add car dot location. That's it. So we have added all the data for any card, correct? Now we can mount this component on any page. So after creating this card component, now let's come back here in this sidebar, and here we have to create a new component, that is featured section, right, where we'll display the featured card. So here in this components folder we'll create a new file, write the file name featured section.jsx, and here let's add RAFCE, right? Now in this one here we have this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these Tailwind classes, right? Now in this one we'll add another div. So in this one we have to add the title. So we will use the same type of title in multiple pages. So we'll create a separate component for our title. So let's come here in this components folder and create a new file called title.jsx. Right now here let's add the RAFCE, and here let's add the classes in this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add curly braces backticks, right? And in this one we'll add the classes, that is flex column, justify center, item center, and text center, right? And after that, here we have to add the alignment, and we'll get the alignment data and title text, subtitle text from the props. So here we'll add curly braces where we will destructure the props. So simply add the title, subtitle, and align. So this align could be left or right, anything. So here after this center, let's add $, curly braces, and provide align equal to left. Then we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll add the classes for this one. So here let's add MD items start and MD text left. That's it. Now in this one we'll add the title text in h1 tag. So in this h1 tag we'll add the curly braces and provide the title. After that we have to add the subtitle. So here we'll add the p tag, and here let's add curly braces and provide subtitle. Now we'll add the classes for this title and subtitle. So we'll add the class name and provide the tailwind classes. So let me just add class name property and provide these classes for the h1. And similarly, let's add the class name in this p tag. So add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So we have created our title component, and we can mount it on any page. So again, we'll come back here on this featured section.jsx file. And in this one, we have to add our title in this div. So here we'll add opening arrow title. Let's import this title. You can see it has been imported. Now close this tag, and here we have to pass the props, right? Here we'll add the title. So here in this title we'll add this single quote and provide this text featured vehicles. After that we'll add this subtitle. Again we'll add the single or double quote and provide the subtitle text like this. Now save the changes. After that we'll create a div where we'll display all the cards. So here let's add one div, and in this one we will display the cards using the cards component. So here we'll add the class name and provide the grid layout. So simply add the grid classes here, right? And after that here we'll add curly braces, and here we will use the dummy card data from our assets. So here just add dummy card data. You can see it has been imported from the assets. After that we'll add dot map, and in this one we'll create the arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get individual card data, right? And after that we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return a div. So in this div we have to add the key property. So let's add the key, and it will be the car dot underscore id, right? And after that within this div we will mount our card component. So simply add card, that is car card. Just click here to import this one. You can see car card component has been imported. Close this tag, and here we have to provide the props. So simply add card curly braces card. That's it. So it will display the cards list, correct? After adding it, it will display all cards on the home page only in the featured section. So we have to set the limit. So here on this dummy card data, we'll add dot slice, and in this one we'll add 0,6. So it will display maximum 6 card data on the home page, right? Now after closing of this div, here we'll create another content. So here we'll add one button. So we'll add the button tag, and in this one we have to add the text called explore all cars. So let's add the text here in this button, and after that we have to add the icon also. So just add the image tag, and we'll add the curly braces assets dot arrow icon, and after that in this alt property we will add the text called arrow. Now for this button we have to add the classes, so let's add the class name property in this button and provide these tailwind classes. Now what will happen when we click on this button? It will open a new page where we will display all the cards. So we have already created the cards page, so let's redirect the users on that page. For that we have to use the navigate function, so let's import it from the React router DOM. So let's come here before this return statement and we'll add const and we'll add the navigate, and let's get this navigate from the use navigate hook. You can see we have imported the use navigate from React router DOM, and now in this button we'll add the onClick property. So let's add the space here and provide onClick property, and here we'll add the arrow function, and let's add the curly braces. Here we'll add the navigate function where we'll add the path, that is /cars. So it will display all cars on this page, right? And after coming to this page we have to scroll the web page to the top, so just add a scroll to and provide 0, 0. That's it. So we have created our featured section. Now we have to mount this featured section on our home page. So let's open this sidebar, open the home.jsx file, and after this hero let's add featured section. Let's close this tag, save the changes, and after that let's open the web page. So here you can see we have the cards list, right? So we have total 4 cards here. So here we have total 4 cards, and after that we have this button explore all cards. If I click on this button, it is opening this cards page. You can see the URL /cards. Here also we have to display the card data. We will display all cards here. So now again let's come to home page, and you can see if I click on anyone, nothing happens. So we have to add the click feature on this card, so that if I click here it will open the card details page. For that let's come back and we will open the card.jsx file, right? So here we have created the card, and this is the first div. So in this one only we have to add the onClick property, so that we can click on this div to open a new page. So here let's again import the navigate function from the use navigate. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and you can see use navigate has been imported from React router DOM. Now in this div we'll add the onClick property, and in this onClick we'll add the arrow function, then write curly braces, and here we'll add the navigate function and provide the path. So here we have to add the backticks to insert the template literal. So just add the backticks, then add /car details like this, and after that again add / and here we have to add the car ID. So let's add $, curly braces, and here we'll add the car that we are getting from the props, then we'll add ._ID. After that here we have to add semicolon and provide the scroll to, and in this one we will scroll the web page to the top, so simply add 0, 0. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open the web page again. And now if I click on any card, you can see it is opening a new page. You can see the URL card details / the card ID. If I click on home page, then open any other card, so you can see here we have the card ID, and according to this ID we will display the card data on this page. But before creating this page, let me just come to home page and we'll complete our home page first. So let's see the Figma design. So if I open this UI design, here you can see after this featured vehicles, we have to display this call to action section. And to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. So here we will open this sidebar and come to components folder and create a new file called banner.jsx. And in this one, we will add the array-fce to create the component structure. And here in this div, we will add the class name property. And here let's add some tailwind classes. So here we have provided these classes, right? And after that, here we'll create a div where we will add the text, right? And after that, we'll add the image also. So here we'll add the image tag. In this image src, let's add the assets dot banner car image. And in this alt property, we will add the text called car. Now for this image, we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property. We will add the maximum height and margin from the top. Now let's come to this div. So in this div, we have to add the text. So let's add the h2 tag, and here we'll add the text called do you own a luxury car, right? And after that, we'll add the another text in p tag. So here we'll add this text. After that, we'll add some other text in p tag. So we'll add one more p tag here, and let's add another small paragraph text. Now let's add the CSS for these elements. So let's start with this div. So in this div, we will add the text white. Now we'll add the classes in this title, that is in the h2 tag. So we'll add the class name here and provide the text 3XL and font medium. Now we have to add the margin from the top in the second one. And in this next p tag, we'll add the maximum width. So we'll add the class name and provide the max w130. So after this text, we have to add one button also. So after this p tag, we'll add the button tag. Now in this button, we'll add the text called list your car, right? And in this button, we'll add some classes also. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So after adding it, we have to mount this component in our home page. So to mount it, let's open the home.jsx again. And in this one, after this featured section, we'll add banner, import this banner from the components and close this tag. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have the featured vehicles, and below that we have this call to action banner where you can see the text, then description, then button, list your car, and in the right side we have the car image, right? After that we have to create other components. So let's open the UI design. So in this design you can see we have to create this user testimonial, then we have to create this newsletter subscription form, and after that we have to create this footer, right? So to create these components, we are going to use the pre-built templates. So we can get it from the prebuiltui.com. So let's open a new tab and open prebuiltui.com. You can also search it on Google, prebuiltui.com, and here we will open this components tab. So in this one we have the list of components. So let's click on browse all components. So in the left side you can see all the components name, and here we can get the preview and code like this. So we have to create this component, that is testimonial, right? So let's come here, and in this left side we can search for testimonial. So it is available here. Let me choose this testimonial, and in this one you can see we have different UI design to create the testimonial, right? So I'm going to use this one that you can see here. You can see it is matching with our theme. We have the profile image. In the right side we have the user's name, designation, location, star icon and text. So you can see in this UI design we have the same layout. So we will use the code from here. So let's click on this code option. So from here we can copy this code, right? And we can simply add it in our project. So for that we have to create a separate component also. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we'll open this sidebar, and in this components folder we'll create a new file and add the file name testimonial.jsx. right? Now in this one we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that if I come here you can see we have this testimonials data, right? And after that we have this star icon using this SVG, and then we have this code. So let me use this same code in our project. So let me just copy this entire div. Let's copy it and we will paste it here. Instead of this div, we will paste the div that we have just copied, right? So here you can see at the top we have this flex column item center, right? So I'm going to remove it. So let me remove these classes. Here I'll add our own tailwind classes, and after that we have this div that contains the title and description. So let me remove it because we have already created the title component, right? Now in this one let me add some other classes. So here we'll add these tailwind classes, right? And after that here we have to mount our title component. So let's add the opening arrow title and import this title component. It has been imported, right? And after that close this tag. Now in this title component we have to provide the title subtitle, right? So let's add the props. The first one is title, and after that we'll add the subtitle like this. So in this title component we have added the props data, that is title and subtitle. Then we have this div that display the testimonial cards, right? So here we have the flex layout. So instead of this flex we will use the grid layout. So just remove this, and here we'll add our own tailwind classes. We will add the grid columns 1, grid columns 2, grid columns 3 for different screen size, then gap of 8 and margin top 18, right? Next we have to display the testimonial data. So here before this return statement we will create one testimonial data. So let me just copy it from here only. Here we have this testimonials data, right? So let's copy it and let's paste it here, right? Now in this one let me update the data. We will remove the ID. Here we will keep the name, right? And after that we will keep the location. So here we have the name and location, and after that we will add the testimonial text. So from here let me move it in the new line. This is the image, so let me clear this URL, and then we have the rating, and this is the review, right? So this is the first testimonial data, correct? So in this one let me update the text. Here we'll add the name, right? And then we have added the location, and after that we will update the property name. This will be testimonials, and here we will add our own testimonial text. So let me add this text here, correct? After that let me add the image. From here I'll remove this rating, and here we'll add the image. So we have already added the assets file where we have exported all the assets. So just add assets object dot testimonial image 1 like this. Now let me clear other testimonial data from here, and let me just duplicate this one only. duplicate it, and here we'll add the other username. So let me add any dummy user's name here. Then we'll add any dummy location. Right, here we'll add the image, it will be image2, and then we'll add the text. So this is the another review text. Now again duplicate it. Here we'll update the name, then we'll update the location. After that we'll update the testimonial message, and here we'll add the image. So here again add testimonial image1. Remove this comma from here. So in the testimonials array we have added 3 testimonial, right? It is added in different object. Each object is representing individual testimonial data, right? You can add your own username, location, review text, right? And add the image. Now let's add it here. So here we have added testimonials.map because it is an array, so we can use the map method. And in this one we have added this arrow function. So in this one we'll get the individual testimonial, and after that we'll get the index also, right? And after that here we will provide this div, and in this div we have the key property. So in this key we will add index, right? And after that we have the class name where we have the background, then padding, and then we have the rounded XL, then we have some shadow. So let me change the shadow, we'll add shadow large. So simply add shadow dash LG, right? After that we have to add the hover. So let me remove it, and here we'll add hover translate y1. It is in the minus, right? After that we'll add the transition all and duration 500, like this. So this is the div for individual testimonial data, right? And after that in this one we have this flex item center gap 3. In this one we have the image, right? So here let's get the image using this testimonial dot image property, right? And after that let's come here. So we have the div, and in this one we have added the testimonial name and testimonial address. So instead of address we'll add the property name called location. So let's add testimonial dot location, update it, save the changes, and here we have the font. So let me remove it. So we have just added text XL and text color, right? After that let's come here. You can see here we have this class name for this star icons. Then here we have the star. So let me remove it. Here we'll use our own star image. So just add the image tag. In this image src, let's add curly braces. We will use the assets dot star icon, correct? Now in the alt property we will add a star icon, and after that in this image let's add the key property, and in this key simply add the index. That's it. So it will add the 5 star icons, right? After that here we have this testimonial review. So let me update it. It will be testimonial dot testimonial, because you can see we have added the property name called testimonial. So we have added the data for 3 testimonial, right? And after that here we have to add the one more class, that is font light. So let's add font light, correct? Now save the changes, and after that we have to mount this component, that is the testimonial component. So just copy this name and open the home page, and after this banner let's mount the testimonial. Just click here to import it from the components and close this one. Now save the changes and let's open our web page. So here you can see we have this beautiful testimonial, right? And we have the hover effect also. After creating this testimonial section, let's see our UI design. So in this one you can see we have to create this newsletter section, and to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. And here we'll create a new file in this components folder. So in this components folder, we'll create a new file with the name newsletter.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now here also we will use the pre-built UI component. So let's open the web browser and open this prebuiltui.com. In the left side you will find the newsletter. You can see here we have the newsletter. Just click here, and in this one we have different UI design to create the newsletter form. So let me scroll down and you can see here we have this newsletter subscription form. So we are going to use this one. So just click on this code to see the code. So here we have this div. Let me just copy it and we will open our VS Code and let's replace this div. That's it. Now in this one we have to make some changes. So here we have the first div where you can see these classes. So in this one we'll add some other classes also. So at the end we will add the padding X 4, then margin from Y and margin bottom. That's it. Then we have this title in H1. So here we have this text, never miss a deal, it is correct. After that we have this P, and in this P tag you can see we have this text, it is also good, right? And after that let's come to this form tag. So in this form tag you can see we have these classes, and after that we have the input field. Now in this input field we have the class name, then type is text, and the placeholder text is enter your email ID, right? And required. So in this one we have the text gray 500, we will keep it. Then we have the padding X, it is correct. So we will not make any changes in this input field. Let's come to this button, right? So we have to change this button color. In this button you can see here we have the hover color, then we have the background color. So let me update it. So here we'll add BG primary. We have already created the primary color code in the CSS file, so just add BG primary here, and here we'll add the hover BG primary dash dull. Then everything will be same. Here we have the transition all, cursor pointer, rounded medium and rounded large none. That's it. Now after adding it, if I save the changes and let's mount this newsletter component. So we will open our home.jsx. After this testimonial, let's mount the newsletter component. Now save the changes and open the web page. So at the end you can see here we have this newsletter subscription form, and it is looking same like this, correct? After creating this newsletter subscription form, we have to create the footer like this, where we'll create 4 columns, and at the bottom we will add the copyright message and some links in the bottom right side, right? So to create it we have to create a new component. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and in this sidebar we have the components folder, and in this one we have to create a new component. So let's create a new file with the name footer.jsx, and here let's add the RAFCE to create the component structure. Now again we will use the pre-built UI to create our footer easily. So let's open the web page, open the prebuiltui.com, and here let's search for footer in this left sidebar. So let me find it. Here we have the footer, right? And in this one you will find we have many footer design, right? let's scroll down. You can see we have different type of footer design. So if I come to my UI design, we have to create the footer with 4 columns and the copyright message at the bottom. So let me see the similar design here. So here you can see we have this design where we have total 4 column. We have the social media icons also. We have the copyright message here, and in the right side we have the links. And in the 4th column we have the form, so we will replace it. So let's click on this code to get the code of this component. So here we have the code to create our footer, right? So let me just copy the entire code from here. Just copy and come back to the footer component, and let's replace this div. Correct? Now let's scroll up. So this is the main div, this one. So in this one we will add our own classes. So let me remove all the classes from here, and here we will add the padding X for different screen size. Then we have added the margin top, text small, then text color gray 500, right? After that, here you can see this div, that is the row, right? In this one we have the flex wrap, justify between. Here we will add the item start also. Let's add items start. Then we have the gap. So here we will update the gap, it will be 8. Simply add gap 8, and after that we'll add the padding from the bottom. So let's add padding bottom 6, and then we'll add the border, and here we'll add the border color like this. And after that, here we have the div, that is the first column, right? So in this first column we will not add any class name, so let me just remove it from this first column. And in this one we have the image, so here we have to add our own image path, right? So simply add curly braces, and here we'll add the assets dot logo, right? You can see the assets has been imported. After that, here we have the classes. So in this one we have the height and height for medium and above screen. Let me remove this margin from bottom. We will remove it. Then we have the text in p tag, right? And in this text we have the text small, so let me remove it. And here we will update maximum width and margin top. Then we have some text, so here we will replace this text with our own text, right? So let me add my text here. Correct? Now after that we have this div that contains all the social media icon, right? So in this one we have the flex, item center, gap 3 and margin top. Let me increase the margin top 6. Then we have the SVG icon, so I'm going to remove these icons from here. We will use the icons from our asset, right? So let me remove all the icons, and let's remove the comment also. And here we'll add the icon, and these icons will be clickable so that we can open a new link. So we will use the A tag, right? Here we'll add the hashtag in this href, and after that in this one we have to add the image tag. So just add the image. Then in this image src we will add the assets dot Facebook logo, correct? And after that in this one we have to add the width and height. So we'll add the class name property here and provide the width 5 and height 5, right? So we have added the width and height, and then we have added the image path. Now just duplicate it and we will update the image. So in the second one we will add Instagram logo. In the third one we will add Twitter logo, and in the last one we will add Gmail logo. That's it. So we have added the content in the first column, that is closing here. So after creating this first column, here we have the second column, right? So in this one, we have to make some changes in this title, right? So here we have the p tag, so we will add our title in the h2 tag. Let's add h2, and here let's add the text base, and after that we'll add the font medium. Then we have the text gray 800, and then we will add the uppercase like this, and then we'll add the text. So the text is quick links, right? So in this UL tag we have the margin top, then we have the flex column, then gap. Let me reduce this gap, it will be 1.5. After that we have the text small, so let me remove it, and then we have these link item, right? So let me update it. In the first one we will add home, in the second one we will add browse cars, then in the next one we will add list your car, and after that in the next one we will add about us and remove the last one. So we have added the content in the second column. Then this is the third column, let me delete it. This is the fourth column, let's delete this one also. Right, so here we have the second column. So to create the next one, we will just duplicate this, right? And after that in this one we have to update the title text. So the title is resources, correct? And after that let's update these link text also. So it will be help center. Next one is terms of service. The next one is privacy policy, and in the last one we'll add insurance, right? And after that let's create the content for the fourth column. So simply duplicate it and again update the text here. So here we'll add contact, right? And after that here we have the li tag. So in this li tag let's add the dummy address. So here we'll add the street address. After that we will add the city and country in the next one like this. Then we will add the dummy phone number. So here we'll add this dummy phone number, and after that we have to add one dummy email ID. So here we'll add info@example.com. So we have added the dummy email ID also, and after that let me add some space here, and at the end you can see we have this div. So we have changed the content in the second one only, right? So let me move it in the last position. It will come here. So the second column is quick links, and after this quick links we have the resources, and here we have the help center, terms of service, privacy policy, insurance, and in the next one we have the contact, and in this contact we have these dummy contact information, right? And after that let's come here. So this is the closing of this row, right? And after that we have to create the horizontal line using this HR. So let me just remove it because we have already added the bottom color. You can see in this div we have added border color, right? So after adding it, it will add one border line, right? And here we have to add one more thing, that is border B. It means border bottom. Now let's come here, and here we have the copyright message. So we have this copyright message here, and this is the UL tag. In this one we have the link for the bottom right side where we have the privacy policy, then terms and sitemap. Let it be. And after this text we have to add the vertical line also. So here let me add a span tag, and in this span we will add this vertical line. Now just copy it and paste it here also. Correct. Now let me update the text here. It will be cookies, and save the changes. After updating it, we have to mount our footer component. So to mount it, we will open our app.jsx file. So let's open the sidebar and open app.jsx. And in this one, let's come here at the bottom. Before this closing fragment, we have to provide this footer on all the pages. So we have to mount it outside of this routes. So here let's add the footer component. It has been imported, so it will be displayed on all the pages. But we have to hide the footer from the admin dashboard, right? So here let me add the curly braces, and we will use this one, not of is owner path and operator, and just provide this footer. So this footer will be displayed on all the pages except the dashboard. Now save the changes and open the web page. So if I scroll down at the bottom, you can see we have this footer where you can see the logo, text, social media icons, and this is the copyright message. Then we have the links in the second and third column, and in the fourth column we have the contact information, and here we have this links at the bottom. In this one we have some extra space. To correct this gap, let me just come back, and we will remove this span tag. Instead of this span, we will use the li tag only. So let me just remove it and remove from here also. And after this li, we'll add another li tag, and here simply add this line. Now just copy and add it here. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see we have the equal space around this line. So we have completed our footer also. So now after completing the home page of our car rental website, we have to create the next page. So let me open the UI design. So in this one you can see we have completed this home page. Correct. Then we have this car details page. Correct. And after that we have to create this car list page where we will display all the cars, and then we will display the booking data on this my bookings page. So now let's create this page only, that is car details page. So if I open our website, click on any car, so it will open this page where you can see the path, car details, and then we have the car ID. So we will take this ID and we will display the car details here. For that, just come back here in our VS Code. Here we will open the sidebar, and let's open the car details.jsx file. In this one we have to find the car ID from the URL, right? And to get it, here we'll come to this function. Before this return statement, we'll add const, and we'll add curly braces ID, and let's get it from the use params. You can see the use params has been imported from React Router DOM. After that, here we will get the navigate function also. So just add const navigate, and let's get this navigate from the use navigate from the React Router DOM. Correct. After that, we'll create one state variable where we will store the car data, right? So let's add const car, and the setter function name is set car equal to use state, and let's initialize it using null. Correct. After that, we have to get the car data, and we have the list of cars data in the asset file. So we are going to use that one only. So here we'll add the use effect, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array, and in this array we'll add the ID. So whenever the ID changes in this URL, it will execute this function. So here we'll add the setter function set card, and here we will provide the card dummy data, or let me write the name here, dummy card data. You can see we have this data in the assets. You can see dummy card data has been imported from the assets file. In this one we have to find the individual card, so just add find method, and here we will provide one function with the parameter card, and here we will add card dot underscore id equal to this id that we are getting from this use params, right? So it will find the individual card data and set this in this state using this setter function, correct? After that we have the card data, so we can display it on our web page. So here we have the return statement. So in this return, simply add card question mark. We are using the ternary operator. So when the card data is available, then only we will display this div, right? And suppose the card data is not available, in that case here we will add colon, and here let's add the text loading. Later we will create the loading component, right? So now let's add the data in this div, correct? So in this div, let's add some classes. So first we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes, correct? Now in this one we have to add a button. Using that, user can go back to the previous page. So let's add the button tag, and in this one we will add the back to all cars. This is the button text. After that, in this button we'll add the image also. So here we'll add the image tag. In this image src, let's add assets dot arrow icon, and after that here we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide rotate 180 and opacity 65, correct? After that, in this button tag we'll add the class name. So here we'll add flex item center, then we'll add the gap and margin bottom, then text gray and cursor pointer. Now in this button we'll add the on click also, so that we can click here and go back to the previous page. So just add the on click property, then add the arrow function, and here let's add the navigate function, and in this navigate we will add -1, so it will redirect the users on the previous page, correct? So we have added the button in this div. After adding it, save the changes and let's come here. So here you can see we have this back arrow and this text back to all cars. If I reload it, you can see for fraction of seconds it will display loading text here, and then it will display this back arrow, correct? So let's come back here and let's complete this page. So after this button we will add one div where we'll add the data in two columns. In the left side we'll add the car details, and in the right side we'll add a booking form, right? So here we'll add a div, and in this div we will use the grid layout. So we'll add the class name and provide these grid classes, correct? After that, here we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment left car image and details, correct? And after that we'll add a div here. So in this div we have to add the car image and details. Now let's add the comment, that is right, it means right column, it is booking form. So we have added one comment, and here we'll add the form tag, right? So we have added one div and one form tag. This div will be displayed in the left side and form in the right side. Now let's add the data in this div. So here in this div, first we'll add the class name property and provide the call a span 2 for the large and above screen size, correct? After that, in this one we have to add the card image. So let's add the img tag in this image src, simply provide this car dot image property, right? And after that, in this image we'll add the class name also. So here we'll add the width, full, height, auto, and all other classes. So we have added the classes for this card image, correct? Now we have to add some content. So here we'll add one div. After closing of this image, we'll add the div, and in this div let's add the space y. So we'll add the class name and provide a space y6. Now in this one we'll add another div, and in this one we'll add the text in h1, and here we'll add curly braces. Let's use this car, and from this one we'll find the brand name. So just add brand. After that we'll add a space and curly braces, and here we'll add car dot model, correct? Now in this h1 tag we'll add the class name and provide the text 3XL and font bold, correct? After this car name and model, we'll add the text in p tag, where we'll add curly braces, car category, then we'll add the dot, then we'll add the car year, like this, correct? Now in this p tag also we'll add the class name and provide the text gray 500 and text large, right? Now after closing of this div, here we'll add one horizontal line using this hr, and in this hr we'll add the class name property, where we have to add the border color. This is border color, and then margin y6. That's it. After that, here we have to add some stats of this car. So here we'll add one div, and in this div we'll add the grid layout. So let's add class name property and provide these classes, correct? Now here we'll add the object. So let's add curly braces, and in this one we'll add one array, and in this array let's add the object. So let's add icon. Here we'll add the icon property, and in this one let's add the assets dot fuel icon. Then we'll add the comma, we'll add the text, and here we'll add the backticks, $ curly braces, and provide the car dot sitting capacity, right? And after this we'll add the text called seats, like this. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the another icon, and in this one we'll add user icon, or let me add the user icon in first place. So let's add the user icon here in the first one, assets.user icon, and here we have added the sitting capacity seat, and in the second one we have added assets.fuel icon. Here we have to add the comma also, and after that here we have the text, and in this text we'll add car dot fuel type. Simply add this car dot fuel type, then add the comma. Just duplicate it, and here we'll add assets dot car icon, and in this one we'll add car dot transmission. After that, let's duplicate it. Here we'll add location icon, and in the text we will add this car dot location. That's it. So we have created one array here. Now on this array we will add dot map, right? And in this one let's add one arrow function, and here we'll add the parenthesis. Now in this function parameter we'll add curly braces and provide the icon and provide text. Correct. After that, here in this one we will return a div. Now in this div we have to add the key property, so let's add key property here, and in this key we'll add the text. Correct. Now we'll add the classes also in this div, so we'll add the flex column and these classes. Now in this one we have to add the image, so just add the image property, and here we'll add curly braces and provide the icon. Correct. After that we'll add the class name here, and in this one we'll add the height and margin from the bottom. Correct. And after that, here we have to add the text also, so simply add curly braces and text. That's it. Now we have to add the description also, right? So after closing of this div, here let's add the description. So first we'll add the comment called description, and here we'll add a div. In this div, let's add the h1 tag, where we'll add the text called description, and then we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add curly braces, then use this car dot description property in this p tag. Now we'll add some classes for this text, so here we'll add the class name property, provide these classes, and in this description also we have to change the color, so just add the class name and provide this color, right? After that we have to display the car features, so here we'll add this comment features and then create a div. So in this div again we'll add this one, let me just copy and paste it here, and in this one we'll add the text called features. Correct. After that we have to add the UL tag, and in this UL tag we'll add the class name that will display the content in grid layout. So here we'll add the class name property and provide this grid classes. Correct. Now let's add the curly braces, create one array, and in this one let's add different elements. So first we'll add 360 camera, then comma, then we'll add the Bluetooth, GPS, heated seats, then we'll add rear view mirror, like this. So we have created one array. Now we'll add the map method, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and it will return one li tag. So here we'll add parenthesis and provide the li tag. Now in this parameter we'll get individual item, right? And after that in this li tag let's add the key property where we'll add the item. Correct. And after that in this li tag we have to add the image. In this image src simply add the assets dot check icon. Correct. And here we'll add the class name and provide the height, it will be 4, then we'll add the margin right 2. Correct. And then we'll add this item name, so just add curly braces item. Correct. After that let's add the classes in this li tag. So in this li tag we'll add the class name property and provide the flex item center, then text gray 500. So we have added the element that will display the features of the car. Correct. So after adding it, let's save the changes and we will open the web page. But before that, let me create this loading component also, right? So let's open this sidebar, and in this one we have to create a new component in this components folder. So the component name is loader. So let's create a file with the name loader.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and in this one you can see we have a div. So in this one we'll add the class name and provide these classes that will add the height, item center, justify center and flex, correct? Now in this one we have to add another div, and for this div we will add the class name property, and in this one we will add animate a spin, then rounded full, so it will be a circle, then height and width, border 4, border gray 300 and border top primary. That's it. So it will create a loader, correct? After that we have to mount it in this car details. So instead of this P, let's add opening arrow loader component. Just click here to import it and save the changes. Now let's open our web page. So here you can see we have this car image, then we have the car name, then we have the type year, and here we have the horizontal line. Then we have these data like 4-seater, hybrid, semi-automatic and location New York. Then we have the description, and then we have the features, correct? If I open our UI design, so in this Figma design you can see we have the same layout, right? So we have added the content in the left side. Next we have to create this booking form in the right side. For that, just come back here and open the VS Code. Here we have already created this form tag. So in this form tag, let's add some classes. So in this one, we have added shadow, then we have added hmax, sticky, top 18, then rounded XL, padding 6, a space by 6, and then we have added text gray. Now in this one we have to add one text, so we will add the p tag. Now in this p tag we have to add the price. So to add the price, first we have to add the currency symbol. So to get the currency symbol, here let's add const currency equal to import.meta.env dot, then we'll add the variable name. So let's copy it from here. We have the wheat underscore currency. So let's add it here. So now we have the currency symbol. Now just copy it and add it here. In this p tag we'll add curly braces and provide this currency. So it will add the currency symbol, and after that again add curly braces and use this car state variable, and from this one we have to find the price. So let's add price per day, correct? And after that let's add the span tag, and we will add this span inside this p only. So let's move this p here. So here we have the currency, correct? And then we have the span tag. Now in this span tag, let's add a space and write per day like this. Now let's add some classes for this span tag. So in this span tag we'll add text base, text gray 400, font normal, and for this p we'll add the class name, and in this one let's add flex, item center justify between, text to XL, text gray 800 and font semi bold. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. So you can see in the right side we have this currency symbol, and this is the amount per day. You can see per day in the right side. If I scroll this web page, this element is sticky on this position, right? It looks nice. Now let's come back and we can remove this space from here, and after that here we'll create one horizontal line. So just add the HR tag. Now in this HR tag we'll add the class name and provide the border, and it will be border color and margin by 6. Then we'll add one div, and in this div let's add the label tag. So just add label, and in this HTML for we'll add the pickup date. Then here we have the closing label tag. So before that we'll add the text called pickup date, correct? Then we'll add the input field. So just add the input, and in the type we'll add date, like this. Input type is date, and then we'll add the classes in this input field. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we'll add required, correct? And after that here we will add the ID also. Let's add the ID, and let's provide the pickup date, and then we'll add the minimum value here. So just add the min, and in this min we'll add new date dot to ISO string dot a split, and in this split we'll add capital T, then add index 0. So it will allow you to choose the minimum today's date, correct? After that you can see we have the pickup date here, and same in this ID, correct? Now let's add the classes in this div that contains this label and input both. So in this div we'll add the flex column gap 2, correct? Now similarly we have to add one more div, so just duplicate it. In this one we'll add the return date. So here we'll add the return date in the HTML for, and in this ID also we'll add return date. And after that here we'll add the text called return date. Now we'll remove this minimum property. That's it, save the changes. Next we have to add a button. So after closing of this div we'll add the button tag, and in this button we'll add the text called book now, and here we'll add the classes also. So just add the class name and provide width full, then background primary, then hover effect, then transition all, padding Y, font medium, text white and rounded XL, and cursor pointer. So we have added the button also. After this button we'll add one small text in p tag, and the text is no credit card required to reserve. So we have added this text, and for this text also we'll add the class name. Here we'll add text center and text small. That's it, save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this form to reserve this card. We have the price, then we can choose the pickup date, we can choose the return date, and we can book the order, correct? Now we have to add the functionality for this form so that we can submit this form. So here we have the form tag, and in this form tag let's add on submit property, and in this one let's add one function. So just add handle submit. Next we have to create this handle submit function that we have added here. So to create it, let's scroll up, and here before this use effect let's add const handle submit equal to, and here we'll create a asynchronous arrow function. So just add async, create the arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the event. So just add e. Using this event we will disable the default behavior. So just add e dot prevent default. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So we have completed our car details page where user can see the details of the car and book the car. After that, if I open the home page and click on another car, you can see it is displaying the detail of another car using this ID from this URL. Right? Now let's come here on this cars page. So here we have to display the all cars. If I open the UI design, you can see this is the UI design for this cars page where we have to create two sections. In the first one, we'll display this text, available cars, then a small description and a search box. In this search box, we'll add the search icon and one input field, and in the right side we have this filter icon, and then we'll create the second section where we'll display the total number of cars and display the cars list using the card. Correct? To create it, let me come back to the VS Code, and here let's open this sidebar. We will open this cars.jsx file. Now in this one we have this div. So in this one, let's create one div that is for the first section to display the title and search bar. Then we'll add the second div to display the number of cars and cars list. Correct? So we have two different div in this main div. Correct? Now in this first one, we will add some classes. So let's add the class name and provide these classes. Correct? And here first we have to add the title, so we will use our title component. So let's add the title component here. And in this one we have to provide the props. So let's add the title prop, that is available cars. Then we'll add the subtitle, and we have provided this text in subtitle. Correct? After that, if I open the web page, let's come here. You can see here we have this available cars and this subtitle text, and we have the background color also. Correct? Now let's come back, and after adding this title, let me add a space. Here we will add a div. In this div we have to create the search box. So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will add the background white. Correct? And in this one, first we have to add the search icon. So just add the image tag, then it will be assets dot search icon. And after that, in this one we have to add the width, height and margin from the right side. So just add the class name and provide the width, height and margin from right. After that, let me just duplicate it. In this one we'll add the filter icon, and after that here we have the class name, and in this one we have the same width and height, and here we'll add the margin from left. It will be 2. Correct? Now between these images we have to add the input field. So add a space and write input field. Then input type will be text, and then we'll add the placeholder text here. So just add the placeholder and it will be search by make, model or features. Correct? Now here we'll add the other property also. So let me add a space. So in this input we'll add the class name property, and let's provide the width full, height full, outline none, text gray 500. Now we have to store this input field data in a state. So here before this return statement, we'll create one state variable. So just add const input, and the setter function name is set input equal to user state, and let's initialize it with empty string. And here in this input field, let's add the onClick property, and in this onClick, let's set the data in the state. So here we'll add the arrow function, use the event in this function parameter, and here we'll add set input, and here let's add e.target.value property. After that we have to add the value also, right? So here let's add space value equal to curly braces and this input. That's it. So now it is a controlled input field. Right. Now let me just save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have this input field, we have the search icon. correct? So we have created the search bar, right? After that, we have to add the content for the second section, where we will display the number of cars and we will display the all cars list. For that, let's come back. And here you can see we have already created this div. So in this one, we have to add some classes. So let me add the class name here and provide these classes. Now in this one, we'll add the text in p tag. And in this one, just add the text called showing. And then we'll get the data. So just add curly braces, dummy car data dot length, right? And after that, we'll add cars. We will get this from the assets file, dummy car data from assets. Now just come here, and after this p tag, we'll add one div. In this div, we have to display the list of cars, right? And we will display it using the grid layout. So in this div, we will add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes to align the content in columns using this grid layout. So we have added grid columns 1, 2, 3 for different screen size, right? After that, here, let's add curly braces. We will use the dummy data. So just add dummy car data dot map method. And in this one, we will add the arrow function. Let's add this parenthesis. In this one, we will return a div. Now in this function parameter, we will get individual car and index number. And after that, in this div, we will add the key property where we will add index. Now in this div, we have to mount our car card. So let's add the opening arrow and provide the car card. And in this one, we have to provide the props. So just add the car. It will be car. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes and open our web page. So on this cars page, here you can see we have this text showing 4 cars, and here we have 4 cars, right? And we can click on any one, so it will open the car detail page. And if I click on this cars, it will display all cars, correct? This p text is displayed in the left side, so let me just correct it. I'll come here, and in this p tag, we'll add the class name property, and for this p, we'll add the text gray 500, then padding x20, then max width 7XL and MX auto. Now save the changes, come back here. So now you can see the alignment for this text is looking good. So we have completed our cars page also. Next we have to create the my bookings page. You can see the path. We have the my bookings here, and we have to display the booking data on this page. So let me see the UI design first. So let's open this Figma design, and you can see this is the my bookings page where we have to add this title, small description, and below that we will display individual bookings like this. So in this one we have to display the booking data like 3 columns. In the first one we'll add the car image, then we will add the name, brand name and type, year, and we'll add the location. After that we'll add the booking details like booking is confirmed or pending. Then we'll add the booking ID. Then we'll add the rental period. It means the pickup date and return date. Then we'll add the pickup location and return location. Then in the right side we'll display the total price and booking date, correct? So to display this, we have already added the booking data in the asset file. So we will use that data and we'll create this component. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and from this sidebar let's open this mybookings.jsx file. In this one we have to display the complete booking data, correct? So here first let's add one state variable where we will add the booking data, right? So let me add the const bookings, and the setter function name is setBookings equal to use state, and initialize it using the empty array. Correct? After that we have to create a function that will fetch the booking, right? So just add const fetch my bookings equal to async arrow function. Now in this one we will use the setter function set bookings and provide the dummy my bookings data. So you can see the dummy my bookings data has been imported from the asset file. Correct? Next we have to execute this function whenever we will load the page. So just add use effect. Use effect has been imported. Now in this one we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array, that is the empty array. Correct? Now in this function we will simply call this fetch my bookings. Correct? So whenever we will load this component, it will call this function. It will get the data from the asset and store it in this bookings state. Correct? Now we have the booking data so that we can display on the web page. So here we have this div. So in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's add these tailwind classes. Correct? And after that we have to add the title, right? So we have already created the title component. Let's import the title component. In this one let's add the props. So we will add the title, then we'll add subtitle, and we have to align it in the left side. So here we'll add the align left. That's it. After adding it, let's come back to the web page. Open this my bookings. So here you can see the title my bookings, then we have the small description. Correct? After that we have to display the booking data. So just come back here, and after closing of this title, here we'll add a div. Now in this div we'll add curly braces. Let's use this bookings dot map method. Correct? Now in this one we'll add the arrow function. Use this parenthesis. Here we'll return a div. Now in this function parameter we will get individual booking and index number, and here in this div we will add the key property. So the key will be this booking dot underscore id. Right? Now we'll add the classes also. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add the classes to create the grid layout. Correct? After that here we'll add the card image and card info. Correct? So let me add the comment first, that is card image plus info, and create a div. So in this one let's add the class name. We'll add this class name and provide these classes. After that here let's add a div. So in this div we will add the rounded medium, then we'll add the overflow hidden and margin bottom 3. Right? And here let's add the image, and in this image src we will add the booking dot card property dot image. Correct? Now here we'll add the classes also. So for this image we will add the width full, height auto, then aspect ratio will be video, and object covered. Now after closing of this div, here we'll add the text in p tag. So after this div we'll add the p tag, and in this p we'll add curly braces. Let's add the booking dot card dot brand. So first we'll add the brand name, and after that we'll add the space and curly braces. Let's provide the booking dot card dot model. So we'll add the brand name and model. Right? Now let's add some classes in this text. So here in this p tag we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. After that again add the p tag. In this one we have to add curly braces, booking dot card dot year. Then we'll add the dot. So let's add this dot here. Correct? After that let's add curly braces. Here we'll add booking.car.category. So it will add the car category. After that we have to add the location. So first we'll add one dot. Then we'll add curly braces. And here we'll add the booking.car.location. Like this. Now for this P, we'll add some classes. So let me just add the class name property, and in this one just add the text gray 500. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see, here we have different boxes. In this one we have the card image, then brand name, then we have the model name, then year, type and location. Correct? So we have these booking data, right? After this card image plus information, we have to display the booking information, right? So to display the booking information, just come back and you can see this div is closing here, right? This div. So here we'll add another div, but before that we'll add one comment. So just add the booking info in the comment, and here we'll add the div. Now for this div only we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. And in this div we'll add another div. So here we'll add the flex classes. So just add the class name flex item center gap 2, right? And here we'll add the text in p tag. So the text is booking and hashtag, and then we have to add curly braces. We will add the index plus 1, right? Now for this p, we'll add some classes. So let's provide the padding from the x-axis, padding y, then background light and rounded. Now let's add another p tag. In this one, let's add the booking status. So just add curly braces, booking.status. And here we have to add the classes, and in this one we will add the different background based on this status, right? If the status is confirmed, then we will add the green background, and if the status is pending, then we'll add the red background. For that, here we'll add the class name property, and here let's add curly braces, backticks, so that we can insert the template literal. So in this one, let's add padding x, padding y, text small, rounded full, right? And after that we'll add $ curly braces and provide the booking dot status, and let's compare the status. So just add a status equal to confirmed. So if it is true, so in that case let's add question mark and provide the background green 400 by 15 and text green 600, like this. And if it is false, then we will add the colon, and here we'll add the background red 400 by 15 and text red 600. That's it. Now save the changes, and after that let's come here. Here you can see the booking number, booking 1, 2, and here we have the confirmed, and here we have pending, right? After that, let's come back here, and after just closing of this div, here we'll add another div. So in this one we have to add the image. So just add the img tag, then add the curly braces, assets dot calendar icon. So we have added calendar icon colored. After that we'll add the class name here. So just add the class name property and add the width, height and margin top, right? And after this let's add the div, and in this div we will add the text in p tag, that is the rental period, correct? And in this one let's add another p where we'll add curly braces. Let's add the booking dot pickup date, and in this one we'll add dot a split and split it using the t and then use index 0. After that, here we'll add the to and again add this one. Let me just copy and paste it here, and instead of this pickup date we will add the return date like this. And after that, let's add the class name in this div. So here in this div we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add the flex, then we'll add the item start, then we'll add gap 2 and margin top 3. That's it. So we have added one icon, then we have added the div where we have added the text called rental period, and for this text also we'll add the class name where we'll add the text gray 500. That's it. Now after adding it, if I come here, you can see here we have the calendar icon with rental period, and here we have the from and to date, right? After that, just come back, and after closing of this div, here again add a div. So let me just duplicate it. These classes will be same, correct? And after that, this icon is also same. Here we have the pickup location. Instead of this rental period, we'll add pickup location, right? And after that, here in this second p tag we'll add booking.car.location. So we will get the pickup location here. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see another icon where we have the text called pickup location, and this is the location name, correct? Here you can see this calendar icon. So instead of this calendar icon, we have to add the location icon. So just come back. Here we have the calendar icon colored. So let me replace it with location icon colored, correct? Update the changes, and after that, let's come here. Here we have this closing div. So let me remove the space, and after that, here we have this closing div, right? So before that, we'll create one comment. So after that, here we'll add price. Now here we'll add a div. In this div, let's add the class name. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, as you can see here. So after this div, here in this one we'll add another div where we'll add the text in p tag. So just add the p tag and write the text called total price. After that, we'll add the h1 tag, and in this h1 tag we'll add the total price. So just add curly braces, booking dot price, right? Now with this price we have to add the currency symbol also. So let's get it. So here we'll add const currency equal to import dot meta dot env dot wheat underscore currency. So we have imported the currency from the environment variable, and let's use it here before this price. So let's add it here. We have added the currency symbol in the h1 tag. Now let's add the text in p tag. We'll add booked on, and then we have to add the booking date. So just add curly braces, provide the booking dot created at a split. In this split, let's add capital T and index 0. That's it. Now let's add the classes also. So let's start with this div. In this div, we'll add the class name property, and in this one we'll add the text. It will be a small. Then we'll add the text gray 500 and text right. Now let's add the classes in the price. So in this h1 tag, we'll add the class name property and provide text 2xl, semi-bold, the font is semi-bold, and text primary. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see in the right side we have the total price, and this is the price with currency symbol. Then we have the booking date. So we have completed our My Bookings page also. And till now we have completed the home page, this cars page, then car details page, and this My Bookings page. Correct? Next we have to create the dashboard. Let me open the UI design. So you can see here we have to create the dashboard from where any user can upload their car for rental. So we have to create this dashboard page where user can see all the stats of the bookings. Then we'll create this page, add car, from where any user can upload their car. Then we will create this manage cars section, and after that we'll create this manage booking section where user can confirm or cancel the booking. So to create it, let me just come back to the VS Code. To create the dashboard, here we will open the sidebar, and in this pages folder we will create the pages for the dashboard. It means we will create the pages for the car owners. So in this pages folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name called owner. And in this owner folder, let's create the files for different pages. So let's create the first page and write the file name, that is addcar.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now after this, let's create another file in this owner folder. We'll create a new file and write the file name dashboard.jsx. Here also we'll add RAFCE. Now let's create the next page. So we'll create a new file here and write the file name managebookings.jsx. So let's add the file name here, managebookings.jsx, and add RAFCE to create the component structure. After that we'll add new page called manage cars. So let's add the new file managecars.jsx. Write RAFCE. After that we'll create one more file, that is layout. So in this owner folder we'll create a new file called layout.jsx and write RAFCE. That's it. After that we have to mount these pages and create the route in our app file. So let's open our app.jsx, and in this one we have created these routes, right? This is for the normal user. Now we'll create the routes for the car owners, correct? So here let's add the route tag, and we'll add the route closing tag like this, route open and route closing tag. Now here we'll add the path. So in this path let's add /owner, correct? And here whenever we will open the owner path, we have to display the navigation bar and sidebar. It will be displayed on all the pages of owner dashboard. So we will create a layout, and in this layout we will mount the navigation bar and sidebar. So here we'll add the element, and in this element let's mount the layout that we have created. Layout has been imported. Just close this tag like this. You can see this layout has been imported from the owner folder layout file. Now in this route tag, let's add another route. So here we'll add route tag, and it will be self-closing like this. Now in this one we'll add the index, and then we'll add the element, and in this element let's add curly braces, and here we'll add the dashboard. So the dashboard has been imported. Now just duplicate it. Here in the second one we will add the path. So let's add the path here instead of index. So we have added add car, and here we'll add the name of the page add car. Add car has been imported, right? Now just duplicate it. Here we will update the path. It will be manage cars. Then we will update the element here. So here we'll add manage cars. Now just duplicate it. here we'll add manage bookings. So let me add manage bookings here, and after that here we'll add manage bookings component or page. You can see it has been imported. Correct. Now save the changes. So we have created the route for the owner pages or owner dashboard. After that we'll create the components for the owner dashboard. So let's open the sidebar, and here let me come to this components folder. In this one we'll create a new folder called owner, and in this one we'll create the components for the owner. So we will add different navigation bar for the owner dashboard. So let's create a new file and write the file name navbar owner.jsx. Then let's add the RAFCE to create the component structure. Now we'll create the sidebar for the dashboard. So here in this one we'll add a new file called sidebar.jsx and write RAFCE. Now we'll create one title component also, because we have to add the same title in all pages like manage bookings, manage cars, add car, right? So we'll create a new file and write the file name title.jsx, right? RAFCE. That's it. Now let's complete this component only. So in this title component we'll get the title and subtitle from the props. So here we will destructure the prop using this curly braces, and after that here in this return statement we will add the fragment. Then we'll add the h1 tag, and in this h1 tag we'll add the curly braces and provide the title, right? Then we'll add the description in p tag. So just add the curly braces and provide this subtitle. Now we'll add some classes here. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and after that we'll add the classes in this p tag. So here we'll add the class name and provide these classes. So we have completed this title component, and we can mount it with these two props. Correct. Now let's complete this navigation bar for the owner dashboard. So in this one let me get the dummy user data, because in the navigation bar we will display the user's name, right? So here before this return statement let's add const user equal to, and we will use the dummy user data. Let's import it from the assets, right? So now we have the dummy user data, and after that in this return statement let's add the div with the class name, and in this class name property we will add these classes. Correct. After that here we have to add the link tag, and in this link tag we'll add the image so that we can click on the image. So here we'll add link. Let's click here. So the link has been imported from React Router DOM, right? Now let's add the closing link tag. Now in this link we'll add the to property, and here let's add the path slash, so it will open the home page. After that we'll add the image tag to add the logo. So just add the image tag here, and in this one we'll add curly braces assets dot logo. Correct. Now here we'll add the height for this logo. So just add the class name and provide the height 7. That's it. So we have added the logo in the navigation bar, and after that we'll add the user's name and the message welcome. So just add the p tag here and write welcome, and after that we'll display the user's name. So just add curly braces, and let's add the user dot name property, and then we'll add this owner. If the name is not available, then we'll display the message like welcome owner, right? Now save the changes. So we have created the navigation bar for the car owners. Correct. Now let's come here in this sidebar.jsx file, and we'll create this sidebar also. And in the sidebar we'll create the 4 menu items like dashboard. We'll create the add car, manage bookings, and manage cars. Correct. And here also we need the dummy user, right? So in this one, before this return statement we'll add the const user equal to dummy user data, right? It has been imported from the assets. After that, here we need the location, right? So let's add const location equal to use location, and let's import it from the React router DOM, correct? After that, here we'll add the image state. So just add const image, and the setter function name is setImage equal to, let's add the use state hook, and in this one we will initialize it with empty string, correct? And after that, here we'll add the function called update image. So just add const update image equal to async and create the arrow function, and in this one we will use this user dot image property equal to the URL dot create object URL, and here we will add the image. This is the image state from here, right? And after that we will use the setter function set image and provide empty string. So we have created the function. Using that we can update the user's image from this dashboard, right? Now let's come to this return statement, and in this one we have this div, right? So in this one let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, correct? Now let's add another div here, and in this one we'll add group, then we'll add the relative. So just add the class name property and provide group and relative, correct? Now in this one we'll add the label tag. In this label we'll add the HTML for, and it will be image, correct? And after that, within this label we'll add the image tag. In this image src, let's add curly braces, and here we will use the image question mark. If the image is available, then we'll add the URL dot create object URL and provide the image, correct? And here we'll add colon. If the image is not available, then we'll add the user question mark dot image. If the user is available, then we'll add user dot image, right? Then we'll add this or operator, and here we'll add any image from the online. So here we'll add the unsplash image URL. You can add any URL from the link, correct? So we have added one dummy image link here. After that, here we will add the input field. So let's add the input, and the input type will be file, right? So that we can upload the image file. Then we'll add the ID, and in this ID we will provide this image, correct? And after that, here we'll add the accept property, and in this accept property we will add image /star. So it will accept all type of image, right? And after that, here we'll add the hidden. Now here we have to add the onChange property. So just add the onChange curly braces and create the arrow function with event in the parameter. And here we will add the setter function setImage and provide the e.target.files and index 0. That's it. So we have added the input field. Using that we can update the user's profile image, correct? After that, here we will add one div. Now in this div we will add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. So in this div, let's add the image tag. Then in this src we'll add assets dot edit icon. After that, save the changes. So we have added the user's profile image, and when we will hover on this image we will see the edit icon, right? Using that we can update this image, right? Now after closing of this label tag, here we have the closing div. So after that, here we'll add the curly braces and we'll use this image, right? Then add the AND operator if the image is available. So in that case, let's add this parenthesis, and here we'll add the button tag. Now in this button tag, let's add the text called save, and then we'll add the image tag here, and here we'll add curly braces, provide the assets dot check icon, right? And in this one we'll add the width 13. That's it. And after that, here we'll add the classes for this button. So in this button, let's add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? And after that, you can see here we have added the update image function, right? So let's link this function with this button. So in this button, we'll add on click and provide the update image function here. So we can update the user's profile image from this sidebar, correct? After that, we have to display the user's name. So just add the p tag, and here in this p tag, we'll add the curly braces user question mark dot name, correct? Now for this name, we will add some classes also. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? After that, here let's add one div, and in this div we will display all the menu items, right? So here we'll add the class name, just add the class name, and we'll add the width full, right? And after that, we'll add curly braces, and here we'll add the owner menu links from the assets. You can see it has been imported from the assets. Now in this one, let's add the map method, and in this map we will add the arrow function, and then we'll add this parenthesis. Now in this function parameter, we will add the link and index, right? And in this one, we will return the navlink tag. So just add the navlink from React Router DOM, correct? Now close this tag. Now within this, we have to add the image. So just add the image tag. In this image src, let's add the link dot path equal to location dot path name question mark. Then we'll add the link dot colored icon, and then we'll add the colon. We'll add the link dot icon. That's it. After that, we'll add the alt text. It will be card icon. Now we'll add the span tag here, and in this span tag we'll add the link name. So just add curly braces link dot name. Then we'll add some classes here. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we'll add the div. Using that, we'll display the colored in the right side. So just add the class name here, and in this one we'll add curly braces backticks, and then we'll add $ curly braces. So in this one, we'll add link.path equal to location.pathname, correct? So then we'll add the AND operator, and here we will add the bg primary, and then we will add other classes after this curly braces. So we will add the width, height, and we'll add the rounded large right 0 absolute. That's it. Now save the changes. Next, we have to add the classes in this link tag, and before that we'll add the key property. So it will be index. Here we'll add the to property also. So in this to property, let's add the link dot path, correct? After that, here we'll add the class name, and we'll add curly braces backticks, and here we'll use the relative flex item center gap to width full, right? After that, we'll add the padding, then margin top. After that, we'll add $ curly braces. We will use link.path equal to location.pathname. We will add the ternary operator. If it is true, in that case, we will add the background primary and text primary like this. And then we'll add the colon, and here we'll add the text gray 600 like this. Now it is correct. After adding it, we can mount these components in our layout file, correct? So to mount it, let me just come back here. and open this layout.jsx, and in this one we have to mount the sidebar and navigation bar, right? So in this one we have the div. So in this div, let's add the class name property and provide flex and flex column, correct? Now in this one, let's add navbar owner. It has been imported, correct? After that we'll add a div, and in this div we'll add the class name flex. Now in this one, let's add the sidebar. Let's import this sidebar here, and after that we'll add the outlet like this. Now save the changes. After adding it, let's open the web page, and from here if I click on this dashboard, it will open this /owner page, right? And here it should display the navigation bar and our sidebar. So we have some issue here. Let me fix it. We will come back to the VS Code, and we will open this sidebar.jsx file, and in this one let's come here where we have added the owner menu links. So in this one you can see we have added the image where we have added link path. So it will be link.path. Let me just correct it. Link.path equal to location.path name. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the navigation bar, and here we have this sidebar. In this sidebar we have very big image, and we have the edit icon when we hover on this image, right? Then we have the user's name and these 4 menu, right? And if I click on this one, you can see the path is changing. If I click on manage cars, you can see manage cars. If I click on manage bookings, you can see manage bookings in the URL. If I click on add card, you can see the add card. If I click on dashboard, here we have only owner, right? Now let me fix this image size. So let's come here and scroll up. In this sidebar, here we have this div where we have added the label tag, and then we have added this image, right? So in this image we have to add the classes also, right? That we have missed. So in this image, let's add the class name property, and we will add the width, then we will add the height, then width for different screen size, rounded full, and MX auto. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see perfect size for this image. When we click on this icon, it will open the window to choose any image. So let me just click here. After that, let's open this folder, go to src, assets, and here we have multiple image. So let me choose any image from here. Let's choose this one, and we can upload the image. Then we'll see this save icon. So we can click here to save the image. We have selected the same image here. That's why it is displaying the same image, but let it be. And after that, we have completed the navigation bar and this sidebar for our owner dashboard, right? Next, we'll create all the pages like dashboard, add card, and manage bookings. To create our dashboard page, let's see the Figma design. So in this design file, you can see we have to create this dashboard where first we have to add the title and description. Then we will add these cards where we have to display some data like total number of cars, total number of bookings, total number of pending booking, and completed bookings. Then we will display the recent booking data, and in the right side we will display the monthly revenue, right? So first we have to get all these data from our asset, and then we will display it on our web page. So let's just come back to the VS Code. Now here let's open this sidebar, and in this one let's go to pages. In this pages we have the owner folder, and in this owner folder you can see dashboard.jsx file. Let's open this file, and in this one first we will create a state variable where we will store all the data to be displayed on this web page. So here let's create a state variable. So just add const and write the variable name data, and the setter function name is set data, correct? Equal to use a state and initialize it with one object, and in this object we have to add all the data that is required on this dashboard page like total cars, total booking, completed booking, right? So we need these data. So let's come here, and in this one, let's add all the property name like total cars, and let's initialize it with 0. Then we have to add the total booking, and it will be 0. After that, we'll add pending bookings, right? So in this one also we'll add 0. Then we'll add the completed booking, it is 0. Then we'll add the recent bookings, and it will be one array, right? Because in this recent bookings there will be multiple data of the booking, so we have added one array. After that, we'll add the monthly revenue, so let's initialize it with 0, right? Next, we have to get the data from the assets, and we will store the data in this data state. For that, here we'll add the use effect. In this one, we'll add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will use the setter function set data, and here let's add dummy dashboard data from the assets. You can see dummy dashboard data is imported from the assets folder assets file. Now here we'll add the dependency array, that is the empty array, like this, correct? Now we have to add some data for the dashboard card. If you come here, you can see we have some cards like this. So in these cards we have to add the text, then value, and then icon, right? So we have to add total 4 data, and in each one we have to add the name, value, and icon, correct? So let's come here, and before this use effect we'll add const dashboard cards. It will be one array, and in this array let's add the first object for the first card. So in this first card we will add the title, right? And in the title let's add total cars. Then we have to add the value also, so let's add the value property, and in this value we will get the value from here, from this data, right? So just add this data dot total cars. After that, we have to add the icon, so we'll add the comma and provide icon. And here let's add the icon from our assets, so simply add assets dot car icon colored. That's it. So we have added the data for the first card. Now just duplicate it, because we have to create 4 cards. Now in this one we'll add the text, so let's add the text total bookings, then we'll add pending, and then we'll add confirmed. And after that, let's update the value. So in the second one we'll add the value equal to total bookings, data dot total bookings. In the next one we'll add data dot pending bookings, and in the fourth one we'll add data dot completed bookings. Then we'll update the icon also. So in the second one we'll add assets dot list icon colored. In the third one we'll add assets dot caution icon colored. In the fourth one we'll add list icon colored. So we have added 4 icons, 4 title, and 4 value, as you can see here, right? After that, let's display all this data on the web page. So we'll come back to the VS Code, scroll down, and let's come to this div. So this is the main div. In this one we'll add the class name property, and we will provide some tailwind classes like this. So in this div we have to add our title component. So let's open this sidebar, and in this one you can see we have created the components, and in this components we have the owner folder, and in this owner folder we have created this title component, right? Title.jsx. So we have to mount it. So now let's open the dashboard, and in this dashboard here let's add opening arrow. So in this one we'll add title. So now you can see we are getting this suggestion title component from this components folder, And the second one is title component from this components folder / owner folder. So we have to choose this one. Import the title from components / owner. Let's click here. You can see the title component has been imported from components / owner / title. Right? Now let's close it. And in this component we have to provide the props. So first we will provide the title and then subtitle. So let's add the title here. It will be admin dashboard. Then we'll add the subtitle and provide this text. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this title and subtitle in the admin dashboard. Correct? After that we have to display 4 cards. So let me just come back, and here after this title component we will create a div, and in this div we have to display 4 cards. So we are going to use the grid layout. So just add the class name property and provide these classes to create the grid layout. And here we will use the card data that we have created here, dashboard cards. So let's add it here in this curly braces and use the map method. Now in this map method we will add the arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get individual card and we will get the index number. After that here we will add parentheses, and in this one we will return a div. Right? Now in this div we have to add the key property. It will be index. After that in this div let's add some classes. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Right? After that here let's add a div. In this div we will add the title and value, and in the right side we'll add the icon. So after that we'll create another div also. So in this one we have added 2 div. In the first one we have to add the title and value, and in the second one we'll add the icon. So let's add one title in h1 tag. It will be curly braces, this card dot title property, duplicate it, and it will be p tag. So p opening and closing tag, and here we'll add card dot value property. Right? Now in this one we have to add some classes also. So just add the class name property and provide these classes for the title, and then provide another class here, and these are the classes for p tag. Right? After that in this second div we have to add the icon. So here we'll use the image tag. In this image src we will use the card dot icon property. Right? And after that here we have to add the width and height for this image. So just add the class name property and provide width and height. Now in this div let's add the class name, and here let's provide flex and item center, justify center, width and height, then rounded full and background color. So it will be a circle in the background of this icon. After adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have these cards. Right? After that let's open the UI design. So in this design you can see we have to create a row where we'll create 2 columns. In the first column we have to display the booking data like recent bookings, and in the second column we will display the monthly revenue. For that let's come here, open the VS Code, and after closing of this div, here let's create one div. This will be the row, and in this row we will add 2 columns. Right? So here let's add the first div, duplicate it for the second one. So in the first one we'll add the recent booking. Right? So let me add the comment here, recent bookings, and in the second one we have to add the monthly revenue. So here we'll add monthly revenue, and this is the div that contains both left and right column. So let's start adding the classes in the first one. So in this first one we'll add the class name property and provide these classes so that it will be aligned side by side. Now let's come to this first div. In this first div we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, in this div, we have to add the title in h1 tag, and then we'll add the text called recent bookings, right? And after that, we have to add one small text in p tag. So just add latest customer bookings in p tag. Now for this one, we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name, provide these classes, and in this p tag, we have to change the color. So just add the class name and change the color text gray 500. After that, we have the bookings data here. In this data, we have this recent bookings array, right? So we are going to use this to display the booking data on our web page. So here we'll add curly braces and provide the data dot recent bookings dot map method. Now in this one, we'll add the arrow function, and in this function parameter, we will add booking, and then we'll add the index number. So we will get the individual booking and index number. After that, here we'll add the parenthesis, and in this one, we will return a div like this. Now in this div, first we have to add the key property. So let's add the key property and then provide the index. After that, in this one, we'll add the class name, and here let's add the margin from the top. We will add flex and justify between, right? Now in this one, let's add another div, and in this div, we have to add the classes. So here, let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this one, we have to add one image, and let's wrap this image in a div. So here we'll add a div, and here we'll add the image tag. Now in this image tag, we'll add the curly braces, then provide the assets dot list icon colored. After that, here we have to add the height and width for this icon. So let's add the class name property and provide the height and width, and let's add the classes in the parent div for this image. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes in this div, right? After that, here let's create another div. After closing of this div, we'll create another div, and in this one, we have to add the car's brand name, then model name, and after that, we'll add the booking date. So here we'll add the p tag, then add curly braces and provide the booking dot car dot brand, right? And after that, we'll add the space, curly braces, and here we'll add booking dot car dot model. So we'll get the brand name and model. After that, we'll add another p tag, and in this one, we have to add the booking date. So let's add this booking dot created at property dot, then we'll add the split method, and in this split method, let's add capital T, and after that, we'll add index 0 like this. So it will display the booking date also. Now we have to add the class name for this booking date. So in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and we will change the text size. It will be small and text gray 500. That's it. So we have added the icon, and we have added the brand name, model, and booking date, right? After that, let's come here after closing of this second div, right? You can see this div is closing here, and after that, here we'll create a div, and in this div, let's add the class name. So we'll add the class name property, and in this one, let's add flex item center, then gap 2, we'll add the font medium, right? Now in this one, we have to add the price. So just add t tag, and in this one, we'll add curly braces and provide the booking dot price property. So here we'll display the booking price, correct? After that we'll add one more p tag, and in this one we'll add the booking status. So let's add this booking dot a status property, like booking is pending or confirmed, right? Now we have to add the classes also. So in this first p tag we'll add the class name property and provide text small and text gray 500. Now in the second p tag we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? Now with this booking price we have to display the currency symbol also, right? And to display the currency symbol we need to import the currency symbol from the env file, that is the .env file. So here we'll add const currency equal to import dot meta dot env dot and write the environment variable name, that is wheat currency, correct? Now let's use this currency here. Scroll down and here we are displaying the price. So just before this price we'll add curly braces and provide this currency. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. Here we are getting white screen, so let me check what is the issue. We'll open the console. Here we are getting the message price is not defined. To fix it, let me just come back to the VS Code, and in this one you can see here we have added price.status, but it will be booking.status. By mistake we have added price, so let's add booking.status. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have two recent bookings data that is coming from the assets file. So here we have the dummy data, right? And after that let's come here in the VS Code, and in this div we have to display the content for the right column where we will display the monthly revenue, right? So let's add the title in H1, and in this one we'll add the title called monthly revenue. After that we'll add the text in p tag, so just add the p tag, and here we'll add revenue for current month, correct? After that we'll add the another p tag, and in this one just add the currency symbol, so just add the currency here, and after that we'll add the curly braces data dot monthly revenue. That's it. After adding it, if I come here, you can see in the right side we have this revenue data. So next we have to add the CSS properties for this monthly revenue data, correct? So let me just come back to the VS Code. So first we'll start with this div. In this div we will add the class name property, and here let's add these classes. Then we'll add the class name in the main title. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes text large and font medium. After that we have to change the text color in this small p tag, so just add this text color. Then we'll add the text size 3XL in this p tag, so just add text 3XL, margin top, font semi bold, and text color will be primary. Now save the changes and let me just come back here. So now you can see we have completed the admin dashboard page or owner dashboard page, correct? After that you can see here we have next page. If I click here, so this is the add card page. So now we'll create this page using that any owner can add their card. To create this add card page, let's see the UI design. So in this design file you can see this is the design for the add new card page, where we have to add the title description, then we have to add one icon to upload the card image, then we have some input fields to enter the card details like brand name, model, year, price, category, and other details. We have to add the description also, and then we have to create a button list your card. Using that admin or owner can upload their card. So to create this one, let's come back to the VS Code. From this sidebar, let's open pages owner and open this add card.jsx file. Now in this one, we have to create the state variable where we will store the selected image, and we will store the data that we will enter in the input fields. So here let's add const square bracket, and in this one we'll add the state variable name image, and the setter function name is setImage, and at the use state will get imported, and here we'll add the null. So we are initializing it with null. After that we'll add const and write the state variable name car that will contain entire details of the car, and here we'll add the setter function setCar and equal to use state, and let's add the object here. We will initialize it with object. In this object we'll add the properties that we will get from the input field. So first we need to store the brand name, so just add brand and it will be empty string. Let's add the comma. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the model, so we will store the model name. After that we'll add year, so let's add 0. Next we'll add the price per day for the car rental. Then we'll add the category, so the category will be empty string. After that we'll add the transmission, so let's add the transmission empty string. Then we'll add the fuel type. Then we will add the sitting capacity. Let's initialize it with 0. After that we'll add the location, and then we'll add the description. So we need all these data from our form, right? So now we have the state variables to store the input field data or form data. So let's come to this div, and in this div we'll add the class name property. Now here let's add some classes. So here we'll add padding for different screen and flex 1, so that it will use the entire space available after that left sidebar. Now here we'll add the title component. So let's add opening arrow title. So you can see we are getting two different title component. So we will import this one title components from the components folder owner folder. Just click here. So you can see it has been imported from component/owner/title. Now just close it, and here we will add the props. So let's add first one, that is title, add new car. Then we'll add the second props, that is subtitle. So we have added this description in the subtitle. So after adding this title component, here we'll create a form tag. So let's add the form tag, and in this form tag, instead of this action, let's add the onSubmit. So let's add onSubmit property, and here we have to add one function. So this function will be called when we submit this form. So here let's add the function name called onSubmitHandler, and we have to create this function here. So just add const onSubmitHandler equal to one asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the event, and using this event we will prevent the default behavior. So just add e.preventDefault. That's it. After that let's complete this form. So first in this form let's add some classes. So let's add the class name property here and provide these classes in this form tag, right? Now within this form we have to add the area to upload the car image, right? So let me add the comment first called car image, and here let's add a div. In this div we'll add the label property, and here let's add HTML for car image, right? And let's add the space. Now within this label tag we have to add the image. So just add the image tag, then it will be image from the image state, right? And if the image is available, then we have to display the image. So we have to create the image URL. So just add URL dot create object URL and provide the image state. So this image will be added after selecting the image from our desktop. After that, if the image is not selected, then we will display the image from our assets. So simply add the assets dot upload icon. Now for this image we have to add the height, and we'll add the round corners, and we'll add cursor pointer. So simply add the class name property height 14, rounded, and cursor pointer. Right now after this image we have to add the input. So just add the input field here, and the input type will be file, so that we can upload the file, right? And after that here we have to add the ID, and in the ID we will provide this one, card image. So just add this and write ID. Then we have to add the accept property, where we'll add image /star, so it will accept all the image file type, right? After that here we'll add hidden, so this field will be hidden, so that we can click on this image text to upload the image, right? And after that here we have the closing label tag. So after closing of this label tag, we'll add the text in p tag, that is upload a picture of your car. Now for this p tag we have to change the font size and color, so just add the class name and provide this font size and text gray 500, right? Now we have to add the onChange property on this input field, so that we can choose the image. We will add the selected image in the image state, right? So here let's add the onChange property, and in this one we'll create the arrow function with the event in the parameter. Now here we'll add the setter function set image, and here let's provide e.target.files, and from this one we will add the first file using this index 0. So this selected image will be added in the image state that is created here, right? Now let's add the classes in this div also. So just add the class name here, and here let's add flex, then item center, and we'll add the gap to width full. So we'll see the upload icon and upload a picture of your car text side by side. So after adding it, just save the changes, and now let's open the web page. So if I open this web page, here you can see we have the upload area icon, and then we have the upload a picture of your car text, right? Now let me just click on this upload area picture. So it will open this window to upload any picture. Let me select this, click on open. So now the uploaded image will be displayed here, right? After that, let me refresh it. So it will display the upload area icon again. So after adding this field, now we'll add another input field to get the car data like brand name, model, price, etc. So let's come here, and after closing of this div, let's add one comment. So just add car brand and model, and here let's create a div. So we'll create a div here, and in this one we'll create two other div like this one. In the first one we have to add the brand name, and the second one will be model, right? So here let's add the classes to create the grid layout. So we'll add the class name property and provide this grid layout class. So we have created two divs here. Now in this first one we have to add the class name. So let me add the class name property here, and in this one let's add flex column and width full like this, and after that let's add the space here. So in this one we'll add the label tag. Remove this HTML4. Now in this label tag simply add the text called brand. After that we have to add the input field. So just add the input, and the type will be text. After that we'll add the placeholder. So in this placeholder we have added this text, that is the different brand name, right? And after that we'll add the required property. So this field will be required to submit this form. Now in this input field we have to add the classes also, so just add the class name property, and in this one we have to add some padding, then we have added the border, then border color and rounded medium and outline none, right? Now in this input field we'll add the value also. So in this value let's add the car, that is the car data, right? And from this one we'll get the brand. So we have added the value car.brand. After that we'll add the onChange property also, so that when we change the value in this input field, this data will be updated in the state variable. So we have added onChange property, and here let's create the arrow function with this event in the parameter, right? Now in this one we will use the setter function setCar, and in this one let's add the object where we'll add the spread operator and add this car, correct? After that we'll add the brand property, and we have to modify the brand property, so it will be e.target.value. So whenever we will type anything in this input field, it will update this car data, and from this car data it will only update this brand, right, using this input field. Because we have added brand, it will be e.target.value. So we have added the first input field with the label. After that here we have another div. So let me just remove this div, and instead of this one let me simply duplicate this div like this, and in this one we will update the text. So in the second one we'll add the label text called model, and after that here we'll add the value property, it will be car.model. Then we have the onChange property. So in this one here we'll add model, it will be e.target.value. After that we have to update the placeholder text. So let me update this placeholder text. Here we'll add different model name, that's it, and it is also required. So we have added two input fields, right? After that save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have these two input fields to enter the brand name and model name. It looks good. After that again we have to create the input fields as we have added here, right? So let me just come back, and after closing of this div, here we'll create another div with one comment. So after this div let's come here before this closing form tag, and here let's add the comment, that is car year, price and category, and here let's add a div. So in this one we have to add three input fields, right? So to add the three input fields we'll add the grid layout here. So just add the class name property, provide grid column 1, column 2 and column 3 for different screen size and gap 6. Now in this one let's add the first div, right? And in this one again we need the same classes from here. So let me just copy this entire div and paste it here. Let me replace it. So in this one you can see we have flex column width full, then we have to add the label text, it will be year, right? And after that here we have the input field. In this year input field we have to update the value property, onChange property and placeholder. So let's come here. In this value property we'll add car.year, then let's come here in this onChange we'll add year, it will be e.target.value, and after that here you can see we have this placeholder. So in this placeholder we'll add 2025, that's it. And then we have to update the input type also, right? So in this type we'll add number. So we have added input type number to get the year. After that let me just duplicate it. So we have added one copy of this div, Now in this second one, we'll add the daily price. So in this label tag, let's add daily price, and after that we'll add the currency symbol. For that, let's add this parenthesis, then we'll add the curly braces, and here we'll add the currency. So first we have to get the currency from here. So let's add const currency equal to import dot meta dot env dot wheat underscore currency. That's it. Now let's use it here like this. After adding it, we have to update the data here. It will be value dot price per day, and in this on change we'll add price per day. It will be e dot target dot value, right? And here we have added type number, it is correct, and then we have to update the placeholder, right? So in this placeholder, let me add 100. So after creating this daily price, let me just duplicate this div. So we have created one copy of this div. In this div, we have to display the drop down menu to choose the category, right? So here we will update the label text. So the label text is category, correct? And after that we have the input field, right? So let me just remove this input field. Instead of this input, we will use the select tag. Now in this select tag, let me remove this name and ID. And after that, in this one, we have to add the option tag. So just add the option. Now here in this first option tag, we'll add the select a category. That's it. After that, let me just duplicate it. And here we'll add the value. In this value, we'll add sedan, and here we'll add sedan. Now duplicate it. We'll add different category. So just add SUV and SUV. Then duplicate it. Here we'll add van and van. That's it. So here we have different options to choose the category. Now let's add the onChange property in this select tag. So just add the onChange. And in this onChange property, we'll add the arrow function using this event in the parameter. Now here we'll add the set car, and here let's add the curly braces, provide a spread operator car, comma, then category. And in this category, let's add e dot target dot value. After that, we have to add the value property also. So here we'll add the value property, and it will be car dot category. That's it. Now we'll add the classes also. So just add the class name property in this one, and here let's provide the padding for X and Y, margin top, border color, then rounded, medium, outline none. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have the option to add the year, daily price, and then we can choose the category to upload our car, right? Now let's come back to the VS Code. Here you can see we have created this div to add the car price, year and category, right? So after closing of this div, before this closing form tag, here we'll create another comment. So let's add the comment here where we'll add car transmission, fuel type and capacity. So we'll create 3 input fields, right, in this div. So again, we will use the same classes from here. Let me just copy this, paste it here, and here we have the closing div, correct? In this one you can see we have grid column 1, grid column 2, grid column 3 and gap 6, correct? Now in this div we have to add the first input field. So the input field will be a drop down menu. So let me just copy it from here. Let me just copy this div and paste it here. So in this one we have to update the label. So in this label we'll add transmission, right? And after that, here we have the onChange property. So in this one we'll add the transmission, and in this value we'll add car.transmission. Correct. After that, here we have the option tag. So in this first one we'll add select a transmission, and in this first option we'll add automatic, then we'll add manual, and in the last one we'll add semi-automatic. That's it. Now let's add the second input field, and in the second one again we'll add the drop down menu. So let me just copy this and duplicate it, and in this one we'll update the label text, so it will be fuel type, right? And after that, here we'll add car.fuel type, and here also we'll add fuel type colon e.target.value. If I come here, you can see we have added fuel type, right? Now just scroll down, and after that we have to update the options. Correct. So to update the option, let's add text called select a fuel type. After that, here we'll add the value, it will be gas, and here also we'll add gas. Then we'll add diesel, then add diesel, then we'll add petrol, and here we'll add petrol. Now duplicate it. In this one we'll add electric, and the value is electric. Then duplicate it. Here we'll add hybrid, and the text is hybrid. Now let me correct here also. We have added the text, so we have to add the same text in this value. It is automatic, it is manual, and this is the semi-automatic, right? After that, we have to add the next input field to get the seating capacity, right? And this will be a number type. So let me just come here and copy any input field that is the number type. So here we have the year. So let me just copy this div and paste it here. So in this one you can see we have the label text. So in this label text we'll add seating capacity, correct? And after that, let's update this value. It will be car dot seating capacity, and in this onChange property also we'll add seating capacity, correct? And in this one you can see the type is number. It is correct. Now we have to update the placeholder text. So in this placeholder text, let me add 4. That's it. Now save the changes. So next we have to create one more input field from where user can enter the location, and after that we'll create another input field to enter the description, right? So just before this closing div, here we'll add one comment that is for the car location, right? And in this one we will create only one input field. So here let's add one div, and here let's add the flex column and width full, correct? Now in this one again we have to add the drop down menu. So let me just copy from here. We will copy the label tag and select tag. Just copy and paste it here. And in this one, let's update the label text. So the label text is location, and after that we'll update the value. It will be car.location, and onChange property will be location colon e.target.value. Now let's update the options. So here we'll add the text called select a location. Now in the first one we'll add New York, and here also we'll add New York. In the second one we'll add Los Angeles, and here also we'll add the same. Then we'll add Houston, here also we'll add the same. Then we'll add Chicago here and here also. Now remove the extra options. So we have added total 4 locations. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Save the changes. After that we'll add one more input field to get the description. So here let's add one comment. After closing of this div, we'll add the comment here. Here we'll add the comment, car description, and then let's create a input field with label and a div. So let me just copy from here. Let's just copy this one and paste it here. In this one, you can see we have flex column width full. Then we'll add the label text. It will be description. Then we have to add the text area. So just add text area here. And after that, here we have to add the closing tag. So let me remove this self closing and we'll add closing text area tag. Right now in this one, let me remove this type. We will simply add the placeholder, and in this placeholder, let me add this text. Correct. It is also required, and here we have added the same class name. Correct. Now we have to add the value. So in this value, we will add car.description. After that, here we have the onChange property. So in this one also we'll add description e.target.value. That's it. And after that, here we have to add the rows. So here in this text area, simply add rows 5. That's it. Now after this div, we have to add a button also. Using that, we can submit this data to add our car. So just add the button tag. In this button, we have to add one icon and a text. So let's add the image tag here. Here we'll add curly braces, assets dot tick icon. After that, here we have to add the text. So let's add list your car. Right now in this button, we'll add the class name property. Then let's add these tailwind classes to design this button. That's it. Now we'll save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have all the input fields like brand, model, year, daily price, category, transmission, fuel type, sitting capacity, location, and then description. And here we have the button list your car. So we have completed this add car page also. Now we have to create the next page of this dashboard. Let me click on this manage cars. So this is the manage cars page and we have to create this page. For that, let's see the UI design first. So let's see this Figma file, and in this one we have created this manage car UI design. So in this one you can see we have to add the title description, and then we will create a table. In this table we will add the car details like car image, their name, then sitting capacity and transmission type. Then we will add the car category in the second column. Then we'll display the price and then status, and after that we'll add the action buttons. So to create this page, let me just come back to the VS Code. Let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have created the pages folder, owner folder, and here we have manage car.jsx file. Let me open it. Now in this one we have to get the dummy data from the assets, and we will store the car data in the state variable. So let's create one state variable here. So just add const cars, and the setter function name is set cars equal to use a state, and let's initialize it with empty array. After that, we'll create a function that will fetch the data from the assets and store it in this cars state. So just add const, then function name is fetch owner cars equal to async, and create the arrow function. Now in this function we will use the setter function set cars, and provide the dummy data. So just add dummy car data. Dummy car data is imported from the assets file, assets folder. Now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So here we'll add use effect, then add the arrow function here, and then let's add the dependency array. This is the empty array. Now in this function, simply call this fetch owner cars. So it will call this function that will get the data from the assets, that is the dummy car data, and it will get stored in this cars state. So now we have the data to display on our manage car page, right? So let's display it here. So in this div, simply add the class name property. In this one, we'll add some padding and we'll provide the width full. After that, here, let's add the title. So we'll add the opening arrow, title, and import this title component from the components folder, owner folder. You can see the title is imported from the component/owner/title. Now close this tag. Here we have to add the props. So first we'll add the title. It will be manage cars. Then we'll add the subtitle. And in this subtitle, we have added this small description. Right. Now after this title, let's create a div where we have to create the table. Right. So in this div, we have to create a table. So first in this div, we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this one, we'll add the table tag. Right. Now in this table tag also, we'll add the classes to set the width. So just add the class name and provide the width full. We'll add the border collapse, text left, text small, and text color is gray 600. After that, in this table, we'll add the table head. So just add the t head tag, and in this t head tag, let's add tr. Right. And in this t head, we have to set the color. So let's add the class name, provide these classes. After that, in this tr tag, let's add the table headings using th. And in this one, let's add car. So the first one is the car data. In the second one, we'll add the category. But before creating the second one, let me add the classes. In the first one, we'll add the class name property and provide the padding and font medium. Right. After that, just duplicate it. In the second one, let's add the category. In the next one, we'll add the price. Then in the next one, we'll add the status. And in the last one, we have to add the actions. Correct. Now, we have to hide this one. So let's add max MD hidden. For a smaller screen, it will be hidden. And we have to hide this status also. So here also we'll add max MD hidden. Now save the changes, and after that we will open the web page. So on this manage cars page, you can see the title, description, and then we have this table headings like car, category, price, status, and action. It looks good. Next we have to display the table content that is in the table body tag. So just come back, and after this t head tag, here let's add t body tag. And in this t body tag, we will display the data using this state, that is the cars. So let's get it here using this curly braces, cars dot map method, and in this one we'll add the arrow function. Now here we'll add the parenthesis, and here just return the tr tag to create the table row. Now in this function parameter, we'll get individual car data and index number. And in this tr tag, we have to add the key property. So let's add the key, and it will be index. Now for this tr, we'll add some classes also. So in this one, we have to add the border from the top, and we'll add the border color. Now in this one, we have to add the table data. So just add the first td tag. So in the first one, we have to add the card image, brand name, model name. We'll add the sitting capacity and transmission type. So we have added the TD tag. So in this one, let's add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. And here let's add the image first. So we'll add the image tag, then add curly braces. Here we will use the car, and from this car we'll get the image property. So just add car.image. After that, here we have to set the width and height, and we'll also set the aspect ratio. So just add the class name, width, height, aspect square, then rounded medium, object cover. After this image, we have to display the car details. So we'll add a div here. In this div, simply add the class name and provide maxMD hidden. Now here we'll add the text in p tag. So in this one, we have to add the brand name. So just add curly braces, car.brand. Then we'll add the space, and here we'll display the model name. So just add curly braces, car.model. Right. Now here we have to change the font weight. So we'll add the class name property and provide the font medium. After that, let's duplicate it. And in this one, we'll add the car.sitting capacity. And after that, we have to add one dot. So here we'll add this dot, and then we'll add car.transmission. So it will display the transmission type. Now in this one, we have to change the font size and color. So simply add text extra small and text gray 500. Now save the changes. So it will add the car details in the first column of the table. So save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have this table where we have added the content in the first column. We have the car's image, then brand name, model name, and after that sitting capacity, and after that we have the transmission type. Correct. Now we'll add the data in the second column, that is the category, and after that we'll add the data in this one, that is price. So let's just come back, and here after closing of this TD tag, here we'll add next TD tag, and in this one we'll set the padding. So just add the class name here, provide the padding, then maxMD hidden, and here let's add the category. So just add curly braces, car dot category. So it will display the category in the second column. Now just duplicate it for the third one, and here we'll add the padding 3. Let me remove this class name. Here we have to add the price. So just add car dot price per day, and after that we'll add /day, that is per day. Now in this one we have to add the currency symbol also. So let me just come back here in the dashboard.jsx. From here, let me just copy this statement, paste it here. So here we will add const currency equal to import.meta.env.wheat currency. Now we can use this currency here. So let's add curly braces and provide currency. So we have added the currency symbol. Now save the changes, come back here. So you can see here we have the category like SUV, sedan, right? Then we have the price using this currency symbol. After that, we have to add the data in this next column, that is the status, and then we'll add the data in this last one, that is the actions. So just come back here. Let's add another TD tag like this. Now in this one, again add this class name, just copy and paste it here. After that, in this TD, we'll add one span tag, and in this span tag, let's add curly braces and provide car dot is available property. We'll check this. If it is true, then we have to display the text called available. So let's add available, and if it is false, in that case we'll add unavailable. So let's add unavailable like this. Now we have to change the color of this text based on this available status. So here in this span tag, simply add the class name and provide the curly braces. Then we'll add the backticks so that we can add the template literal. So in this one we'll add these classes like padding, rounded full, text, extra small. After that we'll add $sign curly braces. Here we'll use this card.isAvailable property. Right, let's add it here, and if it is available, in that case we'll add background green and text green. So simply add this background and text color, and then we'll add the colon. If it is false, in that case we'll add the background red and text red. So let's add this color here. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. You can see in all the cards we have the status available. That's why it is green. Correct. And when the card is not available, it will display unavailable with red color. Now we have to add the content in the last column where we will add two icons. So let's just come back, and after this td we'll add another td tag. Now in this one again we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide flex, item center and padding 3. We have added the flex because we have to align two icons. Now let's add the image tag to add the icon, and here we'll add curly braces. In this one again we will check card.isAvailable property. Let's check it if it is true. So in that case we have to display the I close icon. So let's add assets dot I close icon, and if it is false, in that case we'll add assets dot I icon. That's it. Now in this one we have to add the class name also. So just add the class name property and provide cursor pointer. That's it. Now let me just duplicate it, and in this one let's add the image src, and it will be assets dot delete icon. That's it. Now save the changes and let me open the web page. So here you can see we have the I close icon, and then we have this delete icon. So we have created this manage card page also for the user's dashboard or owner dashboard. Correct. After that we have to create the next page, that is my bookings. If I click here on the left sidebar, it will open this my bookings page, and if I open the UI design, you can see this is the my bookings page UI design. So we have to create a table here, and we'll add the title and description. So to create it, let me just come back to the VS Code, and from this sidebar we will open this manage bookings.jsx file. In this manage bookings page we have to get the booking data, and we will store it in a state variable. So here we'll create a state variable before this return statement. So just add const bookings, and the setter function name is set bookings equal to use state, and let's initialize it with empty array. Right, now we have to create a function that will fetch the data and store it in this bookings state. So to create the function we'll add const and write the function name called fetch owner bookings equal to, let's add the async arrow function, and in this function we'll simply add the setter function set bookings, and here let's add dummy my bookings data. Dummy my bookings data is imported from the assets file. Next we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So just add the use effect, and in this we'll add the arrow function, and then let's add the empty array, and here in this function simply call this fetch owner bookings function. So it will fetch the booking and store it in this booking state. Correct. After that, here we have to add the table. As you can see on this UI design, this is the manage cards page. Here we have created the title, description and a table. And in this my bookings also, that is manage bookings, we have created the title, description and a table. So let me just copy the code from this previous file and paste it here, then we will update the code. So let me just come back here and open this manage cards. From here, let me just copy this statement to import the currency, copy and paste it here in this manage bookings. And after that, just come here and copy this entire div. Here we have this div. So let me just copy everything from this return statement and open the manage bookings. In this manage bookings, remove this div and paste the div that we have just copied from the previous page, like this. Now here we have to update some code. So let me update the title first. So in this one, you can see we have the title component and we have to import this title, right? So let me write it here like this, title, and import it from the component/owner. You can see this title has been imported from components folder, owner folder. After that, here we have to provide the props. So it will be manage bookings. And then we will add the description. So in this description, we will add this text, right? After that, here we have a div that contains a table. So here we have the table tag. In this table tag, we have the table head, that is T head. And in this T head, you can see we have to add the first text, that is car. Then we have to add the date range. So let's add the date range here. In the next one, we'll add total. Then in the next one, we'll add the payment. And in the next one, we have to add actions. It is already there. Now let's come here in this T body and let me just clear everything from this T body. So here we have the first column data, second, third, fourth, and this one. So here we have only table row. Here we have the cars. So instead of this cars, we will use this bookings, right? So let's add this bookings here. So in this T body, we'll add bookings.map and create the arrow function. And here we'll get the individual booking in this function parameter with index number, right? Then we'll add the tr tag. Here we have added key. It will be index, and then we have a class name where we have added border top, then border color. And in this one, we'll add the text color also. So just add text gray 500. Correct. Now here we'll add the td tag. So just add the table data. And in this one, let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes for the first column. And in this first column, we have to add the image. So just add the image tag, that is img src, and use this booking.car.image. After that, here we'll add the classes also. So just add the class name property. And in this one, we will add the width, height, and aspect ratio, then border radius and object cover. Then we'll add one text also. So just add the p tag, and in this one we'll add the car's brand name. So just add curly braces, booking.car.brand. After that, we'll add the model name. So just add curly braces, booking.car.model. Now for this one, we have to add some classes also. So just add the class name property here and provide these classes for this p tag. So we have added the data in the first column. Now save the changes and let me just come back to the web page. Open our web page here. So you can see in this manage bookings page, we have the first column called card. We have the card image, then brand name and model name. After that, we have to display the data in this second column where we'll display the date range. Like we'll add the pickup date and return date, correct? So just come back, and here after this closing td tag, we'll add another td tag. Now in this td tag, again we'll add the class name, so just add the class name property here and provide these classes. And after that, here let's add curly braces, and in this one we'll add the booking dot pickup date dot split, and in this one let's add the capital T, then we'll add index 0 like this. After that we'll add the 2 here, and then again we'll add curly braces. Here again copy and paste it, and instead of this pickup date, here we'll add the return date. So let me update it, it will be booking dot return date. That's it. Now we'll add the data in the third column. So here we'll create the another td tag, and in this one we have to just add the padding 3. So just add the class name, provide p3, right? In this one let's add the currency, and after that we'll add the total price. So just add curly braces, this booking dot price. Save the changes, come back here. So here you can see in the second column we have the pickup date and return date, and then in the next one we have the total price of the booking. Then we have to add the data in the payment column and actions column. So just come back, and after this td, let's create one more td tag, and in this one we'll add this class name. So let me just copy and paste it here in this class name. Now in this one we have to add one span tag. So just add the span tag here, and here we'll add the text called offline, and after that here we'll add some classes also. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes, where we have added the background gray, then padding x, padding y, rounded full, and text extra small, right? Now let's add the next column, that is the next data for the table, that is td, and in this td tag we'll add the padding 3. So just add the class name here and provide p3. Now in this td we'll add the booking status. So let's add curly braces, booking dot status equal to pending. So when it is true, in that case let's add question mark, and we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add the select tag. So let's add select tag here, and in this select tag let me remove this name and id. In this one we'll add the option. So let's add the option tag, and here we'll add the value called pending, and in this text we will add the text called pending. After that let's duplicate it, then we'll add the cancelled, and here also we'll add cancelled, then we'll add confirmed, and here we'll add confirmed, correct? Now we'll add the classes in this select tag. So just add the class name property, and in this one we'll add these classes to create this drop down menu. Now in this one we have to add the value also. So just add the value property, and it will be this booking dot status. So it will display the booking status here. Now here we'll add the colon. So let's add colon, and here we'll add the another parenthesis and just add the span tag. It means when the status is not pending, it means a status is confirmed, right? So in that case we have added this span tag, and in this span tag simply add curly braces, this booking dot status, correct? Now here we have to add the class name also. So just add the class name property, and let's add curly braces, then add the backticks, and here we are going to check the booking status. But before that, let me add these classes. It will be applicable on this span tag, and after that we'll add $, curly braces, and here let's add the booking.status, then equal to confirm. So if the status is confirmed, in that case we have to add the green color text and green background. So we'll add question mark and provide background green 100 and text green 500. After that, here we'll add colon and provide the another class name, that is background red 100 and text red 500. We have updated these classes here. After that, we'll save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have the payment, then we have the action. In this action we have the confirmed, and in this one we have the status pending. That's why it is displaying the drop down menu. Correct. So now we have completed this manage bookings also. So if you see this owner dashboard, we have created this manage bookings page, manage cars page, add card page and dashboard page. And here we have added the option to update this profile image. Let me click here, and from here we can choose the image and we can update the image here. We can save this, and if I click on this logo, it will open the home page, and we have created this home page, then cars page, my bookings page, correct, and this car details page. Next we have to create one more page, that is login form. So when we'll click on this login, it will open a login form. For that, let me just come back and open the VS Code. In this VS Code, we will open this sidebar. Let's open this components folder, and in this components folder, we'll create a new file called login.jsx. Now we'll add RAFCE. So we have created the component structure for login page, right? Now in this one, here we have a div. So in this div, we'll add the class name, and let's add the tailwind classes. So here we have added fixed, top 0, bottom 0, left 0, right 0. So it will use the full width and height, and it will be fixed on the screen. We have added Z index 100, right? And then we have added flex item center, so that the content inside this div will be aligned in the center. And here we have added the background black /50. So it will add a dark layer on entire web page when we will mount this login page or login component. Now we have to mount this component in our app. So let's open our app.jsx file, and in this one we will mount it before this routes, right? So here we have added this navbar. Before this navbar component, we will mount our login component. So let's add login. Click here to import the login component from the components folder /login and close this one, right? Now in this one, we have to add the props also. You can see here we have the setter function set so login, right? And here we have the state so login. So we will pass this one. So just add the set so login equal to curly braces and this set so login. So we will pass it as props, and this login form will be displayed whenever this so login is true. So what we have to do, we have to add the curly braces here, and in this one we will check this so login, and let's add the AND operator. It means whenever this so login is true, then only we have to display this login component. So just mount it here. You can see this code now. Here first it will check for so login state. If it is true, then only it will mount this login component, and it will pass this setter function as a props, and it can be displayed on all the pages because we have mounted it outside of this routes. That's it. Now after adding it, we have to open our login.jsx file again, So let's open it from here. And in this one, we have to destructure the props. So in this function, let's add curly braces and provide set show login. So we will destructure this setter function. And here in this div, simply add the onClick property. And in this onClick, we'll add the arrow function. And here we will use the set show login setter function, and let's make it false. That's it. So what will happen when we will click on the login button, it will display the login form, and when we click on the white space that is in the dark color, it will close this form. So here let me add a form tag, because here we have to add a form, right? Now after adding it, let me just come back to our web page and click on this login button. So you can see it is adding this dark layer on entire web page, and if I click on anywhere, it will be removed. If I click again, it is adding the dark layer. If I click anywhere else, it will remove it. It means this logic is working fine to set the login true or false. So now we have to add the form on this dark screen. So to create our login form, again we are going to use the pre-built UI. So let's open prebuiltui.com, and after that let's go to components, and let's see, browse all components, and in the left side let me search for login form. Here we have the login form, just click here, and in this one we have multiple login form design, right? So I'm going to use this one. This is very simple, so let's use this one. So I'll click on this code option, and here we have the code to create this login form. So from here, let's just copy this form tag and open our VS Code, and let's remove this form tag and paste it here. That's it. And after that, you can see here we have this state variables to store the form data. So just copy this and paste it here before this return. So let's add it here. So in these state variable, we will store the form data. That is the state, name, email and password. After that, here we'll create a function also, that is onSubmitHandler function. So just add const onSubmitHandler equal to async and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the event, and using this event, we will prevent the default behavior. So just add event dot prevent default. That's it. Now we have to link this onSubmitHandler function with this form tag. So here in this form tag, simply add onSubmit property and provide this onSubmitHandler function, right? Now in this one, we have to add the onClick property also. So let's add onClick. And in this onClick property, we'll add the arrow function. Here we'll get the event in the parameter. And here let's add e dot stop propagation. That's it. After adding it, let's come here. You can see here it will check for this state. And if the state is login, it will display login, and else it will display sign up. Correct? And here we have this class name where we have the indigo color, right? So instead of this, we'll use our primary color. So just add text primary. So we have updated the text color. After that, again, it will check for the state. If it is registered, in that case, it will use this name input field, right? If we are creating the account, then only we have to display this name input field. And if we are on the login form, then we will simply use the email and password only, right? And in this one, we have already added the onChange property and value. So it is a controlled input field, correct? After that, let me scroll down, and here you can see the outline indigo 500. So let me replace it. I'll replace all the indigo 500 with our color, that is primary. So let me find it. We have total 6 places, right? Indigo 500. So let me replace it with our main color, that is our primary color. So let's add primary and replace all. So here we have added outline primary. Here also outline primary. It will update the classes everywhere. Let's scroll down. Here we have the password, then we have the already have an account. Click here. So here also we have background primary. It is correct. After adding it, now save the changes and let's open the web page. So now I'll click on this login button. You can see it is opening this login form and the entire web page is dark, right? And if I click on this click here text, so it will open the sign up form where it is asking for the name also. We can enter the name, email, password. And here we have the create account button, correct? And if I click on this click here, it will open this login form where we will only enter the email and password and click on this login button, right? So we have created this login form, and if I click on anywhere else, it will hide this login form. Here you can see we have the hover effect on this button, but this color is not looking good in this theme. So let me update it. I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here we have this button, right? In this button you can see we have the hover BG Indigo 600. So let me update this color. We'll add BG Blue 800. So we have added hover BG Blue 800. Save the changes. Now just come back here, and now you can see this hover effect is looking good. If I click here, it will hide it. If I click here, it will display this login form. If I click here, it will display the sign up form. So we have completed the front end of our car rental website. Now we can create the backend of this application. To create the backend of this car rental website, let me just come back to the VS Code and let's close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now let's open this sidebar and we will collapse this client folder. So now here we have the car rental folder, that is the project folder. So in this one, let's create another folder. So create a new folder and write the folder name server. So in this server folder, we will create the backend server of our website. Now in this folder, we have to create our main file. So let's create a new file here and write the file name server.js. So this will be the main file of our backend server. Next, we have to initialize the node package manager. So here, right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So it will open the terminal in this server directory. You can see the directory name here. So here we have to initialize the npm. So let's add command, that is npm init-y. Then press enter. So after adding it, you will find a new file in the server folder, that is package.json. And in this one, we have all details of our project. Let me open this file. So in this one, you can see we have the name, version, description, then we have the scripts. This is the test script and start script. We can use this start script to start our server. So when we will use this npm run start, then it will execute this node server.js. It means it will run this main file server.js using node. Then we have the keywords author, right? After that, let me add some packages in our backend server. So let's open the terminal. And in this one, we will add some packages that we will use to create our backend. So here, let's add npm install, and first we'll add the express package. Using express, we will create the backend server. After that, we'll add CORS. Using this CORS, we can connect the backend with any front end. So after adding it, let's add new package, that is .env. So it will allow us to use environment variables in this file using .env file. After that, here we have to add one new package, that is JSON Web Token. Using that, we can create the authentication. We will use JSON Web Token to create the user authentication. And whenever we will store the user data, we will store the user's password also. So instead of adding the original password, we will store the encrypted password. And to encrypt the password, we will use a new package, that is bcrypt. So here let's add bcrypt. And after that, here we will use mongoose to connect the project with MongoDB database. So let's add the package name mongoose. So you can see this command, we have added npm install express cors.env JSON Web Token bcrypt and mongoose. After that, let's press enter. So it will install all these packages and it will get installed in a separate folder. You can see in this server folder, we have a new folder called node_modules. So here we have added all the packages. Now in this project, we will add one more package, and that package or dependencies will be installed in the development server only, right? So for that, here we'll add npm install, then we'll add --save -dev. When we add this, it will install this package for the development server only. Now after that, we'll add the package name, that is nodemon. So you can see the package name is nodemon. Let me install it, then I will tell you the uses of this package. So it is installing this nodemon. After adding these packages, let me hide this terminal, and now we can start creating a basic server using the express package. So we will come to this server.js file, and here let's add import, and we will import the express package. So let's import the express from express package. After that, here we will import the .env. So just add import .env/config so that we can use environment variables in this backend project. After that, we will import the cors so that it will allow the backend to connect with any front-end URL. Right. Now after that, let's use the express to create our application. So here let me add the comment, that is initialize express app. So here just add const app equal to express. So we have initialized the express app. Now in this express app, we will add this cors, and we will also add the JSON to parse all the requests using the JSON method. So here let's add the comment, that is middleware, and here let's add this app.use, and in this one simply add the cors that we have imported. Correct. After that, again add app.use, and in this one we will use the express.json method. So all the requests will be passed using this JSON for this server. Now we will create the route for our application. So just add app.get. We will create the first route using this get method, and the route path will be /, that is the main route or home route. So here we will add the function. So let's create one arrow function, and whenever we will hit this route, then this function will be executed. Now in this function parameter, we have to add the request and response. So we will get the request and response here, and after that, from this function we will return the response. So just add response.send, and here let's add one message, that is server is running. That's it. Correct. After that, we have to add the port number to start our backend server. So here we'll add const, and then we'll add the port equal to, we'll add the process.env.port. So if this port number is available in the environment variable, that port number will be used. And If it is not available, then we'll add this OR operator, and here we'll add port number 3000. So our backend server will start on 3000 port number, right? After that, we have the Express application. We have added the middleware and created the first route. So now we can start the Express server. For that, simply add the app.listen. And in this one, first we have to add the port. So let's add this port here, and after that we will add the function. So it will start the Express app on this port number, and after that this function will be executed. So in this function, simply add the message. So just add console log, and in this console log, let me add the message in backticks so that we can insert the template literal. So we will add server running on port, and then we will insert the port number. So simply add $, curly braces, and provide the port here. That's it. So we have created a simple Express application that will run on localhost port 3000. Now to start this server, simply open the terminal again. You can see this is the backend terminal. You can see the directory server, and we have already started the front end also. If I switch the terminal, you can see this is the front end terminal. Our front end is running at this localhost :5173, and this is the second terminal where you can see the directory name server. So in this one, we can use npm run start. So it will start the backend server, but whenever we will make the changes in our code, then we have to restart the server again and again. To solve this, we have already added the node-mon package, right? So instead of using this npm run start, we will use the node-mon package that will restart the backend server whenever we will make changes in the code file. For that, let me remove this command for now, and we will open our package.json file. So in this one, we have to add one more thing, that is we have to add the type. So you can see here we don't have the type. If you have the type, just update it. So here let's add a space. We will add the new property type, and by default the type is common.js. So we have to change it to module. So let's add type module. Just add this line. If you don't add this line, this import statement will not work. Correct? So here we have added type module, and after that you can see here we have the start script, and then we have the test script. So let me just remove this test script. Here we'll add server. We will add the script name server, and in this one let's add this same thing, that is node server.js. Here we have to add the colon also. Simply add this colon. So we have added a new script server, and it is this node-mon server.js. Correct? So we have added node-mon server.js, and now after adding it, save the changes and open the terminal. So in this terminal, now we can write npm run server. So when we will use this command, now it will automatically restart the backend whenever we will make any changes. So let's press enter. So it will start the backend server. So now you can see the console log. It says server running on port 3000. Correct. After that, let me hide it, and we will open our web browser, and here let's open new tab and open localhost 3000. So here you can see the message server is running. This message is coming from our first route. Let me open the VS Code, open server.js file. So in this one you can see we have created the first route, and when we hit this route, we will see this message server is running. That's why when we open this route, that is the home, right, we will get server is running, and we have created it using the get method. And whenever we will open any route in web browser, by default it request using the get method, right? That's why we are getting response server is running. So our backend server is successfully running. Next, we have to connect our project with MongoDB database. For that, let's open new tab and search for MongoDB Atlas. Open this Atlas database and here you need to create an account. Let's click on this sign in button and here you can click on this sign up link to create a new account, or you can also sign in using your existing account, or you can sign in using the social accounts like GitHub or Google. So I'll use my Google login. After sign up, it will ask you some onboarding question and then you need to enter your project name. So let me write car rental and click on next. Create project. Then you need to create a cluster. So you will see this button create, just click here. And here you need to choose this free server. Let's click on this free option, third one. And after that, let's choose any of this cloud provider. I'll use Google Cloud. And then you can choose the nearest region from this drop down. Then click on create deployment button. After that, you need to create a user for your database. So here you need to add the username and password. So let me add a simple username, that is GreatStack, which is our channel name. And here we'll add a simple password. You can see in this password, we don't have any special character. So here we'll add GreatStack 123. Never use the @ symbol in this password, else it will give you an error while connecting with database. So we have added a simple password here. And after that, just click on this button, create database user. So one database user will be created. After that, here you can see this button, choose a connection method. Let me just click here. Then choose this drivers. Then from this drop down, let me choose this mongoose. After that, you can see here we have the steps to use mongoose. So first we have to install it using npm install mongoose. So we have already installed the mongoose package. So let's see the next step. So we have to add this connection string, right? So here we are getting the connection string. This is too long, but we have to copy it till here. You can see we have the mongodb.net. That's it. So do not copy the entire string, just copy from beginning to this point, mongodb.net. Let me just copy it. And after that, we have to add it in our project. So we will store this secret string in the environment variable. So let's come back to the VS Code. Here in this server folder, let's create a new file, that is .env. Now in this one, we have to create one environment variable. So let's add mongodb underscore URI equal to and paste this connection string. Now in this connection string, you can see it is starting with MongoDB. Then we have the username, then we have the password, and then we have the cluster details, and it will end with mongodb.net. That's it. After adding it, save the changes. Now let me just come back here in this MongoDB website. Just click on this button, done. And after that, let's come here in this left sidebar, and here you will find this network access. Just click on this network access. So here you will find your current IP address. So you can connect with the database with the current IP address only, but we have to update it so that whenever we will connect the database from different IP address, different device, then it will allow us to connect. So here we have to update it. So just click on this edit button. And here you can see this button, allow access from anywhere. Let's click on this button. So it will add this 00 IP address, correct? Then click on confirm button. So you can see the status is pending. So just wait for this status to be updated. Now you can see the status has been activated, right? After that, we can connect with our MongoDB database. So let me just come back to the VS Code. And here, let's open this sidebar. And in this server folder, let's create a new folder called configs, where we will add all the configuration files. So we have created a configs folder in this server. And in this one, let's create a new file called db.js. It means database.js. Now in this one, we have to use Mongoose package. So let's add import Mongoose from Mongoose. After that, here we'll create a function. So let's add const connect db, and it will be one asynchronous function. So just add async and create the arrow function. Now in this one, let's add the try catch statement. And in this try block, we'll add await. Let's add the mongoose dot connect. And in this one, we have to add the connection string. So to get the connection string, let's add process dot env dot and the environment variable name. So let me just copy it from here. It is MongoDB underscore URI. Let's copy and paste it here. So here we will get the connection string. Now at the end of this connection string, we have to add any database name. So what we will do, we will wrap everything in curly braces. And here let's add backticks. And here we'll add $sign. So we have added backticks, $sign, curly braces. And in this one, we have added the connection string. And after that, we'll add / here. Just add / and write any database name. So I'll add the database name called car rental. That's it. Now save the changes. After that, let's come here in this catch block. So in this catch block, simply add console log, and here we'll add this error, and from this error we'll get the message property. So simply add error.message, right? Now whenever we will be connected, we have to display a message, right? So here we have to set a event. So before this await a statement, let's add mongoose dot connection dot on. And here we are creating the event. So just add the event name connected. So whenever we will be connected, then this function will be executed. So we have created one function, and in this one we'll add the console log. So in this console log, let's add the message called database connected. So we have added the message database connected. That's it. Now save the changes. So what will happen? This function will connect with our MongoDB database, and whenever we will be connected, it will display this message in console. Now we have to export this function from here so that we can call it in another file. So let's add export default and provide this function connectdb. Now let me just come back to our server.js file, and here we have to call this function. So let's come here. Here, after initializing this express application, we'll add await, and here we'll add this function connectdb. So you can see this connectdb function is imported from this configs folder db file. So let me correct this file name. It will be db.js. You need to add the complete file name with file name extension. So we have added configs/db.js. Now we have to call this function, so just add this parenthesis, so it will call this function. Now here we'll add the comment also. So let's add the comment called connect database. After adding it, save the changes and open the terminal. So now in this terminal, you can see we are getting the message database connected and server running on port 3000. It means our project is successfully connected with MongoDB database. After connecting our project with database, next we'll create the functionality for user authentication so that user can log in or register on this application. And to create the user authentication, we have to store the user data, and we will store the user data in MongoDB database. And to store the data in MongoDB database, we have to create the models. So now let's create the models for user. So let's open this sidebar. So here in this sidebar, we'll come to this server folder, and in this one we'll create a separate folder called models, where we will store all the models like user model, card model, booking model to store the data in database. So let's create a new folder called models. And in this models folder, create a new file called user.js. Now in this one, we have to create the model using Mongoose. So just add import Mongoose from Mongoose package. After that, here we'll add const, and let's add the name called user schema. So we'll create the schema using the schema constructor from Mongoose. So just add const user schema equal to new mongoose dot schema constructor. Now in this one, we have to add all the properties that will get stored in the database. So for the user, we need to add the name. So let's add the name property. And in this one, we have to define the type of this data. So let's add the type property, and the type will be a string, right? After that, we have to add required property. So just add required, and it will be true. It means this name field is required to create any user, correct? Now let's add the comma, and we'll add the next properties. So let's add same line. So we'll add duplicate, just duplicate this line, and here we'll add the next property called email. And here the type will be a string and required true, and the email should be unique. We cannot create multiple accounts with the same email ID. That's why here we'll add one date property that is unique, and the unique will be true. After that, here we'll add next property. So let me just duplicate it. Here we'll add password. The user will have the password also. And here we'll add the type a string, then required true. And here let me remove this unique. So we have added password also. After that, we have to add the user's role, right? So just duplicate it, and we'll add the name called role. Here we'll add the type a string, and here let's add the default value. So just add default, and the default value will be empty string. Or instead of adding empty string, we'll add any of the two value, because here we'll add the type either owner or user. So here we'll add the comma, and let's add enum. In this enum, we can provide the values. So here we will either set the role owner like this, and let's add the comma, and here we'll add the user. So the role could be user or owner, and whenever a new user will be created, the role will be user only. So here simply add user. Default value will be user. After that, here we'll add new property. So let me just duplicate it, paste it here. We'll add the property name called image, and the type will be a string, and here we'll add the default value. So just add default, and default will be empty string. After that, we have to add the timestamp that when this user was created. So here after this object, we'll add comma and create new object, and in this one just add the timestamps, and let's make it true. So it will automatically add the timestamp when this data was created in the database. So we have created a schema, and using this schema we can create a model. So just add const user equal to this mongoose dot model, and here we'll add the model name. So the model name is user, and then we'll add the schema, that is user schema. So a new user model has been created. Now we can export it from this file so that we can use it in any other file. So just add export default and write user. So we have created a user model to store the user data in MongoDB database. Now we will create the functions. So this will be the controller function. Whenever we will hit the user routes like user login, registration, right? So in that case, that function will get executed. And to create these functions, we'll create a separate folder. So let's open this sidebar, and in this server folder, let's create a new folder called controllers. In this controllers folder, let's create our first file. So write the file name usercontroller.js. So we have created a controller file, user controller. Now in this one, we'll create a function to register a user, right? So here let's add export const and write the function name called register user equal to, and create the asynchronous function, and in this function parameter we'll get the request and response, because this function will get executed whenever we will hit the user registration route. So here we'll get the request and response in the parameter, and after that in this one we'll add the try catch statement. Now to create any user or register any user, we need their name, email and password, right? So we will get all these data from the body, and we will get this body data from this request, right? We will request to this API endpoint. So from the request we will get the body, and in the body we have to pass the name, email, password. So simply add const curly braces, and let's get the name, email and password from the request dot body, right? After that, let me check it. We'll add if statement and we'll add not of name. Then we'll add or operator, not of email. Then we'll add or operator, not of password. And again we'll add or operator. We'll add the password dot length is less than 8. It means the password is less than 8 character. So in these cases we will stop this function and we will send a response. So simply add the return statement. It will stop the function execution here and it will send the response. So simply add the response dot JSON, and in this one we have to add the object where we'll add success false because the account is not created. And after that we'll add the message property. So in this message property we'll add the message. So the message is fill all the fields. So if any of this field like name, email and password is missing, or the password length is less than 8, then this message will be sent from the backend. Fill all the fields. After that, we will check whether this user already exists or not. So here we'll add const. We'll add the variable name user exists equal to await, and let's use the user model. So we'll add the user here. You can see we are getting the suggestion to import the user from models folder. Just click here. You can see user model has been imported from this models folder user file. So let me add the file name extension called .js. Make sure to add this file name extension user.js. After that, it will get the user model here, and in this one just add the find one method. So just add find one, and here let's add the object and provide the email that we are receiving from the request. So whenever we will get any user in our database with this email ID, this user exists will be true, right? So in that case, we will send the response like user already exists and we will not create the account. So here let's add the another if statement, and in this one we'll add user exists. So we have the user. In that case, simply add this return statement, just copy and paste it here, and in this one we'll add the message called user already exists. That's it. Save the changes. Now suppose all the data is available and user does not exist. So now we can create a user in the database, but before we store the user data in the database, we have to change their password. Here we will get the password that user will enter, right? But we will not store this password in the database. We will encrypt this password, and that's why we have added the bcrypt package, right? So here let's add const hashed password equal to await, and after that we'll add the bcrypt. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let me manually import it. So here we'll add import, we'll add the package name bcrypt from bcrypt. So we have imported this bcrypt package, and after that let's come here, we'll add const hashed password equal to await bcrypt dot hash, and in this one let's add this password that we are getting from the request. So just copy this password, paste it here, and in this one we'll add the value 10. After that, here we'll add const, and let's add the user equal to await, and here let's add the user model dot create, because now we can create a user. So just add user dot create, and in this one we'll add the user data. So just add the object, and first we'll add the name property, then we will provide the email, then we will provide the password, and in this password property we will provide the hashed password that is available here. So just copy and paste it here. So it will store the user data in the database, right? Now whenever a user will get created in the MongoDB database, we have to generate a token, and this token will be sent in the response. Using this token, we can allow the user to access our website restricted area or restricted pages. So whenever we'll add the user authentication, we have to use a token, and to generate a token we have already added the JSON Web Token package, correct? So now we are going to use this. So to generate a token, first let's come here in this .env file, and in this one let's create a secret key. So let me add jwt underscore secret equal to, and here write your own secret key. So you can write anything here. So I'll write secret has 2025. That's it. You can write your own secret key here. And after that, I'll come here in this user controller.js. Now in this one, we have to create a function that will generate the token, because we need to generate the token multiple times, right? So that's why I'll use a function. So let's come here. Before this register user, here let's create a function. So we'll add a comment also. So just add the comment, generate JWT token, and write the function name called const generate token. It will be one arrow function, and in this function we have to provide the user ID. So let's add this user ID in this parameter, and after that just add const payload equal to user ID, and after that let's add the return statement. So in this return statement we have to add JWT that is JSON Web Token, but we have to import this JWT. So let's come here at the top, and here we'll add the import statement. Let's add import JWT from the package name, that is JSON Web Token. So we have imported JWT from JSON Web Token, and now let's use it here. In this return statement, we'll add JWT dot sign, and here let's add the payload. Then we have to add the secret key. So to get the secret key, let's add the process dot env dot environment variable name. So let me just copy from here JWT secret. Let's copy and paste it here. So to generate the token, we have provided the payload and secret key, and this function will return this token. Now we have created this function, and after that let's use this function here after creating the user data in the database. So here just add const token equal to generate token, and here we need to pass the user ID. So let's use this user here, and from this user we will get the ID. So just add dot underscore ID, correct, and then we'll add dot to a string to convert this ID in string format. After that we can send the response, and in the response we'll send this token also. So simply add response dot JSON, and in this response.json we'll add the object where we'll add the success property true. It means the user is successfully created, correct, and after that we will provide this token also. So just add this token in this object. So we have created a function that will create a new user in the database, and it will generate a token and send the token to the front end. Right, now let's come to this catch block, and in this catch block simply add console log, and we'll add error dot message property, and here let's add the response also. So let me just copy this response from here, copy and paste it. After adding this response here in this catch block, we will update the message. So let's just copy and paste it here. So we will send error dot message. So we have created the catch block also where it will display the error in console and also send the response with success false and this message. So this is the controller function to create a user. Let me add the comment also. So here we'll add the comment called register user. Now we'll create another controller function for user login. So here we'll create a comment called user login or login user, and here we have to create a function. So let's again create a function. So simply add export const, and the function name is login user equal to, we will create the asynchronous function, and in this function parameter again we will get the request and response. So just copy from here and paste it here. After that, in this one we need to create the try catch block, and we will get the data from the body. So here in this login user function we'll add the try catch statement, and here also let's get the data from the request body. So here we need the email and password only, because for login we need the email and password. So let's get it from the request body. After getting the email and password, here we have to find this user in our database because we are creating the login user function. So we will find the user. So just add const user equal to await, then we'll add the user model dot find one, and in this one we have to add the email ID because the email ID is unique. So it will find the user. Now suppose there is no user available with this email ID. So in that case we'll add the if statement. We'll add if not of user. If we could not find the user with this email ID, so in that case we have to stop this function and send the response. So just add return response dot JSON method, and in this one let's add one object. In this object we'll add success, false, and we'll send the message called user not found. So if any user exists with email ID, then we'll allow them to log in, and if we could not find the user with this email, then we'll send this response user not found. Now suppose the user is available, so in that case we have to match the password, right? So just add const, let's add the variable isMatch equal to await, and we will use the bcrypt package. So just add bcrypt dot compare method, and in this one we have to provide the password that we are getting from the request, right? So just add the password here, and after that we'll add the password that is stored in the database. So simply add the user dot password property. So it will compare both password, right? And if it is not matching, we will get the false here. So if the password is not matching, then we will send the response with the message invalid credentials, right? So just add the if statement, we'll add not isMatch, and here let's just copy this return statement, paste it here, and here also we'll add success, false, and in the message we will send invalid credentials. Now suppose the user is available and password is also matching. In that case we will allow the users to log in, and we have to send the token also in the response. So here let's add this statement. From here just copy this, and let me just copy this one also, copy and paste it here. So we have added const token equal to generate token and provided the user dot underscore id and toString method. After that we will send the response using response.json success true and this token in the response, right? Now just copy the catch block also. Let's copy the statement from here and paste it in this catch block. So we have created the controller function for user login also. After that we'll create the API using these controller function. So we have to create the API routes. So let's come to this sidebar, and here we'll create a separate folder for all our routes. So in this server folder we'll create a new folder called routes, and in this one let's create the first file with the name userroutes.js. So we have created userroutes.js file, and in this one we have to create the router. For that we are going to use the express package. So just add import express from express package, and after that let's create a router with the name user router. So just add const user router equal to express package dot router. So we have created a user router. Now in this router we will add different endpoint. So let's add the user router dot post method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint. So just add /registered. Using that we can create the account. So just add registered, and here we have to add the controller function. So let's add registered user controller function. You can see this function has been imported from the controller file, right? And write the file name extension, that is user controller.js, like this. After that let's create the route for login. So just duplicate it. Here we'll add the path name login, and here we'll add the function name login or login user. Let's import it. We have added login user, and login user function has been imported. So we have added two routes using this post method for user registration and user login. Now we have to add this router in our main file, that is server.js, right? So let's open server.js, scroll down, and after this home route, here we'll add our new route. So let's add app.use, and in this one let's add the path name. So we'll add /API/user because we are creating the API endpoint for the user. After that we'll add comma, and here let's add the router, that is user router. We are not getting the suggestion for this user router. let me export it from here. We'll come back and here we have to export it. So just add export default user router. Now we can add it here in the server.js. Let's add user router, and now you can see we are getting the suggestion to import it from the routes folder. Just click here and now you can see this user router is imported from the routes folder user routes.js file. So we have created the API endpoint, that is user registration and user login. Now let me just test this route. For that, let's open the Postman application. You can download the Postman application from their official website. So this is the Postman application where we can test our APIs. So here we have to create a new request. So simply click on this plus icon to create a new request. Here we have to add the API link. So we'll add localhost /API/user/register. You can see we have added the http localhost port 3000/API/user/register. And here from this drop down we will choose the post method because we have created the API using the post method for this user registration. After that, on this API endpoint we have to send the data like name, email and password to create an account. So let's come here in this body and here we will choose this raw, and from this drop down we will choose JSON. Right? Now in this one we have to provide the data. So let's add one object here, and in this object let's add the first property, that is name, and here let's add any name. So I'll provide GreatStack. After that we'll add comma and let's add the second property. So let's add the property name email. Then we will add one dummy email. So let me add test1@gmail.com. After that we'll add comma and here we have to add the password. So let's add password property, and in this one let me add any password in this string. So let me add the password in 6 digits. So it will not accept it because we have added minimum 8-digit passwords. So we have added the name, email and password, and we have added the password in 6 digit only. Now let me just click on this send button. After that you can see we have received the response here, and in this one you can see success false, fill all the fields. But if I correct the password, if I add the password in 8 digit, so let me add 8 digit password, then click on send button. So now you can see the response success true. It means the account has been created, and with that we have received a token also. You can see we have the token. Now we can store this token on our front end to authenticate the user. Correct? So this user registration API is successfully working. Now we will test the user login API also. But before that, let me verify this user registration. After user registration, user data should be saved in the MongoDB database. So let me open our MongoDB database. Let's come here, then click on this clusters. After that, click on this browse collection. And in this one you can see we have this database name car rental, and then we have the users, right? And here you can see the name, email and password. You can see this is the encrypted password, correct? And the default role is user and the image is empty string, correct? And here we have the timestamps also when this user was created. So user registration is working fine. Now let's try to log in. Now just come back here and we will test our login API. For that, let me just copy this URL and let's create a new request. So click on this plus icon. Here we will paste the link, that is the API URL, and here we'll update the endpoint. It is /API/user/login. Correct? Here also we will choose the post method from this drop down, then come to this body, and in this body we will open raw and JSON. Now here let's add the data for user login. So here we have to add two property, that is email and password. So let me add the first property here, that is email, and in this email we'll add one email, right? Then add the comma, and here we'll add the password property, and then we'll provide the password. So now let's test it using any incorrect email ID. So let me add test2@gmail.com, and in this password let me add any incorrect password. So the email is also incorrect and password is incorrect. So in that case, let me click on this send button. So here you can see the message success false, and the message is user not found because there is no user in the database with this particular email ID. Now let me correct the email. I'll add test1. So this user is already available, right? So we have added the correct email ID but incorrect password, and click on this send button. Now you can see the response. In this message we have invalid credentials, right? It means the email ID is correct but the password is incorrect. Now let me provide the correct password here. So let's send the correct password and click on send button. Now you can see the response where you can see success true. It means the login is successful, and then we will get the token also. Here we have the token. So this login and registration API are working fine, correct? Now we will create another API. Using that we can get the user's data, correct? For that, let me just come back here in our VS Code. Let's open the user controller.js file, and here we'll create a controller function to get the user data. So let me add the comment here. We'll add get user data using token, that is the JWT token. So here let's create a function. So we'll add const, or let's add export also. So just add export const get user data equal to async arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get request and response. Now here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we have to get the user from the request. So let's add const curly braces user equal to request, and we will not send the user data in the request. This user data will be added using the middleware. Middleware is a function that gets executed before executing the controller function when we hit the API routes. So we'll create a controller function that will add the user data in the request, and from this request we will get this user, right? And after that let's add the response.json, and here let's add object where we'll add success true, and we will provide this user also. So let's add success true and user, right? Now in this catch block simply copy this statement and paste it here, that is console log error.message and response.json success false, message is error.message. So we have created a controller function to get the user data, right? But here we have to add the middleware also, as I told you. So let me create the middleware. So here in this sidebar we have the server folder. So in this one we'll create a new folder called middleware. In this middleware folder we'll create a new file with the name auth.js. It means we will create an authentication middleware in this auth.js file. So here let's add const protect. We'll add the function name called protect equal to async and create the arrow function. Now in this function we'll add request and response, and we'll also add the next function, and after that here we'll add export. So we'll export this function from this file. Now here we will get the authorization token from the request. So let's add const token equal to request dot headers And from this headers, we will extract the authorization property. So in this authorization property, we have to provide the token, right? Now let's add the if statement and we'll add not of token, correct? So if the token is not available in the request header authorization, so in that case, we will stop the function here. So just add return and then we'll add response.json. And in this one, we'll add the object where we'll add success false and we'll add the message called not authorized. That's it. Now suppose the token is available. So in that case, let me add the try catch statement. And in this try block, we will get the user ID from this token, right? Because we have created the token using one user ID. And now we can extract the user ID from this token using decode, right? We will decode the token. So just add const token equal to JWT dot decode. We have to import this JWT. So let me just come here at the top. We will add import JWT from JSON Web Token package. And after that, here we'll add const token equal to JWT dot decode. And here let's add the token that we have received here from the headers authorization, correct? Now in this one, we have to provide our secret key that we have added in the environment variable. So simply add the process dot env dot JWT secret. So we have added the secret key. So we will get the decoded token, and from this decoded token we'll get the user ID, right? So let me update it. Here we'll add user ID. Next, we have to check this user ID. So we'll add the if statement and let's add not of user ID. It means the user ID is not available from this decoded token, right? So in that case, let's just copy and paste it here. We'll add return and response success false, and again we'll add the same message not authorized. Now suppose the user ID is available. So using this user ID, we can find the user from our database. So let's add await user model. Let's click here to import the user model from the models folder, and here we'll add file name extension user.js. Now in this user model, we'll add the find by ID method and provide the user ID. After that, here we'll add the select property, and in this one, let's add minus password. So it will remove the password field from the user data, correct? After that, let me add this user in the request, correct? So here let's add request dot user property equal to await user. So we will find the user and remove the password, and after that I will add that user data in this request.user, and then we will call the next function. So just add the next and call this function. Now let's come to this catch block, and in this catch block, let me just copy this return and response, paste it here. So we have added success false and message not authorized. So we have created the middleware function that will protect our routes, so that that route can be accessed using the authenticated user. After that, we'll create the API endpoint in this user route file. So just open user routes.js, and in this one, let's create a new route. So just add the user router dot get method, and here let's add the path. So we will add the path name here called data, that is the user data. So simply add /data, and then we will add the middleware function. So just add protect. So you can see this protect function has been imported from this middleware /auth.js. After that, we'll add the controller function, that is get user data. So get user data has been imported. So we have created a new API endpoint. Using that we can get the user data, but in this API endpoint we have to provide the token, then only we will get the user data. Now let me test it. I'll just come back here and open a new request. So let me just copy this URL, create a new request, paste it here. Here we have added /API/user/data. So it should give the user data. Here we will choose the get method. That's it. We will not send anything here. Simply click on this send button. So you can see the message success false. Message is not authorized. Correct? Because we have not provided the token. That's why this route is protected and we have to provide the token to access this route and get the data from this API. So here let's come to this headers, and in this headers let's add the key. So in this key we'll add authorization property, and after that in this value we have to provide the token. So we will come to the previous request, and from here let me just copy this token, and then let's open this new request and paste it here in this value. So we have added the key name authorization and this is the value. In the value we have added the token, and then click on this send button. Now you can see the success true, and here we are getting the user data in this user property where we have the ID, name, email, role, image and created at. So this user data API is also working, right? Now let me just come back to the VS Code. Now we will create the API for owner. It means any user can change their role to owner and upload their car. For that, let's come here in this sidebar, and here we have the controller folder. So in this one, let's create a new file and write the file name ownercontroller.js. Now in this one we have to create a controller function. So let's create the function with the name change role to owner, and we have to export this function. So simply add export const change role to owner equal to async, and let's create the arrow function, and in this function parameter let's get the request and response. After that here we will add the try catch block, and in this try block we will get the ID, that will be the user ID, right? So just add const curly braces and let's get underscore ID property from request dot user, right? And this user property will be added in the request using the protect middleware. After that here we'll add the await, then we'll add the user model. So let's import the user model here. You can see we have imported the user model from models folder /user.js file. Now in this one we have to find the user using this ID, and we will add the role, or we will update the role. So just add dot find by ID and update method, and here let's provide underscore ID comma, and let's add the data to be updated. So we'll add one object where we'll add the role property, and in this role we will set owner, so that any user can become the car owner and upload their car. After updating the role we will send the response. So here we'll add response.json, and in this one we'll add one object where we'll add success true. Then we'll add the message property also, and in this message we'll add now you can list cars. That's it. Now in this catch block we'll add the console log. So just add console log and provide this error dot message property, and after that here we'll add the response also. So just copy this, paste it here, and in this one we'll add success false, and then we'll add the error message. So it will be error dot message. So we have created a function using that user can change their role to upload a new card, right? Now using this controller function, we will create a API endpoint. So to create the API route, we'll create a new route file. So here we have the routes folder. In this one, we'll create a new file and write the file name ownerroutes.js. And in this one, let's add import. We will import Express from Express package. After that, using this Express, we will create the new router. So just add const owner router equal to Express dot router. So we have created a new router, and in this router we will add the API endpoint. So just add the owner router here dot post method, and in this one let's add the path. So in the path we'll add slash change role, correct? And after that, here we have to add the middleware to protect this route. So just add protect middleware. This protect middleware has been imported from this middleware folder /auth.js file. Make sure to add this file name extension. After this middleware, here we'll add the controller function, that is change role to owner. So this controller function is also imported. We'll add .js file name extension here also. Save the changes. So we have created a new route. Now let's export this router from this file. So here at the end we'll add export default and provide the router name, that is owner router. Next we'll provide this router in our main file, that is the server.js file. So let's open server.js. In this server.js file, after this router, we'll add one more router. So just add app.use, and here let me add this path. So let's add /API/owner, and after that we will add the router. So just add owner router. Let's click here. So this owner router is imported here from this routes folder and owner router.js file. So we have created one new route or API endpoint. Using that, any user can become the car owner and then they can upload the car. So now we will add the API. Using that, we can upload a new car. For that, we have to store the car data in the database, and to store any data in the MongoDB database, we have to create the models, right? So let's come to this models folder and create a new file called car.js. Now, in this one, we have to import mongoose from mongoose package. After that, here, let's add const, and we will create the schema. So let's add car schema equal to new mongoose dot schema constructor, and here we'll add the object where we'll add all the properties that is required to store the car data. So first we'll add the owner details. So just add owner, and here we will define the type. So just add curly braces, we'll add the type. And in this type, we have to add the object ID. So let's come here. Here we'll add const curly braces. Let's add the object ID, and we will get this object ID from mongoose dot schema dot types. So from this mongoose schema types, we will get the object ID, and let's add this object ID in this owner type. After that, we'll add the reference of the user model, right? So just add the ref, and here let's add user. Now just add the comma and duplicate this line. Here we will add the next property, that is the brand. where we'll add the brand name of the car. In this one we'll add the type, and the type will be a string, and after that we'll add the required property, that is true, because to store any car data the brand name is required. Now let me duplicate it. Here we'll add the model, then type a string, required true. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the image, and in this image also the type is a string, required true. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add year. So in this year we'll add the type number and required true. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the property called category, and in this category we'll add the type a string, required true. Now duplicate it. Then we'll add the sitting capacity. So let's add sitting capacity, and in this one we'll add the type number and then required true. After that we'll add fuel type. So we'll add the fuel type and type a string, required true. Next we have to add the transmission, and in this transmission we'll add type a string. Then we'll add the price per day, and we have to store the price in number format, so just add the type number for this price per day. After that we will add the location, and in this location we'll store the string data, so just add type a string. Then we will add the description. It is also a string type. After that we'll add is available property, right? And in this is available property, let's add the type, and let's add the type boolean, because it can be either true or false. So we have added type boolean. By default is available property will be true whenever we will add a new car. So let's add default value, and in this one just add true. So we have added these properties for this car schema, and after that we have to store the timestamp. So just add comma, curly braces, and provide timestamps property, and in this one just add true. That's it. So we have created one schema. Now using this schema we can create one model. So let's add const car equal to mongoose dot model, and in this one we'll add the model name called car, and then we have to add the schema, that is car schema. So we have created this model. After that we will export this model from this file. So let's add export default and model name, that is car. So we have exported this model from this file, and we can use this model in any other file. So we have created a car model, and using this model we can store the data in database. But to store the data we have to create a function. So let's come back here in this owner controller.js file, and in this one let's create another function to add a new car. So here let's add the comment API to list car, right? And before that we have created one function. So here let's add the comment, that is API to change role of user. So we have added this comment. Now let's come to this comment, and here we'll create a function. So let's export this function, export const add car equal to async add a function, and in the function parameter we will get the request and response. That's it. And in this one we'll add the try catch block, and in this catch block just copy this statement. Let me just copy and paste it here. That's it. Now we'll come here in this try block. So to add a new car we have to add the car details. As you can see in this schema we have to provide these details, right? And we have to provide the image also. So let me just come here in this owner controller. So here in this try block we will get the car data, and we will get the image file from the request, and then we will store the image in the cloud storage, and we will store the other data in the MongoDB database. So here let's add const curly braces. We will add underscore ID equal to request dot user, and this user data will be added using the middleware. After that, let's add let property let car equal to JSON dot parse, and here let's add the request dot body dot car data. So we will provide the car data in the body, and let's get it here in this car variable. So now we have the car data from this request body car data. After that, we will get the image also from the request. So here we'll add const image file equal to this request dot file, and this file will be added using a middleware that we will create using multer package. So the multer package will help us to upload the image that will add the image file in the request using the file property. So for that, let me add the multer package here in this project. So let's open the terminal. In this terminal you can see server is running. So let's stop it using Ctrl+C+Y. Now let's add the command npm install multer. Press enter. After that, we have to start our project. So let's add npm run server. So it will again start the project. So you can see server is running. Now we can hide this terminal, and let's come to this sidebar, and here in this middleware folder we'll create a new file and write the file name multer.js, and here let's import the multer package. So just add import multer from multer. After that, here let's add one variable called upload. So just add const upload equal to multer, and in this one let's add one object where we'll add a storage. So we'll add this storage property, and it will be this multer dot disk storage, and in this disk storage just add the empty object. So we have created this middleware. Now let me export it from this one. So just add export default upload. So we have created a middleware that will add the image file in the request. So let's come back here in our owner controller.js file where we are creating the function to add the car data in the database. So now we will get the car data and image file. So we have to upload this image on the cloud storage, and to store this image on cloud storage we will use ImageKit. ImageKit is an image and video API. We will use this ImageKit to store and optimize our images. If I scroll down, you can see all the features of ImageKit. We can use it to optimize our images. It will reduce the image file size, and it will also help you to convert the image format so that your image will be supported on all the web application. And we can use it to transform the images also, like we can transform the size, we can transform the background, we can crop the images, right? So we can use this ImageKit for our image storage and optimization, and we can use it for free. Let me open its pricing page. So you can see here we have forever free plan, right? And in this free plan you can use 25 GB of bandwidth, then 5 GB of DAM storage, and here you can use 500 video processing units and up to 3 users. And these are other features included in this forever free plan. So just click on the link given in the description and sign up for ImageKit forever free plan. So let me just click on this login button. I already have an account. So I'll click here and I'll log in with my existing account. So I'll choose Google option. After successful sign up, it will ask you some onboarding questions and you need to set up an ImageKit ID, and then you will come to this dashboard. In this dashboard, in this left sidebar, you will find this option developers, right? We have the developers option in the sidebar. Let's click here, and here you can see this API keys. So here we have the ImageKit ID that you will set up after sign up, and here you will find the URL endpoint. So here you will find the standard keys where you can see public key and private key. So you need to copy these public key, private key and URL endpoint in your project. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, then open .env file where we will store all the keys. So in this one, let's create some state variables. So here we'll add ImageKit public key, then we'll add ImageKit private key, then we'll add the environment variable name called ImageKit URL endpoint. Right? Now let me add these values. So just come back and copy this URL endpoint, paste it here. After that, let's copy the public key, copy and paste it here. Then we will provide the private key. So let me just come back and click on this eye icon to reveal the key, and here you need to confirm your password to get the secret key. So let me add my password here. And I will copy the key and paste it here. Now let me wrap it in single or double quote like this. I'll wrap everything. So we have added 3 environment variables: ImageKit, public key, private key and URL endpoint. Now after that, we have to create the configuration file to use the ImageKit in our project. For that, let me see the documentation. We'll come back here on this home page of ImageKit and then click on this docs to open the documentation page. And then you can see here we have Node.js because we are creating our backend project using Node.js. So just click here. So it will open this GitHub repository, right? So in this one, let me just scroll down and you can see the steps to use the ImageKit. So first we have to install it using this command npm install ImageKit save. So just copy and come back to the VS Code. Now let's open the terminal. And in this terminal, let's add Ctrl+C to stop the project. Then add this command npm install ImageKit --save. After installing it, again we can start the project. So let's add npm run server. So it will start the backend. So now our server is running. Let me hide it. After that, let's come back here in this GitHub repository and you can see we have to initialize the ImageKit. After importing this ImageKit, here we'll create this code where we'll use new ImageKit and provide this public key, private key and URL endpoint that we have added in the environment variable. So just copy this and come back to the VS Code. And here we'll create a new file in this configs folder and write the file name imagekit.js. And in this file, let's paste this code. From here, we will remove this require statement. We have just added import ImageKit from the ImageKit package. Then we have created this ImageKit. And after that, let me export it. So just add export default ImageKit. So we have exported it from this file so that we can use it in any other file. Now we have to provide the values here. So our keys are added in the environment variable. So let me import it. So just add process.env dot and we'll add the environment variable name, that is ImageKit public key. Then let me just copy and paste it here. And in this one, we'll add the environment variable name, that is ImageKit private key. Then just copy and paste it here in this third one. And here simply add ImageKit URL endpoint. So we have created this configuration for ImageKit. After that, we can use this configuration to upload the images and transform the images. So let me just come back to our controller file, that is ownercontroller.js file. And here you can see we have the image, right? And to store this image, we have to convert it in the base64 format, right? For that, let me just come back here in this GitHub. Here, let's find the documentation to upload the images. So I'll click here, upload file or file upload. So here you can see we have to add this ImageKit.upload method, and in this one we'll add the file. And in this file we can add the URL, base64 image or binary image, right? Then we have to add the file name, and then we can add these extensions, and we can also add the transformations, right? So we have to use this one, ImageKit.upload, right? So let me just come back here in the VS Code, and here after getting this image file, let's convert it. So here we'll add const file buffer equal to, we will use file system. So let me import the file system here. So just scroll up, and here we'll add import fs from fs, that is file system. Now let's come here, we'll add fs dot, then we'll add read file sync. After that, in this one we will provide our image file dot path property. So it will provide the file buffer, and now we can upload it on ImageKit. So let me add the comment also. We'll add the comment here, upload image to ImageKit. So here let's add await ImageKit. Let's click here to import it from the configuration file. So you can see ImageKit is imported from this configs folder, imagekit.js file. And after that, in this one we have to use the upload method. So just add upload, and in this upload we'll add the object where we'll add the file property, and in this file we can simply provide this file buffer. Now we'll add the comma, and then we'll add the next property, file name, and in this one let's add the image file dot original name. So we have added the file name property also, and after that we'll add the folder name also, and in this folder let's add /cars. So it will arrange our images in this folder. Now after uploading we will get the response. So here let's add const response. We will store in this response variable, right? So we have uploaded the image and we will get the response, but we will not store the image, we will store the image URL, right? And we have to generate the image URL after optimizing our image. We will just come back here on this GitHub file, and here let me go for URL generation, and in this one you can see we can generate the URL using this ImageKit.url, right? And here we have to add the path, and in this path we will provide our response, and from that response we'll get the file path. So we will provide the path here, and after that we will add the transformation to optimize our image. So we will optimize the quality, we will optimize the format, and we will also set the width. If I scroll down, you can find all the transformation option. So let me just copy this code. I'll just click on this icon to copy this one and just come back here in this VS Code and let's paste it. And here we'll add the comment. Let me update this comment. We'll add optimize through ImageKit URL transformation. And here let's update the name also. We'll add optimized image URL. It will be imagekit.url, and then we have the path property. And in this path property, we'll add the response. And from this response, we will get the file path. So we have added the path in this ImageKit URL. Then let me remove this URL endpoint. And here we'll add the transformation. So in this transformation, we have to set the width. So let me just remove it. Here you can see we have this array, and in this array we have the empty object. So in this first object, let's add the width. We will set the width 1280. After that we'll add the comma. Here we'll add the quality. We'll add the object and we'll set the quality auto. So it will optimize the quality. Then add the comma, and here we'll add the object and provide the format, and in the format we'll add WebP. So it will be supported on all the web application, and it will be very light in the file size. And after that, let me add the comment also. So here let's add the comment auto compression. It will compress the quality, and after that we'll add the comment called convert to modern format, and after that we'll add the comment here. So here we are adding the resize option, that is width resize. So we have added the transformation in our image that will optimize the image using the width, quality and format. There are multiple transformation options available in ImageKit. So now we have the optimized image URL, and let's add it in one variable. So just add const image equal to optimized image URL, right? And now we can store this image URL in the MongoDB database. So here let's add await. We will add the car model. Let's click here to import the car model. You can see the car model has been imported here in this line. Now let's come back, and in this one we'll add dot create method that will create a new data in the database. And here let's add one object. We'll add the spread operator car, and then we'll add owner property, and in this owner property we'll add underscore ID. Then we'll add the image. So we have added all the data which is required to list a new car. After that we can send the response. So simply add response.json method, and then we'll add the object, and here we'll add success true, and with that we'll add the message called car added. So we have created the controller function that will store the image in ImageKit, and it will also optimize the image, and then we will store the car data in MongoDB database, and then we'll send the response where the message is car added. So we can list a car. Now using this controller function, we will create the API endpoint. So let's come here in this owner route.js file, and in this owner route.js file, we'll create a new route. So just duplicate this one. Here we'll add post, then we'll add the path name called add car. Then we'll add the middleware to upload the image. So let's add upload. Let's import this upload from the middleware folder and multer.js file. And in this one, let's add .single and provide the property name image, because we will send the image data with image property, right? After that, here we have to add the protect middleware. So simply add this middleware. Then we'll add our controller function, that is add car. So let's import this add car controller function. So we have created a new route. Using that, we can add a new car in the MongoDB database. After creating this API, now let's test it. For testing this API, we will open the Postman application again, and here we will create a new request. So just click on this plus icon, and here we'll add the API endpoint. So just add localhost colon 3000 slash API slash we will add owner slash add car. Now we will select the method, it will be post, and here we have to add the data. So let's come to this body tag, and here we will choose the form data. We will send the data in form data format. Now here we have to add the data in a property called car data. Let's open the controller folder and this owner controller.js file. So in this one you can see we are getting the car data from this request body, right? So we have to provide the car data here in this request. So let's add the key name car data, and here we'll add the value, and in this value we have to provide the brand name, model, seating capacity, price per day, all the data that is required to add a new car. So let me write it here in any new tab. Here we'll add one object, and in this object let's add all the data one by one. So here we have to add brand. Let me show you that model. So let's open this models file car.js. So you can see we have to provide the owner, brand, model, then image, year, category, seating capacity, fuel type, transmission, price per day, location, description, and is available. Is available is already added by default true. So we can skip this, and we have to provide these data. So let me just come back here and create the object where we'll add all the data in the JSON format. So you can see this list. Here we have added brand, model, year, category, seating capacity, fuel type, transmission, price per day, location, and description. Now let me just copy this, and we will open this form data, and let's paste it here in this value like this. After that, here we have to add the next property, that will be image, and in this image we have to upload the image. So from here we'll choose this file, and here we can select the file. So let's click on this button to choose the file, and here let me choose this one, and after that let's click on this open. So this image file is selected. After that we have to authenticate this request. So let's come here in this headers, and here we'll add the authorization property, and in this authorization we have to provide the token. So let me come back to the previous request, and in this previous request you can see we have added the headers, and in this headers we have this token. So just copy and paste it here. Now click on this send button. So here we have received success false expected double quoted property name in JSON. So let me see our data in this body. We will open this car data. So let me expand this value, and in this one you can see at the end we have added this comma. Let me remove it and then click on send button. So it is sending the request, and after that you can see we have received the response success true, and in the message we have the message called car added. So we have successfully added a car. After that let me check it in the database. So just come back to the web browser and open the MongoDB database, and let me refresh it, and let's open this cars, and here you can see a new car has been added, right? And here we have the image property, and in this image property we have one image URL, right? It means our image is uploaded on this ImageKit, and we have the image URL stored in our MongoDB database. Let me just open this image link in the new tab. So if I paste it here, you can see this is the uploaded image, right? Now let me download this image on our desktop screen. So you can see the downloaded size is only 66 KB. Let me come here. So this is the downloaded image and you can see the size. It is 66 KB only, and let's see the original size. If I open this project folder, client, src, assets, and let's see that same image. So you can see the original size is 200 KB, more than 200 it is, right? It is 205 KB. So you can see the size has been reduced and the format is also updated. So the format is WebP. So we have uploaded the image on ImageKit and optimized the image. Now let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we'll create other controller functions for different APIs. So let's come here and we'll open the ownercontroller.js file, and here we'll create a new API. Using that we can get the list of all cars of any owner, right? So here scroll down and we'll create a new function. Before that we'll add the comment API to list owner cars. So here we'll create a function. So just add export const get owner cars equal to async and create the arrow function. And in this function parameter we will get request and response. Now in this one we will add the try catch statement, and let's copy this statement from catch block, paste it here. After that let's come to this try block. In this one we'll get the user's ID, so just copy it from here, paste it here. So we will get the user ID from this request, and after that we will find the cars for this user. So just add const cars equal to await, then we'll add the car model dot find method, and in this one we'll add the owner property and it will be underscore ID. So it will give all the car of this owner. After that we will send this list in the response. So simply add response.json, and here we'll add success true, and after that let's provide this cars in this response. So just add this cars. So we have created a controller function. Using that we can display the list of cars for the particular owner, right? Now we'll create the controller function to toggle the car availability. So here let's create a comment. We'll add API to toggle car availability, and here we'll create one asynchronous arrow function. So just create this function, and here we have added the function name toggle car availability. Now in this one let me just copy this statement, paste it here, and here we'll get the ID from this request, then we'll get the car ID from the body, right? So let's add const car ID and let's get it from the request dot body. Let me wrap it in curly braces like this. So we'll get the car ID from request dot body, and after that we have to find this car, right? So here we'll add const car equal to await car model dot find by ID, and here we will provide this car ID. So now we have this particular car, and in this one we have to update the available property, right? So before that we will check whether this car belongs to this particular user or not. So here let me add the comment checking is car belongs to the user. So here we'll add if statement car dot owner dot toString method. Here we'll add not equal to underscore ID dot toString, right? It means this owner is not same as this car owner. So in that case we'll add return statement where we'll add success false. So simply add response.json success false, and the message is unauthorized. Now suppose the card owner is same. So in that case, we can update the is available property. So let's add this card dot is available equal to not of card dot is available. So if it is true, it will make it false, and if it is false, it will make it true. After that, we have to save the data in the database. So just add await card dot save. So it will get saved in the database. Now we will send the response using JSON, where we'll add success true, and then we'll add the message property. So here we'll add message. It will be availability toggled, right? And after that, we have added this catch statement. Now we'll add the controller function. Using that, any owner can delete their card, right? So let me just copy this entire function from here. Let's copy and paste it here. And here we'll add the comment API to delete a card. Let's add this comment, and we'll add the function name called delete card. So in this function, we'll get the ID from this request user, then we'll get the card ID from request body, and after that we'll find this card. After that, we'll check for the user, right? And then we have to add this card dot owner property, and let's write null. We will set the card owner null, and after that we'll add card is available. Let's set false. So we have added card dot is available false. So what is happening here? We have added card dot owner null. It means we have removed this owner from this card data, and we have set the availability false, so it will be unavailable. We cannot delete this card data, because if someone has booked this card, it will be displayed in their booking history, right? That's why we will not delete the data. We will just remove the owner from this card, right? And after that, we will display a message. So in this message, we'll add card removed, because this owner will be removed from this card data from the database, right? So we have created this function called delete card, and after that we'll create another function for the owner that will be dashboard data. So let's add the comment here, API to get dashboard data, right? Now here again we'll create a function. So let me just copy this one, paste it here. Here we'll add the function name called get dashboard data, and after that in this one we'll add the try catch block, and let me just copy this statement from the catch block, paste it here. After that, in this try block, we have to get the ID and role from the request. So just add const ID, and let's get the role from the request.user, right? And after that we'll check the role. We'll add the if statement. We'll add if role not equal to owner. It means the user is not an owner. So in that case, we will simply return the response. So let's add return response .json success false, and the message is unauthorized. After that, we'll add const. Suppose the role is owner. So in that case, just add const cars equal to await, and here we'll add the car model dot find method, and in this one let's add object where we'll add the owner property and provide underscore ID. So it will add all the cars here where the owner is this one from this ID, right? After that, we have to add the bookings data. So before getting the booking data, we have to create the bookings, right? So we will create it later. So for now, let me save this changes and we will complete this dashboard function later. But for now, we will create the API endpoint for these functions, right? So let's open the routes file, that is owner route, and here let me create the new route. So just duplicate this line. Here we'll add cars, and here we'll add the middleware called protect, and then we'll add the function get owner cars. It will get imported here. Now just duplicate it, and here you can see we have added post, so let me update it. It will be get. Now in this last one we have added post, it is correct, and here we'll add toggle car. So let's add the path toggle car, and then we'll add the protect, and here we'll add the function toggle card availability. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add delete card, and then we'll add the function delete card. That's it. Now save the changes. So we have created these API to add the card, get the cards list for the owner, toggle the card availability, and remove the card. After creating these API, now we will create the API endpoint for bookings so that user can book the card. So to store the booking data, we have to create the MongoDB model, right? So let's open this sidebar, and here we have the models folder. In this one, we will create a new file and write the file name booking.js. In this one, we have to create a model, and to create the model, first we have to create a schema. So let me just copy it from the previous model. You can see we have created the card model, right? Card.js file is there. Let's open it, and let me copy entire code from this file, and after that open the booking.js and paste it here. Now in this one we will update the name. So here you can see first we are importing mongoose from mongoose, then we have added object ID from mongoose schema types, then we have to add the schema name. So here we'll add the schema name booking a schema equal to new mongoose.schema constructor, and then we have to define the properties that will be available in the booking, right? So let me clear all the properties from here. Then we have the timestamps, right? And then we'll add the model name here. So just add booking equal to mongoose.model and write the model name booking, and here we will provide this schema, that is booking a schema. And let's export this booking from this file using this export default. Now let me add the properties in this booking data. So first we have to add the car details for the booking. So just add the car property, and here let's add the type. So in this one we will add the type, that is the object ID, right? And after that we'll add the reference of our car model, and then we'll add required true. It means to book any card we have to add the card details, right? And here we will provide the card model and provide the object ID. Now let's add the second data. So here we have to store the user's data for the booking. So just add the user property, and in this user property again add this one. So let's just copy this, paste it here, and after that in this one we have to update this reference. So in this reference we'll add the user model. In the first one we have to add the car model, and in this one we have added the user model required true. After that here we have to add the next property. So just add owner, and after that let's add same thing. So just copy this, paste it here. So here we have added type object ID, then reference, it will be user model, and then required true. Then add the comma, and here we'll add the pickup date and return date. So let's add the property pickup date, and in this one we have to add the type. So the type will be date, right? And then we'll add required true. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add return date. Then we have to add the status of this booking. So let's add the status property, and in this status let's add the type. So the type will be a string, and then we'll add the enum, and in this one we'll add one array where we'll add all the a status type, right? So just add one array, and in this one let's add the different values that can be stored in this status. So it could be pending, then let's add comma and add confirmed, then again add comma. Here we'll add cancelled. So any booking can be pending, confirmed or cancelled, and whenever a new booking will be created, in that case we have to store the default value. So by default the status will be pending, so here just add default pending, right? Now let's add the comma, and here we'll add the next property, that is price. So just add the price property, we'll add the curly braces, and we'll store the number type here. So just add type number, and after that we'll add required true. So we have created this schema for booking, and then we have created the model using this schema. And now we can use this schema and store the data in the MongoDB database. So let's create a function that will allow you to book the car. And before booking, first we have to check the availability of any car. So let's create a controller file. So here we have the controllers folder. In this one we will create a new file. So let's create a new file with the name bookingcontroller.js. Now in this one, first we will create a function that will help us to find the availability of the car. So just add comment function to check availability of car for a given date. Now let's add const and write the function name check availability equal to, we will create the asynchronous function, and to check the availability we have to provide the car detail in this function. Then we have to provide the pickup date and return date. So let's add the pickup date and return date in this function parameter. Now in this one let's add const booking, or let's add bookings, because we have to find the bookings here. So just add await, and now we will use the booking model that we have just created. Just add this booking model, it will get imported from this file. Let me add the file name extension .js. Now in this model we will add the find method, and here we have to provide the car, then pickup date and return date. So just add one object. So first we'll add the car, after that we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the pickup date property, and it will be less than the given return date. Now we'll add the comma, duplicate it, and here we'll add return date, and this return date will be greater than this pickup date. So just add this one here. So now it will check the bookings for this pickup date and return date and for this particular car, and if any booking is available for this car within this pickup and return date, it means that car is not available, right? So here we'll add return statement, and let's add bookings.length. If this length is greater than 0, it means we have some booking for the car and the car is not available. So here we'll return false. For that simply add equal to 0. So it will return false, and when we don't have any booking in this date range, it will return true. It means the car is available. So we have created a function, right? Now we will create a controller function that will be executed on the API call, and using this function we will fetch the car availability data. If I come on the web page, you can see here we have created a form. So in this form we will add the API call that will use the location, pickup date and return date and display the list of available car, right? So for that we'll create the controller function. So here let me add the comment API to check availability of car for given date and location, And here let's create one asynchronous arrow function. So simply add export const check availability of card equal to async function, and in this function parameter we will get request and response. Right, now we'll add the try catch block in this function. Now in this catch block simply add console log, and here we'll add the error dot message, right? And after that here we'll add the response also, and here we'll add JSON method, and in this response.json we'll add success false, and after that we have to add the message property, and in this message property we will add error.message. Let me add everything in the curly braces. So we have added success false and the message is error.message. Now let's come to this try block. Now in this try block we will get some data from the request body. So let's add const curly braces. We will get the location. After that we will get the pickup date. Then we will get the return date, and let's get it from the request dot body tag, right? After that let me add the comment. So here we have added fetch all available car for the given location. So we have to find the list of cars for the given location where the is available property is true. So here let's add const cars equal to await, then we'll add car model. Let's click here to import the car model. You can see it has been imported. Just add the file name extension .js. Now let's come here, and here we'll add .find method, and in this find method let's add the object where we'll add the location, right? And after that we'll add the is available property. So just add is available and make it true. So when the is available property is true and the location is same as given in the body, so it will return all the cars here in this cars variable, right? Now we have to find the cars availability based on the pickup and return date from this list, right? And for that we will use promise. So let's add one comment here. Check car availability for the given date range using promise. So here let's add const available cars promise equal to, we will use this cars dot map method, and in this one we have to add one asynchronous function. Now in this function we will get the individual car, and after that here we have to add the function that is created here, check availability, right? So here just add await and the function name check availability, and in this one let's add the car ID using this car dot underscore ID. After that we have to provide the pickup date and return date. So let's get it from here, right? So we have added the car ID, pickup date, return date. After that it will return either true or false for this particular car. So let's store it in a variable. So here we'll add const, and the variable name is available equal to await, like this. So we have added this variable is available where we'll get the available status for the particular car for this given pickup date and return date. And after that here we'll add the return statement, and in this return statement we'll add one object where we'll add a spread operator. We will provide this car dot underscore doc, then we'll add the comma, and after that we'll add the is available, and here let's add this is available. Now after this map, here we'll add a space and let's add one variable, let available cars equal to await, and we will use promise dot all, and in this one let's add this available car promise. After this, here we will add available cars and it will be equal to this available cars dot filter, and in this one just add the car and create the arrow function. Here we'll add the car dot is available property and it will be true. That's it. So now we have the list of available cars that we can return in the response. So just add response.json and here we will add success true, and then we will return the list of available cars. So simply add this available cars here. So we have created a function that will return the available car for the particular location, pickup date and return date, right? Now let's create another function using that user can book the car, right? So here we will add one function. So let's add one comment also. Let's add API to create booking, and here we'll create one async arrow function. So just add export const create booking equal to async and arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get the request and response. Now in this one we have to add the try catch statement, and let's copy this statement from catch block, paste it here. Now let's come to this try block. Now here to create the booking we need the user's ID and we need the car details from the request body. So let's add const curly braces, we will add underscore ID and let's get it from the request dot user property. After that we have to get the car details. So just add const curly braces, let's add the car, then we'll add the pickup date, then return date, and let's get it from the request dot body. After that here we'll add the const, let's add is available equal to await, and in this one we'll add the check availability property, and here we'll add the particular car, then we'll add the pickup date and return date. So it will either return true or false. So here we'll add the if statement, we'll add if not of is available, it means the car is not available. So in that case we will return a response with success false. So just add return response.json, and here we'll add one object where we'll add success false, and with that we have to add a message also. So in the message we will add car is not available, right? After that here let's add a space, and here suppose this car is available, in that case we will add the car data. So let's add const car data equal to await, and let's add the car model dot find method. So let's add the find by ID here. Now in this one simply add this car that is available here. So after adding it we will get the car data from the MongoDB. Now we have to calculate the price based on the pickup and return date for this booking. So let's add the comment here, calculate price based on pickup and return date. So to calculate the price let's add const pickup date or picked equal to new date, and in this one just provide the pickup date. Now let's add const returned equal to new date and provide the return date. Now we have to calculate the number of days, right? So just add const number of days equal to math.ceal, and here let's add the parenthesis and provide the return date minus picked date, returned minus picked, and then we have to divide it using 1000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 24. So it will be number of days, right? And after that we have to calculate the price using this number of days. It means we have to multiply the card price using this days. So just add const, we will add the price property, and it will be card data dot price per day and multiply with number of days. So this is the booking amount. So now we have the user's ID, then we have the card data, and we have the price, we have the pickup date, return date, right? So now we can create the booking. It means we can store the booking data in the MongoDB database. So here we'll add the await, and let's add the booking model. And in this one, we'll add the create method that will create a booking. So to create a booking, we have to provide the card data. So just add the card, then we'll add the owner. So in this owner, we'll add the card data dot owner property. After that, we have to add the user. So just add the user, and here we'll provide underscore ID. Then we have to provide the pickup date. Then we will provide the return date, and then we have to provide the price for this booking. That's it. So a new booking will be created. Now we can send the response. So simply add response.json, and in this one we will send the success property true, and after that we will send the message that is booking created. So we have created the response. So using this function we can book any car, right? So after this function we will create the API to get the list of bookings for the user. So here we'll create a comment API to list user bookings, and here we have to create one async function. So let me just copy and paste it here, and in this one we will update the function name. So it will be get user bookings, right? Now in this one we have to add the try catch statement. So just copy this a statement from the catch block, paste it here. Now let's come to this try block. Now in this try block we have to get the user ID, and we will get it from the request, right? So let's just copy it from here and paste it here. So we will get the ID from user.request, and after that we have to find the bookings for this user. So let's add const bookings variable equal to await, and after that here we'll add the booking model. So let's add the booking model dot find method, and here we have to provide the user. So let's add the user, and in this user we will provide underscore ID. In this booking data we have to populate the car data. It means in the car property we have the car ID only, but instead of the car ID we will add entire car details. So here we'll add the populate property, and here let's add the property name car. After that we have to sort this data so that the new bookings will be displayed on the top. So just add sort, and in this one let's add one object where we will add created at -1. That's it. Now we have the bookings, correct? So now we can send this bookings data in the response. So let's just copy this response status from here and paste it here, and in this one let's add success true, and after that let me remove this message. Instead of this message we will simply provide this bookings in the response. That's it. So we have created the API controller function. Using that we can get the booking detail for the particular user. Now we have to create the API endpoint. Using that we can get the booking details for the owner, right? So let's add one comment here, API to get owner bookings, right? And after that, let me just copy this entire function, copy and paste it here. And here we will update the name. It will be get owner bookings equal to async arrow function. Here we have added the try catch block. So let me clear this try block. And after that, in this try block, we'll add the if statement and we'll write request.user.role property and not equal to owner. In that case, simply add return and we'll add response.json, and in this one we'll add success false, and then we'll add the message not authorized. Now suppose the user is owner, so in that case simply add const and we'll add the bookings variable equal to await, and here we will use the booking model dot find method, and in this one we have to add the owner property, and in this owner property we will add request.user._id, right? After that, here we have to add populate, so just add dot populate, and in this one let's add two properties, that is car, and then we'll add the space and provide user. That's it. After that, here we have to remove the user's password, so let's add select, and in this select let's add minus user dot password. After that, here we have to add sort method to sort this data, and let's add the same thing, that is created at -1, so the new bookings will be displayed on the top. After that, we can send the response, so let's just copy it from here and paste it here. So we have added response.json success true and then provided this bookings. So we have created this function. Using that, owner can get the list of bookings. Next, we have to create one more function. Using that, owner can update the booking status. It means whenever a new booking is created, the booking status is pending. So owner can confirm the booking or owner can cancel the booking. So here let's create one function, and before that we will add one comment. So let's add the comment API to change the booking status. After that, let's just copy this entire function, paste it here. In this one we will add the function name, so just update the function name, change booking status, and let me just clear this try block. Now in this try block, first we have to get the ID from the user, so let me just copy this one and paste it here. So we will get the ID from request.user. After that, here we will add const, then we will add the booking equal to await, then we will add the booking model. So let's add this booking model dot find by ID, right? And here we have to provide the booking ID, but we have to get this booking ID from the request only. So let me add the space here, and here let's add const curly braces. We will get the booking ID and we will get it from this request dot body, right? And from this request body we can get the status also, that is the new status, right? So just add booking ID and updated status. And now we have to find the booking using this booking ID, so let's add it here, booking dot find by ID, and provided this booking ID. Now here we will get the booking. So here we will check if this booking dot owner is not equal to underscore ID, and to compare this one, let me convert it in a string format. So here we'll add dot to a string, and let's add it here also in this ID. we'll add dot to a string. Now in this one, suppose this owner ID and this ID that we are getting from this request is not same. So in that case, we'll add the response. So just add return response.json, and here we'll add success false. And with that, we'll add the message called not authorized, right? If the owner is not same, then they cannot update the status. Now suppose the owner is same, in that case, simply add the booking dot status property, and in this status we will add the new status that we are getting from this request body. So let's add it here, right? After that, we have to save this data in the database. So just add the await booking dot save. So this booking will be updated in the MongoDB database. After that, we can send the response. So simply add response.json method, and in this one we will add success true, and with that we will add the message also. So in the message we will add a status updated. That's it. So we have created the API to change the booking status. Now using these API controller function, we will create the API endpoint, right? We have this function check availability of car, create booking, user bookings, get owner bookings, and change booking status. So let's create the API endpoint. So we have to create the router. So let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the routes folder. So create a new file here and write the file name bookingroutes.js. And in this one we have to import the express from express package, and after that we have to create a new router. So just add const booking router equal to express dot router. So we have created the booking router. Now in this router we have to create different API endpoint. So let's use this booking router dot post method, and in this one let's add the path. So we will add the path called check availability, and after that simply provide the function that is check availability of car. This function has been imported here. So let me add the file name extension .js, that is the booking controller.js in this line. Now let me duplicate it, and in this second one we will add the path name called create, that will create a booking. So let's add create. Here we have to add the / also, like this. And to create the booking, here let's add the middleware protect. So it will add the user ID in the request, and after that we'll add the function create booking. So this create booking function has been imported, and this protect route function is also imported from this auth.js. After that, just duplicate it, and here we will get the data using this get method. We will update this method get, and here we'll add the path name user. So just add /user, then middleware protect, and after that let's add the function get user bookings. Now just duplicate it. Here also we'll use the get method. Here we'll add owner, and then we'll add the function called get owner bookings. Now just duplicate it, and in this last one we'll add the type post, and here we'll add the API endpoint path, that is change status, and here we'll add the function called change booking status. You can see change booking status function is imported from this controller file, right? Now we have to export this router from this file. So at the end we'll add export default and provide this route. Let me just copy again, paste it here. So we have exported this booking router from this file, and now we can add this booking router in our main file, that is the server.js. So let's open the server.js file, scroll down, and here let me duplicate this line. Then we'll update the path. It will be /API/booking, and here we'll add the booking route. Let me scroll up. You can see this booking router has been imported. Here we have added booking router and path is /API/bookings. Let me write S like this. So we have created the API for the car booking and get the booking list, right? Now let me complete the previous function that is written here in this owner controller. If I come here in this owner controller.js file, you can see we were creating the get dashboard data, and in the dashboard data we have to display the car details, we have to display the booking details also. So now we have created the booking function, booking model, so we can get the booking data in this dashboard. So let's complete it. So here we have this const cars and we are getting the car data for this particular owner, right? And after that we will get the booking data for this owner. So just add const bookings equal to await, and here let's add the booking model. So let's click here. So scroll up and you can see this booking model is imported from this models folder booking.js file, right? Now let's come here and after that we will add the find method, and in this find method simply add curly braces and provide the owner, and it will be _ID that we are getting here from this request, right? After that in this one we will add populate, and let's add the car property. Then we have to sort the data, so just add sort created at -1. That's it. So here we have the bookings data. Now from this bookings data we will find the pending booking and confirmed booking, right? So let's add const pendings equal to await, and let's add the booking model dot find method, and in this one we'll add one object where we'll add owner _ID, and then we'll add the status called pending, right? Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add completed booking, so just add this completed booking where we'll add await booking dot find method, then owner, it will be _ID, and status is confirmed. That's it. Now after that we have to calculate the monthly revenue for this owner. So let me add the comment first. We will add calculate monthly revenue from bookings where status is confirmed, right? So let's add a space here, and in this one we'll add const monthly revenue equal to this bookings that is available here, and here we'll add slice, and after that we'll add dot filter, and in this one we'll add the arrow function with the booking in the parameter. We will get the individual booking in the parameter. So let's add booking and create the arrow function, and here let's add the booking dot status equal to confirmed. So it will return the bookings where the status is confirmed, and after that we'll add dot reduce, and here we'll add one arrow function where let's add the ACC and booking in this parameter, and after that we'll add this ACC plus booking dot price property, then comma 0. So now we'll get the monthly revenue, right? After that let's create the object where we'll add all the data for the dashboard, right? So let's add const dashboard data equal to one object. Now in this one we will send the total number of cars, so just add total cars, and it will be this cars dot length, then add the comma. Next we'll add the total bookings, and in this total bookings let's add the bookings dot length, then add comma. Here we'll add the pending bookings, so just add pending bookings, it will be pending bookings dot length. After that we'll add completed bookings, and it will be completed bookings dot length. Then add comma. Here we'll add the recent booking, and in this recent bookings property, let's add the bookings dot slice, and in this one we'll add 0,3, so it will display up to 3 bookings in the recent section. After that we'll add the monthly revenue, so let me just copy and paste it here. So we have created the data. Now we can send it in the response. So here let's add response.json success true, and then provide this dashboard data. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can display the data in the owner dashboard. Right now let's create the API endpoint for this function also. So let's open the owner route. So here we have the owner route. Now in this one let's add a new route. We'll add this router dot get method, and in this one let's add the path slash dashboard, and in this dashboard path we'll add the middleware, that is protect, and after that we'll add the function get dashboard data. That's it. You can see get dashboard data function is imported, right? Save the changes. So we have created this endpoint. Using that we can get the dashboard data. After that we have to create our last API. Using that admin can update their profile picture. If I come to this web page and open the dashboard, you can see here we have the picture. So admin can upload the picture from here, and this picture will be updated in the database also. To update this image we have to store this image in the ImageKit storage, and we will also optimize this image using ImageKit. So let me just come back and open the owner controller.js file, and here we'll create a new function. So let's add the comment first. We'll add the API to update user image, and then let's create the function. So just add export const update user image equal to async, and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter we'll get request and response, and after that in this one we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this catch block we'll just copy this statement and paste it here, and in this try block first we have to get the ID. So let's get it from the request.user, right? So let me just copy this, paste it here. So we'll get the ID only, remove this role, and after that we have to upload the image to the ImageKit, and we have already created the code for uploading the image. Let me scroll up. We have created the function to upload a new card, right? Add card. So here in this function you can see we have added the code to upload the images. So let me just copy it from here. So let's select these lines, copy and scroll down, and let's paste it here. So here first we'll get the image file from the request.file property, correct? And after that here we will get the file buffer using this file system read file sync, and provided this image.path. And after that here we are uploading the image on ImageKit using this upload method, and here we have the file, then file name and folder, and let me update this folder. Here we'll add the folder name called users. That's it. And then we will get the response, and after that from this response we'll get the file path, and using this file path we can optimize our image, right? So here we have added optimization, and in this one we have added this response.filepath, and then we have added the transformation to optimize the image. So here we will set the width 400 only because it is just a profile image. Then we have added the quality auto, and after that format WebP. That's it. and here we will get the optimized image URL from this ImageKit. After that, let's store it in this image variable, and now we can update this image in the user data, right? So let's add await. We will add the user model dot find by ID and update, and here first we'll add the user ID, so just add underscore ID, and then let's add the object and provide this image variable, so it will update the image data in the MongoDB database for the particular user. And after that we can send the response, so simply add response dot JSON, and here we will add the success property true, and after that we will add the message also. So in the message we will add image updated, like this. So we have created another function, using that user can update their image. Now for this function also we have to create the API endpoint, so again open the owner route.js file, and in this one, after this dashboard, let's create one more router or route. So just add owner router.post method, and in this one let's add the path name, so it will be /update image. And after that, here we have to add the middleware which is added here. Let me just copy this, paste it here. So we have added upload.single and provided the property name image. Then we have to add protect here, and after that we'll add the function update user image. That's it. So we have created this API endpoint. Using this, user can update their image in the dashboard. So now we have completed all the API in our backend. So let me open the terminal. So in this terminal you can see this is the backend terminal. This server is running, it is correct, and this is the front end, it is also running. So we have completed the backend of our application. After that we can link these backend APIs with our front end to make our web page functional. So we will link the backend APIs with this website. To connect our backend with our front end, let's come back to the VS Code. And here we will close all the files. So right click and select close saved. Now open the sidebar, and in this sidebar we have the server folder. So let's collapse this folder. Now let's expand this client folder, and in this client we have .env, right? So let's open it. In this one we have added one environment variable, that is currency. So now we'll add one more environment variable where we will store our backend URL. So let's add wheat, because we have created our React project using the wheat package. So just add wheat base URL equal to, and here we will paste our base URL or backend URL. So let me just open the web browser, and our backend is running at this localhost port 3000. So simply copy this one and come back here. Let's paste this URL. Now from this URL we will remove this / from the end. It should end with this port number. That's it. Save the changes. So now we have the backend URL in our front end project. Now let's create a context file where we will store all the global variables and functions, so that we can easily access the variables and functions in multiple components. So in this src folder we will create a new folder called context, and in this context folder we will create our context file. So create a new file here and write the file name appcontext.jsx. Now in this file we have to create a context using the create context hook. So here let's add export const, then write the context name, that is app context, equal to create context. Let's click here to import it from the React package and add this parenthesis. So we have created one app context. After that, we will create the app provider function. So let's add export const app provider, and it will be one arrow function, and here we'll get the children in this parameter. Now in this function we will return one tag. So here let's add return statement, and here we'll add opening arrow app context dot provider. Let's close it. So we have added the opening and closing tag. Let's wrap it using this parenthesis like this. Now in this one we will add this children. So let's copy it and paste it here. After that, in this tag we have to add the value, and in this one we will provide one object. So here let's create one variable. So just add const value equal to one object, and let's pass it here. That's it. Now we will add any variable or function in this object that will be accessible in any other component using the app context, right? Now to make the uses of this app context easy, here we will add the use context also. So just add export const and write the function name use app context, and it will be one arrow function, and in this function we will add return statement. So it will return the use context. So just add this use context hook. Let's click here. So you can see use context has been imported, and in this use context we will add our context name, that is app context, and we have exported this function. So whenever we will call this function, we can access the data from the context file. Now we have to provide the support of this app context in our entire application. For that we will open this main.jsx file, and in this one we have to get the app provider. So here let's add import curly braces. We will add the app provider, and let's import it from ./context/context.jsx file, that is the app context.jsx file. Now let's wrap all the elements or component using this app provider. So after this browser router, let's add opening arrow app provider and close this tag. And after that, let's move this app component inside this app provider. So first we have the browser router, then app provider, and inside this one we have the app. So now we have the support of context in entire application. We can use the data from the context in any component in our application, right? And after that, let's add some data here in this context file. So in this one we have to make the API call, and we will make the API call in different component also. And for making the API call, we are going to use the Axios package, and in this Axios we will define the base URL so that we don't need to write the backend URL again and again. So we will define the base URL here. So here we will use the Axios package, and if I open the package.json, let me check. Here we have the dependencies. So here we don't have the Axios. So first we have to install it. So let's open the terminal. This is the backend terminal, right? Let me switch to front-end terminal. The front end is running here. So here we'll add Ctrl+C to stop this project. Press yes. Then we'll add npm install and write the package name Axios. Press enter. So it is installing the Axios package. So here we have Axios package in this package.json file. Now we'll add one more package. So here let's add npm install and write the package name React Hot Toast. Using this package, we will display the toast notifications on our front end. So we have added React Hot Toast. Press enter. So it is installing this package. It has been installed. Now again, start our front end using npm run dev. Let's press enter. So again, our front end is running on the same URL. Now we can hide this terminal. And in this dependencies, you can see we have this React Hot Toast, right? Now let's close this file. After that, let's come here in this app context. And in this app context, we have to add import Axios from the Axios package. That's it. After that, in this one, we will import the toast also. And to use the toast, first we have to get the toaster component. So let me open the app.jsx file first. And in this app.jsx, let's add import, and we will add curly braces and write toaster. And let's get it from the React Hot Toast. And after that, we have to add this toaster component in this return statement. So here, after this fragment, simply add toaster component. Let me add the closing tag here. So it is self-closing. So we have added the toaster component. Now we can display the toast notification on any page on this application. So after that, let me just come back here in this app context, and here we will import the toast. So let's add import curly braces toast from the package name, that is React Hot Toast. Right now, let's use this Axios to define the base URL. So here, let's add axios.defaults.base URL, and in this one, let's add import.meta.env. We are getting the data from the environment variable, right? So we have added import.meta.env, and then we'll add the environment variable name, that is wheat base URL. Let's copy and paste it here. So we have added the base URL in the Axios, so that when we make any call using Axios, it will use this backend URL. That's it. After that, in this app provider function, we will create the variables and functions, and we will pass it using this value object, right? So here, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Let's import it from the React router DOM. So we have added navigate function here, and we will pass it using this value object. So here we'll add this navigate. Now we can access it in any other component, right? And after that, here we will import the currency also. So let's add const currency equal to, let's copy this, paste it here, and then we'll add the environment variable name, that is wheat currency. So we will get the currency symbol. Now let's pass it here in this value. That's it. After that, we'll create some state variables. So here we'll add first a state variable, that is token, right? So let's add const token, and the setter function name is set token, and let's add use a state and initialize it using null. Now duplicate it, then we'll add the second state variable, that is user, and here we will use the setter function set user and initialize it using null. After that, duplicate it. Here we will add the state variable name called isOwner, and the setter function name is set isOwner, and initialize it using false. So whenever a new user will be created, by default this isOwner state will be false. After that, let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the next state variable name, that is soLogin, and the setter function name is setSoLogin, and here also we'll add false. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the pickup date, and the setter function name is setPickupDate, and initialize it with empty string. Now duplicate it. Then we'll add the return date, and the setter function name is setReturnDate, and it is also empty string. So we have created these state variables that will be used in different component, right? After that, we'll add one more state variable called cars, where we'll store the list of cars that we'll get from the API. So let's add const cars, and the setter function name is setCars equal to useState, and initialize it with empty array, because in this one we'll add multiple car data, right? So we have added these state variables. Now we'll create some functions that will get the data from the API. So first we have to get the user data, right? So let's create a function called fetchUser. So before that, we'll add one comment. Let's add the comment here, function to check if user is logged in, and write the function name fetchUser with const equal to, we will create the async function, and in this one we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, we will make the API call, so just add await, then axios dot get method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint /API/user/data, right? And after that we'll get the response here, so just add const curly braces data. We will extract the data from the response. Now we will check this response, so just add if statement. We will add if data.success property is true. So in that case, we will simply set the user using this setUser, and just add the data dot user property, right? And after that, let's add the setter function setIsOwner, and in this one let's add the data dot user dot role equal to owner. So if the role is owner, it will set true, and if the role is not equal to owner, it will set false, right? Now suppose this data.success is false, so in that case we'll add the else statement, and in this one simply navigate the user. So just add navigate here, and let's add /. That's it. After that, let's come to this catch block, and in this catch block we'll display the error message. So let's add the toast.error, and in this one let's add the error.message property. So we have created a function that will fetch the user data, right? After that, we'll create one use effect where we will get the token from the local storage. So before this value object, let's add one comment. So we'll add the comment use effect to retrieve the token from local storage. So here just add the use effect hook. It will get imported from the React package. In this one, we'll add one arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array that will be the empty array. And in this function, let's add const token equal to local storage dot get item, and here we'll add the key name. So the key name is token, right? After that, we will use the setter function set token, and in this one let's provide this token, right? And after that, we'll create one more use effect that will fetch the user data when the token is available, right? So here we'll add another comment use effect to fetch user data when token is available. So here again add the use effect. So just copy and paste it here, remove this code. Now in this dependency array we will add the token. So let's add this token state. In this function we'll add the if statement, and here let's add this token. So if the token is true, in that case we'll add the axios dot defaults dot headers, and in this headers we'll add common, and let's add the key name called authorization or property name, and here we'll add the value. So it will be backticks $, curly braces, and provide the token. So this token will be added in this axios headers with the authorization property. So in all the requests this token will be added by default. After that, here we'll add fetch user function. So it will call this fetch user function. That's it. Now we have to add a next API call. Using that we can fetch the cars from the database. So let's scroll up. Before this use effect, here we'll create another function. So let's add the comment first, that is function to fetch all cars from the server. So here let's add the asynchronous arrow function with the name fetch cars, and in this function we will add the try catch block. Now in this try block we'll make the API call. So just add await, then we'll use the axios dot get method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint. So simply add /API /user /cars. After that we will get some response. So here just add const curly braces data. We will extract the data property from the response, and after that we will check this data. So just add the ternary operator data dot success property. So if the data dot success property is true, in that case we will use the setter function called set cars and provide this data dot cars property, right? And suppose it is false, so in that case we'll add toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here let's add the data dot message. Now we'll add the toast notification in the catch block also. So simply copy and paste it here. It will be toast dot error, and here we'll update it. It will be error dot message. That's it. So we have created a function that will fetch the cars, right? And after that we have to call this function whenever the component gets loaded. So let's come to this use effect, and after this set token let's add fetch cars function. So it will call this function that will fetch the car data whenever the component gets loaded. After that we'll add another function here. Using that user can log out from this application. So let's add one comment function to log out the user, and here let's add const, and the function name is logout, and create the arrow function. So whenever the user logs out we will clear the token. So let's add local storage dot remove item and write the key name, that is token. And after that let's add the setter function set token, and let's set it to null. After that we will use the user. So just add set user, and here also we'll add null. And after that let's add set owner, and here we'll make it false, right? And from the axios we will remove the token. So let me just copy this one and paste it here. This is axios.defaults.headers.common and authorization, and let's make it empty string. That's it. Now we will display the toast notification, so just add toast dot success. After that, here we will add the message, that is, you have been logged out. That's it. So we have created one logout function. Now let's pass all these state variables and functions using this value object. So in this value object we have added navigate, then currency, then we'll add Axios. After that we'll add the user, then we will add the set user, then we'll add the token, then we'll add the set token. After that, let's add is owner, and the setter function set is owner. After that, let's add the function called fetch user, then we'll add the state variable, that is show login and set show login. Then let's add the logout function, and after that we will add the fetch cars function, then we will add the cars, and the setter function name is set cars. So we have added cars here. This is the state variable cars and the setter function set cars. After that, let's pass the pickup date and return date and the setter function also. So just add pickup date, set pickup date, then return date and set return date. So we have added all the function and variables in this value object, and now we can access it in any other component in this entire application. After that, we will open the sidebar, and from here let's open the components and open navbar.jsx file. And in this one you can see we have this set show login that we are getting from the props. So let me remove it. We will get it from the context file. So here let's add const curly braces. We will use the set show login, then we will get the user. After that we will get logout function, then we will get the is owner state, then we will get the Axios, then we will get set is owner setter function, and let's get it everything from the use app context. So use app context has been imported from the context file /app context. So now we have these setter functions and state variables, right? After that, let's come here, scroll down, and let's see the button. So here we have the login button, right? So in this button tag, we have the onClick property in this second button, right? And in this onClick, we have added set show login true, correct? So after that, here let's add one ternary operator. So in this add a function, let's add the curly braces. Let's wrap it in the curly braces like this. And here let's add the user. It means when the user is logged in, so it will be true. So just add user. Then we have to call the logout function. So just add logout here. Then we'll add the colon. So what will happen here? When we click on this button, it will either log out the user or it will open the login form, right? And here we have the text. So we will update this text also. So let's wrap it in curly braces. We will wrap this login text, right? And here we'll add the user. So when the user is logged in, then we have to display the text called logout, right? Then we'll add the colon, and here we'll add login. Now it is correct. After that, let me update this second button. Let me add the space here so that you can see we have two buttons. So this is the button for dashboard. Now in this one also we have to add the ternary operator. So let's add curly braces here, and here we will check is owner. If it is true, in that case we will display this text called dashboard, right? And if this is owner is false, so in that case we will add the text called list cars, like this. Now we will update this on click property also. So here let's add is owner is true. So in that case we will navigate the users on owner route, and if it is false, let's add colon, and here we will add a function. So let me write the function here, then we'll create it. So here we'll add the function called change role and call this function. Now we have to create this change role function, right? So let me just scroll up, and here before this return statement we'll create this change role function. So let's add const change role equal to async and create the arrow function. In this one we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block we'll make the API call. So just add await axios dot post method, and in this one we'll make the API call at this API endpoint, that is /API/owner/change role. Now we'll get the response. So here we'll extract the data from the response. So simply add const curly braces data equal to await. After that we will check this response data. So just add if the data dot success property is true. So in that case we will use the setter function set is owner, and let's make it true. After that let's add the toast notification. So just add toast, import it, then we'll add toast dot success, and in this one we'll add the data dot message property. So we will display the message that we will receive from the API. After that we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement let me just copy this toast, paste it here. Here we'll add toast dot error, and it will be data dot message. Again copy this toast notification, paste it in the catch block, and here we'll add toast dot error. It will be error dot message. That's it. So we have created a function change role, and then we have linked it using this button, right? So if the button text is list card and we click on this button, then it will execute this change role, and again it will display the text called dashboard. It means the role has been updated, and user can add their car from the dashboard. After that, let me just come back to the web page. If I refresh this web page, we are getting this notification request failed with a status code 404. Let me check this error. So I'll inspect this web page, refresh it. In this network tab, you can see we have the cars API and it says not found. So I think we have missed to create this API endpoint to get the cars data. So let me just close this and come back to the VS Code. And let's open the sidebar and let's open the server folder. In this server folder, we will check this user route. And in this user route, we don't have the cars, right? So let me check the controller folder, user controller.js file. Here we have created these controller function for login user, get user data, and after that here we have to create one more controller function to get the cars list for the user, right? So let me create it. So let me add the comment get all cars for the front end. So here let's add one async arrow function. So simply copy this one and paste it here. in this one we will update the function name. It will be get cars and create the async arrow function. And after that, in this try block, let's add const cars equal to await, then car model dot, let me check the car model is imported or not. So we don't have the car model here, so first we have to import it. So let's open the models folder, car.js, and after that if I type car, we are getting the suggestion to import it. Now the car model is imported here from this model/car.js file, and after that here let's add dot find method, and in this one simply add is available property true. So we will get the list of available cars, right? After that we can send the response. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and in this one we'll make success true, and then here we have to add the cars. That's it. Save the changes. So it will restart the backend again, and after that we have to create the route using this controller function. So let's open this user routes.js file, and in this one let's duplicate this line, and after that in this one let's add the path. It will be cars, and here we'll add the function that is get cars. Let's click here, get cars function has been imported. Save the changes. That's it. Now we can close this file and save the changes and come back to the web page. Let me refresh it. Now we don't have any error, and here you can see we have the text called list cars, and if I click on this list cars, it says not authorized, right? It means we have to log in to add our car. So now let's click on this login button. So it should display the login component. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code and let's open the app.jsx file where we have created the routes and we have mounted this login component, right? So in this one, again we have to get the data from the use context. So scroll up, and here you can see we have added one state called so login. Let me remove it and we will get it from the context. So just add const curly braces so login, and let's get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? Now when this so login is true, then it will display the login component, and from this one let me remove this props. Simply add the login component. That's it. And after that, in this navbar also we have this props, so we can remove it from here. Save the changes. Now let me just come back to the web page. Click on this login button. You can see it is displaying the login component, and if I click on anywhere else, it should hide it. So let me just come back to login component only. From this sidebar we will open login.jsx, and in this one we have to update our code. So let me scroll up. Here we will get the data from the app context. So at the top let's add const curly braces. Let's get the setter function set so login, and after that we'll get the axios, and then we'll get the token, that is set token. So we'll get the setter function, and let's get it from the use app context. And here in this props we have this setter function. So let me remove this because we are getting this set so login from the app context, right? And after that let's save the changes, come back here and click on anywhere else, so it will hide this login form. Let's click on the login again. It is displaying this form. If I click on anywhere else, it will hide it. It is working fine. Now we have to add the login functionality. So we will integrate the login APIs. So let's come back. And here we have this onSubmit handler function, right? So in this one, let's add the try catch statement, and let's move this event.prevent default in this try block. Now here in this try block, let's add the API call. So let's add const curly braces. We will add the data because we'll get the response, and from the response we will extract the data property. Here we'll add await, then use the Axios package for making the API call, and after that we'll make the API call using the post method, and then we'll add the API endpoint. So let's add the backticks here. We'll add the backticks, then /API/user/ and we'll add the $ curly braces and provide the state. You can see we have this state. So we have added it here. So it will either add the login or register, right? So in this API call, we can call both login and registration API using this function. After that, in this one, we have to provide the data. So simply add comma, curly braces and provide the name. Then we will provide the email. After that, we will provide the password. That's it. So here we'll get the data from this response. So now we'll check this data. So here we'll add if statement. If the data.success is true, so in that case, user will be successfully logged in, right? And we will get the token in the response. So let's add the navigate function, and let's get the navigate from the context. So here let's add comma navigate, and here let's add navigate and provide the path / it will be home page. After that, we'll add the setter function set token, and in this one we will add the data dot token. So let's add the data dot token property, and after that we'll set the token in the local storage. So just add local storage dot set item, and here we'll add the key name. So the key name is token, and then we'll add the value. So the value is data.token that we are getting from the API. After that, we can hide the login form. So just add set so login and make it false. So it will be hidden. Now suppose this data.success is false. So in that case, we'll add the else statement, and here we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast, import it, then write toast.error, and in this error let's add the data, and from this data we'll get the message property. So let's add data.message. That's it. Now let's add this toast notification in this catch block also, and in this catch block we will update it. It will be error.message. That's it. Now this setter function is already linked in this form tag, right? So it is correct. So simply save the changes and open the web page. Now if I enter the email and password, we can log in on this application, and if I click on this link, so it will open the sign up form, right? So let me try to sign up. We will create a new account. So I'll add the name GreatStack, and we'll add any password test2@gmail.com. Then we'll add any password and click on create account button. After that, we are successfully logged in. You can see here we have the logout button, right? And if I click on this logout, we are successfully logged out, and now it is again displaying the login button. If I click here, it will open this login form. Now let's try to log in with the same account. So just add test2@gmail.com, and then we'll add the same password. Let me try to enter incorrect password. Click on login button. You can see invalid credentials, and if I enter the correct password, we are logged in, right? Now if I click on this list cards, the user will become owner, right? So let's click here. You can see the notification. Now you can list cards, and here we have the text called dashboard, and if I click on this dashboard, we can access this dashboard area. Now let me just come back to the home page. So we have added the functionality for user login, registration and logout. After that, we'll add the functionality for this dashboard only, where user can add the cards. Here we have the add card, manage bookings, right? Then we have the dashboard. So let's add the data from the API in this dashboard. To add the functionality in this dashboard, let me just come back to the VS Code. And from this sidebar, let's open this components owner and open navbar owner.js. So in this navbar owner.jsx file, you can see we have this user. This is the dummy user data that we are getting from the asset. So let me remove this dummy data from here also. And after that, let's get this user from the context. So let's add it in curly braces, and it will be equal to use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? Now you can see here we have this user.name. So let's add this question mark. When the user is true, it will find the name. It will be displayed in the navigation bar, right? After that, let's open the next component. So here we have this sidebar.jsx for the dashboard. So in this sidebar, again you can see we have the user, and this is the user from the dummy data, right? So let me remove this dummy user from here and from this import also. And after that, let's get this user from the context. So just add curly braces, and let's get it from the use app context. Now with this user, we'll also get the Axios, and then we'll get the function called fetch user. That's it. Then we have the image state, then we have the location. After that, here we have this update image function. So let me clear this function, and in this one we'll add try catch statement, and in this try block we'll add the const form data equal to new form data. After that, in this form data we will append the image. So just add the form data dot append, and here we'll add the property name called image, and here we'll add the value that will be the image state, right? After that, we can send it on the API. So here let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and then we will use the Axios dot post method, and here we'll add the API endpoint. So just add /API/owner/update image, and here we have to add the form data. So just add the form data here. That's it. After that, we'll check this response. So we'll add the if statement, and we'll add if the data dot success property is true. So in that case, let's add the fetch user. So it will again fetch the data, right? And then we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot success, and here let's add data dot message property. After that, we'll use the setter function set image, and here let's add this empty string. Then we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add the toast dot error, and here let's add the data dot message property. So let's copy and paste it here. Now we'll add the toast notification in the catch block. So let's copy, paste it here, and here we'll add the error.message. That's it. So we have added the functionality to update the user's image from the dashboard. So now save the changes and come back here. So if I refresh it, you can see we are getting this name GreatStack and GreatStack because we have added this name while creating the account, and then we have this profile image. If I click on this icon, it will open the window to upload any image. So let me choose another image. Then click on open and then click on this save button. So this image will get saved, but the save is not working. So let me just come back to the VS Code. You can see we have added this on click in this image tag. So let me just move it from here. Let's cut it and add it in this button. So we have added it here. On click, update image, save the changes, come back here. Now we'll click on this button. So it should save this image. You can see the notification image updated, and here we have the updated image. If I refresh it, still we'll get the updated image, right? That is stored in the MongoDB database. If I open the database, come to users, and in this users data, you can see we have two users, test1@gmail, test2@gmail. So right now we are logged in with this test2, and in this one you can see we have the image property, and this is the image URL. Let me just open this link in the new tab. So you can see this image is uploaded on ImageKit, and this image is displayed in the admin dashboard. Now we can update it. Let me just click here, and after that let's select this one. Click open and click on save button. Now the image has been updated, and if I again refresh the database, so let's click on this refresh button and check this image. So from this test2, let's open this image URL in the new tab. So now you can see the updated image is saved in the MongoDB database. So we can update the profile image from this dashboard. Now we will come back to the VS Code, and let me close this file, and after that let's open this sidebar, and from here let's open this pages owner folder and open this layout.jsx. In this one we have to use the isOwner state. So whenever the isOwner is false, it will redirect the users on home page. We cannot access the dashboard, right? So here let's add const curly braces. We will get isOwner from the use app context, and here we'll get the navigate function also. So let's add comma navigate. Now let's come here. Before this return statement, we'll add use effect, and in this use effect we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array, and in this array let's add the isOwner state, right? And now in this function let's add the if statement, and we'll add not of isOwner. So in that case we will navigate the users on home page. So just add navigate and provide the home path like this. After that we'll add the data in the dashboard. So from here let's open this dashboard.jsx file, and now in this one we'll get the data from the context. So here at the top let's add const. We'll add curly braces and provide axios. Then we will add isOwner, and after that we'll get the currency also. So let's add currency, and let's remove this currency import from the environment variable because we can get the currency from the context. So here just add use app context. So from this context file we'll get the axios, currency and isOwner, right? and after that we'll create a function. So here we have to create a function called fetch dashboard data, right? So let's add const the function name fetch dashboard data equal to async and create the arrow function. Now whenever the component gets loaded, this function should be executed. So here in this use effect, let's add if statement and we'll add is owner. So when this is owner is true, in that case we will call this fetch dashboard data function. That's it. Now remove this dummy data, and in this array we will add is owner state. That's it. Now in this function we will make the API call so that we can get the dashboard data from the API. So we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block we'll add const curly braces data equal to await axios dot get method, and in this one we have to provide the API endpoint, that is /API/owner/dashboard. After that we'll get the data in the response. So now we will check this data. So we will add the if statement. If the data.success property is true, in that case we will use the setter function called setData and provide the data.dashboard data from the API. Now we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement simply add the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here we'll add the message. So the message is data.message. Now just copy this toast notification, paste it in the catch block, and in this catch block we'll add error.message. That's it. So now it will fetch the data from the database and it will be displayed on this web page, right? So now let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see in the recent bookings we don't have any bookings, and here the total cards is 0, total booking is 0, pending 0, confirmed 0, and monthly earning is 0. And when we'll get the bookings or when we'll list a card, we'll see the data here, right? Now let's add the functionality in this page, that is add card, so that user can add a new card. So let's come back to the VS Code, and from this sidebar let's open add card.jsx file. In this one we'll scroll up, and here we'll import the axios from the context. So here let's add const curly braces, we'll get the axios, and let's get it from the use app context, right? And after that we'll get the currency also. So let's add comma currency and remove this currency from environment variable. That's it. So now we have the axios and currency so that we can make the API call to add the card data in the database. After that we have the image state card data, and then we have this onSubmit handler function. So in this onSubmit handler function let's add if statement, and in this if statement we will add one state variable. So here we have to create a state variable also. So before this function we'll add const, the variable name is loading, and the setter function name is set is loading, and the default value is false. So just add use state and initialize it using the false. So whenever we will submit the form, this will become true, right? So here let's add e.prevent default, and then we'll add if statement if is loading state is true. So in that case we'll add return null. It means it is already adding the data, right? That's why it is in the loading state. Now here let's add the setter function set is loading, and let's make it true. And after that we'll add the try catch block. Now in this try block First we have to create the form data that will send on the API. So just add const form data equal to new form data, and after that we'll add the form data, and in this one we have to add the image. So just add append, and we'll append the image with the property name image and write the state variable image. After that we have to add the car data. So just add form data dot append, and we will append the new data with the key name car data. And then let's add the JSON dot stringify, and in this one we will provide the car. So here you can see we have added this car state variable, so it is added here. So now we have the image and car data. So now we can make the API call. So here we'll add const curly braces data equal to await. We will use the Axios for the API call, and here we are going to use the post method, and then we'll add the API endpoint. It will be /API/owner/add car, and after that we'll add the form data that will be sent on backend server, right? So this data will be added in the database. So let's check this response. So we'll add the if statement, and let's add if the data.success property is true. So in that case we'll display a toast notification. So just add toast.success, and in this one we'll add the message that we will receive from the API. So just add data.message property. After that, here we'll use the setter function set image, and let's add null, because after uploading the data we will set the image state null. Then we'll set the input fields. So just add the set car, and here we'll add the object. Then here we'll add the empty string in these data like this one. So let me just copy it, paste it here. So here we have added the brand, empty string, model, year, price per day, category, transmission, fuel type, then sitting capacity 0, location and description. So we have reset the all input field, right? And after that here we'll add the else statement also. So just add the else statement, and in this one simply add the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here we'll get the error message from the API. So just add data.message. Now again copy this toast notification, paste it in this catch block, and in this catch block we'll add error.message, and after this catch block we'll add finally, and in this finally we'll set the loading false. So just add set is loading, and let's make it false. So after completing this function it will set the loading false, right? Now let's come here. At the end you can see we have this button, and in this button we have list your car, right? So here let's wrap it in curly braces, and here we'll use this quote. Now here we'll use the is loading state, and let's add the question mark. We are adding the ternary operator. If the is loading is true, in that case we will add the text. So the text is listing. Then we'll add the colon here, and then we'll add the text called list your car, right? So when we add the data and click on the button, it will display the button text listing, and once it is listed or we have not added the data in the input field, then it will display list your car in the button. So now save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here let's try to add a new car. So from here we'll upload a car picture. So let me use this. Then we'll add some car model. So let's add brand name, model name, year. We'll add the price. Then we'll add the category, then transmission, then fuel type, then we'll add the sitting capacity, then let's select the location and let's write any description. Then click on this button, list your car. You can see the text listing, and after that you can see the notification car added, right? Now if I come to this dashboard, here you can see we have one car, right? So our car has been added and you can see the number of cars here. So this dashboard section is working, this add car is working, and now we have to add the functionality in this manage cars and manage bookings. Right now these are the dummy data, so we'll remove the dummy data and we'll add the data from the database. So let's come to this manage cars in the VS Code. So let me close this, and from this sidebar let's open managecars.jsx file, and in this one let's scroll up. Here we'll get the data from the context, so let's add const curly braces, let's get the is owner, then we will get Axios, and after that we'll get currency. So let's get the currency from use app context. Now we can remove this line to get the currency from environment variable, right? After that, here you can see we have the function fetch owner cards, right? And here we are fetching the dummy data, so just remove it, and in this one we'll add the try catch block. Let's remove the dummy data from the import also. Now in this try block, let's make the API call, so just add const curly braces data equal to await, and then we'll add Axios dot get method, and here we'll add the API endpoint, that is /API/owner/cars. After that, here we'll add the if statement, and let's check this response. So just add if the data.success property is true. In that case, we will use the setter function setCars and provide the data.cars that we are getting from the API response. And now here we'll add the else statement also, and in this else statement we'll display the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and let's provide the data.message property. Now we'll add the toast notification in the catch block, so just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add error.message. That's it. So it will display the cars. Now here we have added the use effect that will fetch the owner's car, right? And we will call this function whenever the is owner is true. So here let's add is owner, and then we'll add the AND operator. And in this dependency array we'll add is owner. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we are getting our car that we have just listed, right? Next we have this remove car button and this toggle button, right? So we have to add the functions to toggle the car availability and to remove the car. So let me just come back. Here we have to create one more function. So let me just copy this one and paste it here. And here we'll update the function name. It will be toggle availability. And in this one we'll get the data in the parameter. So we'll get the car ID to toggle the particular car's availability, right? Then we have the try catch block. So in this try block we'll make the API call. So here we'll add Axios.post method. And then we'll add the API endpoint. It will be /API/owner/toggle car. And after that, on this API endpoint, we'll send the car ID. So just add curly braces, car ID, right? Then we'll get the response. So just check data.success property is true or not. So if it is true, then we can display the notification. So just add toast.success, and here we'll add the data dot message property. right? And after that again we have to call the fetch owner cards. So just add this function fetch owner cards. That's it. Then we have the else statement, and then we have the catch block. Let it be. Now let's add one more function to remove the card or delete the card. So just copy this one, paste it here. Here we'll add the function name delete card, and then we'll add the card ID, and after that here we'll add one confirmation window. So before this try block, or we can write it in the try block also. So in this try block before the API call, here let's add const confirm equal to window dot confirm, and here we'll add the message called are you sure you want to delete this card, right? And from here we'll get either true or false. So let's add the if statement. We'll add if not confirm. So in that case simply add return null, so it will stop executing this function. Now suppose this is true, so it will execute the next line. So in the next line we'll make the API call. Here we have added axios.post, and then we will provide the API endpoint. So it will be /API/owner/delete card, and then provide the card ID, right? And after that here it will check if the data.success is true. In that case it will display toast.success data.message and fetch the owner cards, and then we have the else block and catch block. It will be same. That's it. So we have added two other functions also. Now let's link these functions with our element. So if I scroll down, here you can see we have this td tag, and in this one we have two images. Let me add the space so that you can see clearly. So in this first image we have to add the toggle function, and in the second one we'll add the delete function. So in this first image tag we'll add the onClick property, and here let's add one arrow function, and then let's call the toggle availability function, and here we'll add the card dot underscore ID. So we will provide the card ID. Now let me just copy this, paste it in this second image, and here we'll add the function name delete card, and provided this card dot underscore ID. So it will delete the card. So now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this status available. If I click here, you can see the status unavailable, right? If I click again, the status will become available. Now let me show you the data in the database also. So let's make it unavailable, and then open the database. Click on this cards and click on this refresh button, and after that let's see the card here. So here we have this card, and in this one you can see the is available property is false, right? Because from here we have updated the status, right? And from here we can delete the card also. So let's click on this delete. So it is asking, are you sure you want to delete this card? So let's click on this button, OK. So the card has been removed. Now we can add a new card also, right? So let me add the new card. So here we have added the card details, and let me add the card image. And then click on this button, list your card. You can see the text listing, and then you can see the notification card added, and now we can see the card here in this manage cards. You can see the card has been added here, right? Now we'll add the functionality in this manage bookings. We will remove this dummy data. So let's come back, and from this sidebar let's open the manage bookings.jsx file. In this one scroll up, and here we'll get the currency and axios from the context. So let's add const curly braces. Let's get the currency and axios from the use app context, and remove this currency from environment variable, right? And after that, here we have the fetch owner bookings, right? So let's remove this dummy data from here and remove the dummy data from the import also. And now in this function, let's add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, we'll make the API call. So simply add const curly braces data equal to await. Then we'll add the axios dot get method, and here we'll add the API endpoint /API /bookings/owner. After that, here we'll add the data dot success. So we'll check if the data dot success property is true. So in that case, we'll add the setter function set bookings, and in this one we will provide the booking data that we will receive from the API response. So just add data dot bookings, and suppose it is false, so in that case we'll add the colon and provide the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and let's add the data dot message. So we'll display the message that we'll receive from the backend. Now in this catch block also we'll add the toast notification. So just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add error dot message. That's it. So we have created the function that will fetch the bookings, right? And after that, we'll create a function that will manage the booking status. It means we can change the booking status. So here, let me just duplicate this function and change the function name. It will be change booking status. And here we have to provide the booking data in this parameter. So we'll add the booking ID, and we will provide the new status. So let's add a status, right? Now let me remove this line, and here we'll make the API call using axios dot post method and provide the API endpoint. So it will be /API /bookings/change status. Now here we have to provide the data on this API. So we'll add the booking ID, and we'll add the comma a status, right? Now we'll get the response. So here let's add the if statement. We'll check the data dot success property. So if it is true, it means the status has been updated, right? So here we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot success, and here let's add the data dot message property, right? And after that, here we'll add the fetch owner bookings and call this function. Now let's come to this else statement, and in this else statement we'll add the toast notification. So let's just copy and paste it here. Here we'll add toast dot error. Now just copy this one, paste it in this catch block. It is already there, so let it be. And after that, let's call this function here. So you can see in this use effect we have already added the fetch owner bookings. So this function will be called whenever the component gets loaded, right? Now we have to link this function called change booking status with our element. So let me scroll down. Here we have the booking dot status, right? And then we have the select tag. So in this select tag, let's add the onChange property. In this onChange, we'll add the addo function with the event in the parameter, and after that we'll call the change booking status function. And in this one we have to provide the booking ID and a status, right? So just add the booking dot underscore ID. Then we'll add the comma and provide the e dot target dot value. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So here we don't have any bookings, right? So first we'll create the bookings, then only we can test it and we can manage the booking status. So we have added the functionality in all pages like dashboard, add card, manage cards and manage bookings. Right now we don't have any booking. Now let's come to this home page. So on this home page you can see we have this dummy cards, right? So we'll display the card list from our database. So to display the card from the database, we'll come back to the VS Code and let's close this file. And from this sidebar, let's open the components and open featured section.jsx file, and in this one let's get the car data from the context, right? So here let's add const curly braces, we will get the cars from the use app context. Now we have the cars here, and here you can see we have added dummy cars. So instead of this dummy cars, simply add the cars that we are getting from the context. And here we have added slice 06, so it will display up to 6 cars only in this featured section. So now if I come back to the web page, you can see here we have 2 cars that is available in the database, and where the is available property is true. So these car data is coming from the API, right? Now if I scroll up, here you can see we have a form where we can choose the pickup location, pickup date and return date, and using this we can search for the car. And after clicking on this button, it will open the cars page where we will get the list of cars available for this particular location and selected time range, right? So for that, let me just come back here in this VS Code and let's close this file, and let's open the sidebar and open the hero.jsx file. Now in this one, just scroll up, and here you can see we have this form tag. So in this form tag we'll add one function. So let's add on submit property and provide the function name handle search. And now we'll create this function. So let's scroll up, and here we have to create that function. So just add const handle search and create the arrow function. And in this parameter we'll get the event, right? And now let's add e.prevent default. That's it. Now what will happen when this function gets executed? It will open a new path, that is the cars, where we have to display the cars list. And in that URL we will add all the details like location, pickup date, pickup time, right? And we have to get these location and pickup time from this input fields, right? So let's import the state variable from the context. So here let's add const curly braces, we will get the pickup date, and the setter function set pickup date. Then we'll get the return date, and the setter function set return date, and let's get it from the use app context, right? And after that we have the pickup location also. Now when we submit the form, it will open a new path. So just add the navigate here. So let's use the navigate also. So we will get the navigate from this context. So here just add comma navigate, and then we'll add the navigate and provide the path. So let's add slash car, and after that here we'll add the question mark. Here we'll add the cars. Instead of car we'll add cars. This is the path. Now in this URL we'll add question mark, then we'll add the pickup location like this, and here we'll add plus and provide the pickup location. Then we'll add plus, and then we'll add the and pickup date. Then provide the plus and provide the pickup date. Then plus, we'll add the and return date. Then we'll add plus and provide the return date. After that, let's scroll down, and here we have the form tag. Then we have added the select tag, and in this one you can see we have added the value property, pickup location. Then we have added the onChange property where we have the set pickup location e.target.value. It is correct. Then we have the input field. So in this input field also we have to add the value and onChange property. So in this input field, let's add value property, and in this value we'll add the pickup date. Then we'll add onChange property, And here let's add the arrow function with event in the parameter, and here we'll use the setter function set pickup date, and in this one we'll add e.target.value. Now let's just copy this value and on change and paste it in this second input field. Here we'll add the value, it will be return date, and the setter function name is set return date. That's it. Here we'll correct this, it will be set pickup date. Like this, you can see we have added it here. It will be set pickup date only. Let me just correct this spelling. Pickup date, set pickup date, then return date, set return date. Here we'll add pickup date, and let's scroll down. We will correct here set pickup date. Now it is correct. Now save the changes. After that, let's come back to the web page, and here let's choose the location. We'll add this Los Angeles. We will add the date and then click on search button. So now you can see we are redirected to new URL. This is the cars, right? And then we have the pickup location, pickup date and return date in this URL. So according to this data, we have to filter the cars. Right now it is displaying the cars from the assets, right? So these are the dummy cars. So we will remove it and we will display all cars on this /cars, and when we have these data in the URL, we will filter the car, right? For that, let's come back to the VS Code and let's close this file, and from here we'll open the pages folder, and in this pages we have the cars.jsx file, right? Now in this one, here let's add the comment getting search params from URL, right? And after that we'll add const, then we'll add search params, and let's get it from the use search params from the React router DOM. It has been imported, right? And after that, let's get the pickup location, pickup date and return date from this search params. So let's add const pickup location equal to the search params dot get, and provide the key name, that is the pickup location. Now let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the pickup date and it will be pickup date. Then we'll add the return date and then we'll add return date. So here we'll get the pickup location, pickup date and return date from the search params, right? And after that, here we have to get the cars data from the context. So let's add const curly braces, we'll add the cars, and then we'll add the axios also from the context. So just add cars and axios from use app context, so that we can make the API call using this axios, right? And after that, scroll down. Here you can see we are displaying the cars from this dummy car data, right? So instead of this dummy car data, we can use the cars, so it will display the cars from the database, right? But instead of adding this cars, we will add the filter also, right? We will filter the cars. So let's come here at the top. After that, we have to create a variable that will be either true or false. So if we have all these data like pickup location, pickup date and return date, it means we have to filter the data, right? So here let's add one variable, const each search data, it will be equal to the pickup location and pickup date and return date. So if all these data is available, it means this is search data is true. So in that case, we can filter the results, right? So here we will create a function, and using that function we will filter the data and we will store them in a state variable. So let's create one state variable also. We'll add const, write the state variable name called filtered cars, and the setter function name is set filtered cars equal to, let's add the user state, and in this one we'll add empty array, right? And after that we can create that function. So let's create one asynchronous function with the name search card availability, and in this function we'll add the API call. So just add const curly braces data, and it will be equal to await axios dot post method, and in this one we'll make the API call. So just add the API endpoint /API/booking/check availability, and after that let's add comma curly braces and provide the location, and in this location we'll add the pickup location, then we'll add the pickup date and return date. So just add the comma, provide return date. So now we'll get the response from this API call. So here just add the if statement if the data dot success property is true. So just add the setter function set filtered cars, and in this setter function we'll add the data dot available cars. That's it. Now here we'll add the if statement. We'll add if the data dot available cars dot length is equal to 0, right? If it is 0, in that case we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast, and here let's add the message no cars available, right? And after that we'll add return null. That's it. Now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So just add the use effect here, and in this use effect let's add the arrow function, and in this one we'll add is searched data. So whenever it is true, in that case we'll call the search card availability function. That's it. And here we'll add the dependency array, that is the empty array, correct? And after that scroll down, and here instead of adding this cars, simply add the filtered cars. So just add filtered cars, and here also we'll add the filtered cars dot length. That's it. Now save the changes, come back here. So now you can see here we are getting only one card. You can see showing one card because we have added this filter, right? And now if I remove this filter, simply go to home page and now come to this cars page. So it will display all the cars here. Right now here it is displaying 0. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we'll create one more function, that is apply filter. You can see here we have this search box, right? So we can filter the cars using this search box also. So just come back, and here before this search card availability we'll create one function. So just add const, function name is apply filter equal to async, and create the arrow function. Now in this function we'll add the if statement. We'll add if input equal to empty. So in that case we will simply use the setter function, that is set filtered cars, and here we'll add the cars that we are getting from the context file, right? And after that we'll add return null. Next we have to execute this function. So let's come here, we'll add another use effect, then add the arrow function here, and then we'll add the dependency array. Now in this function we'll add the cars.length greater than 0. So if it is true, then only we'll add not of each search data. Then we'll add AND operator and we'll add the apply filter. That's it. Now in this one we'll add input and we'll also add the cars. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see when we open this path /cars, we will get all the cars, right? And now we'll add the input field here. So it should filter the data according to this input field, right? So let's come back and we'll create this function that is apply filter, right? So after this if statement, here we'll add const filtered equal to this cars dot slice, and in this slice method we'll add the arrow function where we'll get the individual car in the parameter, and then in this arrow function let's add the return, and here we'll add the car dot brand, then we'll add dot to lowercase dot includes, and if it includes the input state dot to lowercase, so that card will be added in this list, right? Now we'll add other filter also. Suppose the input text includes in the model, category or transmission, right? So here let's add the OR operator. Let's just copy this one, paste it here, and here we'll add the model. Now just copy this, paste it here. Here we'll add the category. Now just copy this, paste it here. Here we'll add the transmission, right? And after that we will use the setter function set filtered cars, and in this one we will provide the filtered. That's it, right? Now let's come here in this input field, and in this input field we have already added this set input, right? We have added the setter function. Now save the changes and come back here. Now if I type Toyota, this typing is not working, so let me just come back, and in this one you can see we have added on click. So instead of this on click it will be on change. Save the changes and come back here. So if I type Toyota, so this filter is not working, so let me just come back, and in this filtered you can see we have added cars dot slice, but here we have to add the filter also. So let's add car dot slice dot filter. That's it, update it. We have added cars dot slice dot filter, and in this filter we have added this arrow function. Now save the changes and come back here. Now you can see if I type something, it will find the title, model or transmission type and display the cars list here, right? Now let me delete it, so it will display all cars. If I type X5, the model name, you can see only X5 car is displayed here, correct? Let me remove it. Now if I type automatic, so still it is displaying both car because it is automatic and semi-automatic. So let me add this semi-automatic. You can see now we are getting the semi-automatic car only, and if I type manual, we don't have any manual car. So this filter is also working, and we can get the available car from this list also. If I choose any other city and any date where no car is available, so in that case it will open this page and you can see the notification no cars available, right? So this cars page is also working fine. After completing this cars list page, now let me click on any car. So it will open the car details page, but here you can see the loading screen. So we have to display the car data here. So let me just come back. Click on this cars. So we have the cars list and we will come back to the VS Code. And let me close this file. And from this sidebar, let's open the pages and let's open this car details.jsx file. And in this one, you can see we are getting the ID from the use patterns. And after that, we have to get the cars data from the context. So here let's add const curly braces. Let's get the cars. Then we'll get the Axios also for the API call. And after that, we'll get the pickup date and setter function set pickup date. Then we will get the return date and set return date, and let's get it from the use app context. So you can see this line. We are getting the cars, Axios, pickup date, set pickup date, return date, set return date from use app context, right? And after that, here we have the car state. So in this one, we have to store the data that we are getting from the context, right? And in this one, we will store the individual car data and we will find the individual car using this ID, right? So for that, here you can see we have this function use effect. And in this use effect, we have the set car and we are using the dummy car data, right? So let me remove this dummy car data from here, and instead of this dummy car data, simply add car. So here we have added car.find and it will provide the individual car in the parameter and it will return the car where the car ID is same as this ID that we are getting from the parameter. Now in this dependency array, we have added ID. So with that, we'll add cars also. So let's add cars and ID, right? And here we'll update it. It will be cars. That's it. So now we'll get the individual car data, and here you can see we have this car question mark. So if the car data is available, then only this div will be displayed, right? And suppose this car is not available, so in that case it will display this loading screen, right? So after updating it, let me save the changes and open the web page. Click on this car. So you can see it is opening this car details page. You can see the car image, then brand name, model name, then type, year, right? And we have all the details. Let me come to this page and open second car. So you can see the second car details. So this car details is working fine. Now in the right side, we have this form, and using this form, we can book this car, right? So we have to add the booking functionality on this page. So let me just come back. And here we'll create the booking functionality. So let's scroll down. Here you can see we have this booking form, and in this one we have the handle submit function, right? And then we have the input field. So in this first input field, we are getting the date. So let's see the ID, it is pickup date, right? So from this one we are getting the pickup date. So in this one we will add the value property and on change property, right? So in this input, let's add a space. We'll add the value, and in this value we'll add pickup date state, and after that we'll add the on change, and in this on change let's add one arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will get the event, and here we'll add setter function set pickup date. And here let's add e.target.value. Now let me just copy this value property and this onChange property and paste it in this second input field. So let's add it here, and in this one we will update the variable. So it will be return date, and this will be the set return date, right? And after that we have this button book now, correct? Now let me just come here. So we have these two input field, we have the price and we have the book now button, right? Now let's scroll up. So we have this handle submit form. So let's complete this form. Just scroll up. So you can see we have added this handle submit here before this return a statement, correct? So in this one, let's add the try catch block, and in this try block we will make the API call to book any card. So let's add await. We will use the axios dot post method, and in this one we will add the API endpoint. It will be /API/bookings/create, right? And after that we have to provide the data for the booking. So just add one object, and in this object we'll add the card, and for this card we'll provide the ID, that is the card ID. After that we'll add the pickup date, then we'll add the return date, right? So we have added the pickup date, return date and card ID. Now after this API call we will get some response. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await. So we will extract the data property from this response, and now we will check this data. So let's add if the data dot success is true, in that case the booking will be created successfully, right? So here we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot success, and here we'll add the message that we will receive from the API. So let's add data dot message property, and after booking we will redirect the users on the my bookings page. So here we'll use the navigate function, and let's add the navigation path, that is my bookings, right? Now let's just copy this statement, and here we'll add the else statement. In this else block we'll add the toast notification. So let me just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add toast dot error. It will be data dot message. Now again copy this one, paste it in this catch block, and in this catch block simply add toast dot error. It will be error dot message. That's it. So we have created a function to book any card, right? Now let's test it. We will come back to web page, and here let's choose the pickup date. Then we will choose the return date and click on book now. So you can see the notification booking created. So we have successfully booked a car, right? And right now we are on my bookings page. So we are redirected to this page, and here we have the dummy data. We will replace this data and display the bookings from the database. But before that, let me come to this dashboard. And here you can see we have total 1 card, total 1 booking, and the status is pending, right? And after that you can see the revenue is 0, and you can see the recent bookings also here. And let's come here in this manage bookings. So in this manage bookings you can see now we have a booking with the card image, card name, then date range from date and to date, then we have the total price, then payment is offline mode, and you can see the action. Here we can change the booking status. So let's add the status confirmed. We will click here. So you can see a status updated and the action is confirmed. Now the booking is confirmed. And after that, if I come to this dashboard, here you can see in this revenue we have this number. So when the booking will be confirmed, it will be added in the revenue, right? And you can see the pending booking is 0 and confirmed 1. So this dashboard is working fine. We can update the booking status, right? Now again come back to the home page and open this my bookings, and let's replace this dummy data. So let's come back to the VS Code. From this sidebar, let's open the pages and open mybookings.jsx file. In this mybookings.jsx file, we have this bookings state and the setter function set bookings, right? And in this one we need the axios and user from the context. So here let's add const curly braces equal to use app context, right? And in this one we will get axios and then we'll get the user, right? And after that we can make the API call to get the booking data from our API, right? And here we have the currency also. So let's get the currency from this context. So just add comma currency and remove this line. Now here we have the function that will fetch the booking data. So here we have the dummy bookings data. Just remove it and remove this dummy data from this import. Now in this one, let's add the try catch block, and in this try block we'll make the API call and we will get the data from the response. So just add const curly braces data equal to await axios dot get method, and in this one we will add the API endpoint, that is /API /bookings/user. After that, let's check our response. So we'll add if the data.success property is true. In that case, we will get the data successfully from the API. So use the setter function set bookings, and here we will provide the booking data that we are getting from the server. So just add data.bookings, right? Now we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and in this one let's add the data.message. Now we'll add the toast notification in the catch block. So just add it here, and here we'll add error.message. That's it. So we have created a function that will fetch the data from the API. And now let's come to this use effect, and here in this dependency array we'll add the user. So whenever the user changes, it will again call this function, and before this function let's add the user, then and operator. So whenever the user is logged in, then only it will call this fetch bookings function. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see here we have only one booking, right? This is the confirmed booking. Now let's try to book another car. Let's come here and we will book the same car, and let's try to book the same car for the same date. I'll choose this date, and we'll choose this return date. Click on book now. You can see the notification car is not available. So if we try to book the same car for the same date, it is not available, right? Now let me choose another date. I'll choose this pickup date and this return date. Submit. Here we are getting it is not available because we have booked it for the same date. Let me open the my bookings. So it is booked till 27th of June. So let me open this car and let's add it from 28 to 29. Now book now. You can see booking created, right? So if we choose the same car for different date, we can book it, and when we will book a new car, the status will be pending, and when the owner will confirm the booking from the dashboard, then you will see the confirmed status here, right? Now let's try to book another car. I'll select this one. We will choose the pickup date, we will choose the return date and click on book now button. So we have created a new booking, right? And you can see another car here, and you can see the booking status pending, right? So this booking feature is also working fine. So we have added all the functionality on our car rental application, where we can search for the car. We can also add our own car from this dashboard using this form. We can see the booking data and revenue data here. We can manage the cars from here. We can manage the bookings from here. And any user can search the car from this form, and they can find all cars at this place, and from here we can see the details of this car, and then we can book the car and see the bookings in this my bookings page. And we have the login and registration feature also. After that, on this website we will add some animation. For that we are going to use a package called Motion. For adding the animation, let's come back to the VS Code and let's open our terminal. So this is the backend terminal, and now let's switch to front-end terminal. So this is the front-end terminal. Now in this one we'll add Ctrl C to stop our project. So just add Ctrl C Y. Now here we will add a new package. So just add npm install motion. Press enter. So it is installing the motion package in our front end. It has been installed. Now again we can start the project using npm run dev. So it will again start the front end project on the same URL. Now let's hide this terminal and close all these files. And after that, if I open the client folder, and in this client folder, if I open this package.json, so here you can see we have a new package, that is motion, right, in this dependencies. Correct? After that, let's close it, and now let's open the main.jsx file, and in this main file we have to import the motion config. So here let's add import curly braces from and provide the package name. So just add motion/react, right? And from this motion react we will import the motion config. That's it. Now we have to wrap our application this motion config tag. So here we have the app. So before this app, let's add opening arrow motion config and close this tag. And let's move this application here within this motion config. Right? Now in this motion config, we will add viewport, and in this viewport, let's add one object, and here we'll add once true. That's it. So we have added viewport and it will be one object once true. That's it. Now we can use the motion in any component. So let's start with our navigation bar. So let's close it and open this sidebar and come to this components, and from this components we will open navbar.jsx file, and in this one we have to use the motion. So let's scroll up and let's import it. Here we'll add import curly braces from and provide motion/react, and after that in this one let's import the motion. Right? Now wherever we are using the HTML element, in that one we can use the motion for the animation. So let's come here in this return statement, and here we have the first div. So in this div we have to use the animation. So before this div simply add motion.div like this, right? And in the closing tag also we have to add the same thing. So you can see we have added motion.div in the opening tag, and if I scroll down, here we have the closing tag, that is motion.div. So it is automatically renaming the closing tag because we have added one extension. If I open the extensions list, so you can see we have this extension auto rename tag, right? That's why I don't need to rename the closing tag manually. It will automatically rename the closing tag when I change the opening tag. So we have added motion.div. Now in this one we have to add the animation properties. So we'll add the initial position, we'll add the transition, we'll add the animate. So in this one let's add a space, and here let's add the initial, and here let's add one object, and in this one we'll add the y-axis or y position. It will be -20. So initially it will be moved up by 20, and here we'll add the opacity, and let's add 0. So the initial opacity will be 0. After that here we'll add animate, and in this animate again add the object, and here we'll add y, and let's make it 0. So it will come to the original position, and after that we'll add the opacity, and let's make the opacity 1 so it will be clearly visible, right? And after that we'll add the transition, and in this transition let's add the duration. So just add duration, and in this duration we'll add the 0.5. So we have added the animation in the first div, so it will be moved up by 20, and after completing the animation it will come to the original place, right? And it will also change the opacity from 0 to 1 and in the duration of 0.5 seconds, correct? Now we'll add the motion animation in this image, right? So before this img we'll add the motion dot img, right? And now in this one we'll add the animation for the hover, right? So here let's add while hover, then add the object, and here we'll add scale, and let's add the value 1.05. That's it. So we have added animation on the logo also. After that, let's save the changes and open the web page. So if I reload the web page, so you can see this navigation bar was in the top and it will move down in 0.5 seconds, right? And it is also increasing the opacity. Now if I hover on this logo, you can see we have the zoom effect because we have added the scale on hover, correct? Now we'll add the animation on hero section. So let me just come back, close this one and open the sidebar, and from here we will open hero.jsx file, right? And in this one let's add the animation in this first div. So just add the motion dot, so we are not getting the suggestion here, we'll add the import statement manually. We'll add import curly braces from the package name motion / react, and here we will import the motion, and we can use this motion here. So just add motion.div, and it will also add the closing tag here, motion.div closing tag. Now in this first div let's add the animation. So here we'll add the space, and again we'll add the initial. So initially we'll add y50 and opacity 0. After that we'll add the animate, and in this animate we'll add the y0 opacity 1, right? And then we'll add the transition. So in this transition we'll add the duration and delay also. That's it, correct? Now we'll add the animation in this h1 tag. So in this h1 tag again we'll add the initial. So initially we'll add the y50, then we'll add the animate, that will be y0 and opacity 1. After that we'll add the transition, and in this transition let's add the duration 0.8 and delay 0.2, correct? And from the first one let me remove this delay. We will not add the delay here. Here just add the duration, and here we will just add the opacity. We will remove this y. So it will change the opacity from 0 to 1 and the duration is 0.8. After adding the animation in h1 we have the form. So in this form also we will add the animation. So let me add the motion here. Let's copy and we will add this motion in h1. So just add motion dot h1 and then motion dot form. Now in this form let's add a space, and here let's add the initial. So we have to change the size, so we will use the scale. So just add initial, a scale 0.95, opacity 0 and y50. After that we'll add the animate. So in the animate we'll add a scale 1, so it will come to the original size, opacity 1 and y0. Then we'll add the duration and delay in the transition. So we have added the animation in the form tag, right? And after that let's come to this button. Here we have the button for the form. So here also we'll add the motion. So just add motion dot button and closing tag is motion dot button. right? And in this one, let's add a space. So here again we'll add the hover effect. So just add while hover a scale 1.05. Then we'll add while top scale 0.95. That's it for this button. After that, we'll add the animation in this image, that is the card image, right? So here also let's add the motion.img tag, and in this image let's add the space, and here let's add the initial. So we will add the y100 opacity 0. Then we'll add the animation. So at animation it will come to the original position using y0 opacity 1, and then we'll add the transition, duration and delay like this. Now save the changes. After that, let's see the animation on this hero section. So if I open the web page, let me refresh it. You can see all the elements are animated. You can see the animation in this text, this form and this card image. So it is looking good. After that, we have to add the animation in this featured vehicle section. So just come back here in this VS Code, close this file, and from this sidebar we will open featured section.jsx file. And in this one, we will add the animation in this first div. So first we have to import it. So let's come here at the top and we'll add import motion from the motion/react. Let me remove this dummy data from this import. Now after that, we can use this motion tag here in this div. So just add motion.div, right? And now in this div we'll add the animations. So just add the initial properties. So let's add initial opacity 0 y40. Then we'll add while in view. So let's add opacity 1 y0. So when we'll scroll the web page and come to this element, then only it will complete the animation and opacity will become 1 and y0. And after that we'll add the duration and it will be ease out. That's it. Now we'll add the animation for this div where we have added the title, right? So for this div again we'll add this motion. So just add motion.div, and in this one let's add a space, and here let's provide the initial. So let me just copy from here and paste it here, and in this one we'll add the opacity 0 y20. Then we'll add the while in view opacity 1 y0, then transition, then we'll add the duration 1, and then we'll add the delay, and in the delay let's add 0.5. So it will display the title after delay of 0.5 seconds, right? Then we have this another div, and in this div we have added the cards, right? So for this div also we'll add the animation. So let's add the motion.div here, correct? Now in this div let's add the animations. So here we'll add the initial, then we'll add the while in view, and then transition like this. So we have added opacity 0, then y100, opacity 1 y0, duration is 1 second and delay 0.5 seconds. That's it. Now let's come to this div, right? In this div we have added the cards, right? So in this div also we'll add the animation. So just copy this motion, paste it here, motion.div, and in this one let's add the animation. So just add a space here, and let's add the same thing. Let me just copy and paste it here. In this one we'll add the opacity 0, and instead of y we'll add the scale, and in this scale let's add 0.95, and while in view we'll add the opacity 1 and a scale will be 1. So it will come to the original size, scale 1. Then we'll add the duration, so it will be 0.4. Then we'll add ease, and in this ease we'll add ease out. So here we'll add the comma also, ease, it will be ease out. Now we have this button, right? So on this button also we'll add the animation. So let's copy this motion, paste it here, motion dot button tag, right? And now in this button, let's add the space. So here we'll add initial, and in this initial we'll add opacity 0, y20. Then while in view we'll add the opacity 1 and y0, so it will come to original size. And then we'll add the transition, delay 0.6, duration 0.4. That's it. Save the changes. And now let's open the web page. So you can see, if I come here, we have the animation for the hero section, and when we scroll the web page, then only it will reveal the animation for this featured section, right? Let me refresh it and scroll to the particular section. So when we will scroll, then only it will reveal the animation. You can see these data is coming with smooth animations, correct? And here we have the animation for this button also. Let me refresh it. You can see this button is also animated. Now we have added the animation here. Next we'll add the animation in this banner section, right? So let me just come back, close this file, and from this sidebar we will open the banner.jsx file, right? And here let's import the motion. So here let's add import motion from the motion/react. Now let's add this motion.div here, and now in this div we will add the animation. So let's add the initial, it will be opacity 1, y50. Then while in view we will set opacity 1, y0. Then we'll add the transition, where we'll add the duration only, it will be 0.6, correct? After that, let's come here in this button. So in this button also we will add the animation. So let's add motion.button, add the space here. So for this one we'll add while hover and provide a scale. Then we'll add while top and then change the scale. That's it. After that, here we have the image that is displayed in the right side. So for this image, let's add motion.img, and then we'll add the animation in this image. So just add initial, so just add the opacity and x50, so it will be displayed in the x direction. Then we'll add while in view, so it will come to the original position using x0, opacity 1. Then we'll add the transition and delay, so just add the transition where we have added duration and delay. Save the changes. And now let's come here, let me refresh it, and when we scroll the web page to the particular section, then only it will reveal the animation. You can see it will reveal the animation here. You can see we have the animation in this complete banner section and this card also. Let me refresh it. You can see this card is animated. After that, we will add the animation in the testimonial, which is here, correct? So just come back, close this file, and we will open the sidebar and open the testimonial.jsx file. And in this one, let's import the motion from the motion/react. And after that, here we have this div, right? So in this div, we have to add the animation, or let me add the animation in the individual testimonials, right, which is here, correct? So in this div, let's add motion.div, correct? Now in this one, let's add the animations. So just add the initial, then we'll add the while in view, then we'll add the transitions, and after that we'll add one more property, viewport. That's it. So you can see we have added this initial, while in view, transition and viewport. Now save the changes. And after that, let's come back to the web page, refresh this web page and scroll to the testimonial section. Now you can see each testimonial card is coming with smooth animation. You can see it is coming with animation, right? Now we will add the animation in the next section, that is this newsletter, right? So let me just come back, close this one, and open the sidebar and open newsletter.jsx. Now in this newsletter, let's import the motion from motion/react, and after that let's add the animation in the first div. So just add motion.div, and here let's add a space to add the animation properties. So we will add initial, then we will add while in view, then we will add transition where we have added the duration and ease, then we'll add the viewport. That's it. So we have added these properties for the first div, correct? Now let's come here in this h1 tag. Let me add the space here. So you can see we have the title in h1. So in this h1 again we'll add motion. So just add motion dot h1, and here we'll add the space to provide the animation. So just add the initial, then we'll add while in view, then we will add transition. So we have added these animation properties for the title. Now we'll add the animation in this a small text which is in the p tag. So just add this motion here, motion.p, correct? Then we'll add the space here and provide the initial, then we'll add while in view, then we will provide transition. That's it. Now we have this form tag, right? So in this form also we'll add the animation. So just add motion dot form, then we'll add the space here and provide the initial, then while in view and transition. So you can see we have added these properties for animating this form: initial, while in view and transition. That's it. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh it. Scroll down. So you can see the animation in this newsletter section, right? And after that we'll add the animation in our footer. So let me just come back, close this page, and from this sidebar we will open the footer.jsx, and in this one again we will import the motion. So let's add import motion from the motion/react, correct? After that let's use it in this first div. So just add div.motion and provide the space here, and in this one let's add initial, while in view and transition. So in the initial we have added opacity 0, then while in view opacity 1, then we have added the y30 and y0, then duration 0.6. That's it. Now let's come to this second div. So here also we'll add motion.div, then add the space here, and in this one we will add initial opacity 0, y20, then while in view opacity 1, y0, then we have added the transition where we have added duration and delay also, right? Then we have the first div, and in the first div this is the image, right? This is our logo. So for this image also we'll add the animation. So just add motion.img, then let's add the space here to add the animation. So here we'll add initial, then we have added while in view and transition. So initially opacity 0, while in view opacity 1, then we have added the duration and delay. That's it for this image. Now we have some description in the first column which is in this p tag, right? So let's add motion.p, correct? And in this p also let's add the space, and here we'll add initial, while in view and transition to animate this text. So we have added opacity 0, opacity 1, and then duration and delay for this p, correct? Now let's add the animation for this div, correct? So in this div let's add motion.div, correct? Now in this one let's add a space, and here we will add the animation properties. So we will provide initial opacity 0, then while in view opacity 1, and transition it will be duration and delay 0.5 and 0.5. That's it. Now scroll down and see the next div. After that, here we have this div. This is the second column actually, and then we have the third and fourth column, right? So let me add one div here like this, and in this div only we will add all three columns, and in this one we will add the classes so that all three columns will be aligned side by side. So we'll add the class name here and provide these classes, right? And now in this one, let's move the first one. So this is the first column, let's move it here, correct? Now in this one we will move the second div, which is this one, so let's move it here. After that, let's move the third div in this one. This is here, let's move it here. So we have added total 3 div in this one, and in this one we'll add the motion animation. So just add this motion dot div, right? And here we'll add the animation properties. So let's add the initial, then we'll add while in view, then transition, correct? We have added opacity, then Y, then we have added duration and delay. That's it. Now let's come here. So here we have another div. In this one we have the copyright message, correct? So for this one we'll add the animation. So let's add motion dot div, and then we'll add the space here. So let's provide the animation properties. So we will add initial, while in view and transition, where we have added opacity and Y. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. Let me scroll this web page to the end. So you can see this footer is animated. Let me again refresh it and scroll down. You can see the footer, it is animated. Now we will add the animation in different pages. So after this home page, you can see we have this cards page, right? So now we'll add the animation on this cards page. So let me just come back and close this and open the pages and open cards.jsx, correct? Now in this one we have to add the motion animation. So first we have to import it. So let's add import motion from the motion/react, then come here in this return statement, and in this return statement first we have this div, then we have another div here. So in this second one we'll add the motion dot div like this, then we'll add the animation properties. So we'll add initial, then animate, and then transition like this. So we have added initial, opacity 0, Y 30, then after completing the animation opacity will be 1 and Y 0, and this is the duration and ease, correct? After that, here we have the second div. So in this second div also we'll add motion dot div tag, then we will add the space, and after that let's add the animation properties. So we will provide initial, then animate and transition like this. Save the changes, then let's scroll down, and here we have a div where we have added card length, correct? So in this one we will add this motion. So let's add motion dot div, and then we'll add the animation properties. So in this one we'll add the initial opacity 0, and after animation the opacity will be 1, correct? And then we'll add the transition, and in the transition we have added delay and duration. That's it, correct? After that, let's come here, and you can see here we have the div that represents individual card, right? So here let's add the motion again. So we'll add motion dot div, correct? And in this one we will add the animation properties. So in this one we will provide the initial, then we have provided the animate and transition like this. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So if I refresh this web page, you can see the title and this form is animated, and then we have this car cards, it is also animated. Correct. After that, let's add the animation in this car details page. If I open any car details page, you can see here we have these content. So we will add the animation on this page. So let's come back, close this one, and from this sidebar we will open car details.jsx file. Now in this page also we will import the motion from the motion package. So just add import motion from motion/react. Then let's come here in this return statement, and here we will add the animation. So let's add the animation in the left column. Here you can see left, this is the card image and details, right? So here we will add motion.div. Then we'll add the animation properties here. So just add the initial, then we'll add animate and transition. We have added this initial, animate and transition in this div. After that we have this image, right? So for this image, let's add the animation. So we'll add the motion.img, and for this image let's add the animation. So let's add the initial, then animate and transition. In the initial we have added a scale and opacity, then in animate we have added a scale and opacity 1:1, then transition duration 0.5. Correct. After that here we have this div. Correct. So in this div also we'll add the animation. So let's add motion.div, then we'll add the animation here. So let's add the initial. So let's add the initial opacity 0, animate opacity 1, and transition is delay 2.5, duration 0.5. That's it. Now let's scroll down, and here you can see we have used map, right? And then we have this div. So in this div we will add the motion. So let's add motion.div, and for this one we'll add the animation properties. So we will add the initial, then we'll add the animate property, then we'll add the transition property where we'll add the duration 0.4. That's it, right? After that you can see here we have the description, and then we have the features, right? So we'll not add any animation in this description and feature. Simply save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh it. You can see this card image is animated, and after that we have these section, it is also animated, right? Now let's come back and come here in this second column. In the second column we have this form, right? For this one we'll add motion.form, right? Now in this form we'll add the animation properties. So just add the initial, opacity 0, y30, then we will add the animate, opacity 1 and y0, then transition. So we'll add delay 0.5 and duration 0.6, right? Now after adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page. Here we are getting some error with this closing tag. So let me just come back. We have this motion.form, and at the end you can see we have this form. So let me add the motion here. We'll add motion.form in this closing tag. Save the changes, come back. Now you can see the animation in the right side also. In the right side we have this form, and this form is also animated. Correct. Next we will open my bookings, and in this my bookings we will add the animation. So let me just come back to the VS Code and close this file. We will open sidebar and open mybookings.jsx, right? And in this one let's import the motion from the motion/react. So we have added this import statement. Now let's come to this return, and in this return we have the first div. So in this one we'll add motion.div. Correct. Now here we'll add some animation properties. So we will add the initial values, then we'll add the animation, Then we will add the transition. You can see we have added initial opacity 0, y 30. Then after animation, opacity will be 1 and y 0. Then transition, where we have added the duration for this animation. Correct. Now we have this div where we are displaying all the individual booking using this div. So in this one also we will add the animation. So just add motion dot div. Correct. Now in this one we'll add the animation properties. So first we'll add initial, then we'll add animate, then we will add transition. So initially opacity will be 0 and after completing the animation opacity 1. Initially y will be 20 and after completing the animation it will come to original position using y 0. And here we have added the transition. It will be delay index multiplied by 0.1 and then duration is 0.4. So there is equal delay in all bookings, right? Just come back here. Again we are getting the error in closing tag. So just come here. We have this div. So for this div we'll add the motion.div in closing. So let me collapse it and here we'll add motion.div. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So if I refresh this web page, you can see this web page is also animated, right? And we have some delay in each booking details. We have some animation and some delay also. So we have added the animation on entire web page. So finally we have completed our car rental website. Now we can deploy this website online using Vercel so that anyone can see this website and book the car. So to deploy this online, first we have to add the Vercel JSON configuration in our MERN stack project. So for that, let's open the new tab and open github.com/GreatStack Let's open this repository called nodes, and here you can see this Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open it. So here we have the Vercel JSON configuration for the MERN backend, and this is the Vercel JSON configuration for frontend, right? You can see the URL, it is github.com/GreatStackDev, right? And then you can navigate to nodes folder and open this Vercel JSON config file. Now we have to add it in this backend and frontend also. So let's copy this name Vercel.json and come back here in this VS Code. Let's close this file, and right now we are in this client folder. So in this client folder, let's create a new file and write the file name Vercel.json. And we will create the same file in this server also. In this server we will create Vercel.json. So we have created the Vercel.json in the client also and server also, right? Now let's open this file from the client. This is the Vercel.json file, and in this one let's copy this code for the front end. Let's copy and paste it here. Save the changes, close it. Now let's come to this server, and from here we will open Vercel.json file, and in this one we will paste this code. Let's copy and paste it here. So we have added the Vercel.json configuration for the server, that is the backend. Now we have to upload it on GitHub, but before that let's come here in this car rental folder, that is the project folder. So in this one we'll create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. And in this one we will add the folder name that will be excluded from the GitHub. So just add node_module. That's it. So this folder will be excluded. Let me correct this spelling. We will add modules, node_modules. That's it. Now close it. After that we have to upload it on GitHub. So let's click on this source control and then click on initialize repository. So I'll click on this button, initialize repository, And now you can see the total number of file, it is 102. Now here we'll add the commit message. So just add project completed, then click on this button, then click on publish branch, and here we have to add the repository name. So let me add car rental full stack, and we have to choose the repository type. So let me choose this private repository. Let's click here. So it is uploading this code on GitHub. So you can see successfully published the repository on GitHub, correct? After that, let me open my GitHub profile. So you can see this is the GitHub repository, car rental full stack, and in this one we have the client folder, then server folder, and then we have the git ignored file, right? So now we can deploy our project using Vercel. So let's open vercel.com and create an account here. After creating the account, just open the dashboard, and in this dashboard you will find this button, add new, and choose the project. Now here you need to connect your GitHub repository. So you can see we are getting the repository name car rental full stack. So just click on this import, and after that here we have to add the project name. So first we will deploy the backend, right? So just add car rental server. This is the backend. Then here we have to choose the root directory. So just click on this edit, and from here we will choose this server directory. Then click on continue, because in this server we have created our backend. After that, just click on this environment variables, and here we have to provide the environment variables. So let's open the VS Code, and let's open the server, and from this server we will open .env, and let me just copy all the environment variables from here, and then let's come back and paste it here. So we have added the MongoDB URI, JWT secret, ImageKit public key, ImageKit private key, and ImageKit endpoint, that is the URL endpoint, right? So after adding it, let's click on this button, deploy. So it is deploying our backend. You can see the status here. Now you can see this message, congratulations. So we have successfully deployed our backend server, and you can see the message server is running. Now let me click on this button, continue to dashboard. After that you will get a domain here. You can see the domains, and this is the backend URL. Let's click here to open it in new tab. So you can see this is the backend URL, and here we are getting the message server is running. It means our backend is successfully deployed. After that we will deploy our front end also. So let's come back here and let's come to this dashboard. Then click on add new project, then choose the repository. Now here we'll add the project name. So let's add car rental only. We'll add car rental. Then let's add the root directory, and in this one we will choose the client folder. Let's click on continue. Then we have to add the environment variables, and in this one we'll add the environment variables required for front end. So let's come back to the VS Code, close it, and open the client folder, then open .env, and from here let me just copy these two environment variable and paste it here. So we have added the wheat currency and base URL. So in this base URL, this is the local host URL, right? So let me remove it. Instead of this one, we will add the backend URL that is deployed on Vercel. So let's come here and copy this backend URL that is deployed on Vercel and paste it here. And in this URL at the end, you can see we have the /. So remove this / from the end. So this URL is ending using this vercel.app. That's it. Now click on this button, deploy. Now scroll down, so you can see the deployment status here. Now you can see this message, congratulations, we have just deployed our front end also, right? Now just click on this button, continue to dashboard. And then you will find your domain link here. Let's click here. So you can see our front end is also deployed. So our car rental website is online. So anyone can access this website from this link. And here you can see we are getting the car data from the MongoDB database. Let's click here so we can open the cars details page. Now here let me try to log in. So I'll click on this login button and I'll add the email and password. So just add the email and we will add the password also. Click on login. So we are successfully logged in, right? So now after login, we can see the dashboard here. And in this dashboard, you can see we have two recent bookings. We have the earning. Here we have the form to add a car, then manage cars. And then we have the manage bookings. From here, we can update the booking status, like we can make it confirmed. So you can see the status is confirmed, right? Now let's come here, and here we have the my bookings where I can see the booking history, correct? After that, in this dashboard, we have the option to update this profile image, right? So finally, we have completed our car rental website using MongoDB, Express, Node, and React.js. And we have also used ImageKit to upload and optimize our images. And finally, we have deployed this website online using Vercel. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.